He was hailed as the most powerful sacred god ever known, a force that eclipsed even the 12 sacred god constellations. He was the constellation Ophiuchus. The moment Li reached for the giant, emerald-scaled serpent, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. You are now the master of Ophiuchus. You see, Li Jian was actually one of the 13 human saints, but unlike the other 12, he was the only saint who had never received a sacred god's blessing, yet his power completely dwarfed all of theirs combined. It was only because countless disasters, known as misfortunes, suddenly plagued the world that the sacred gods granted their power to humanity, hoping they could wipe out these misfortunes from the planet. However, the 12 saints who received this power all had their own hidden agendas for taking out the core of the misfortunes, a being known as the Red Eye. Their mission brought them to the Demon Tower, the very place where these misfortunes swarmed. The terrifying pressure rolling off the Red Eye made everyone tremble in fear, and with an enraged roar from the beast, the entire Demon Tower began to quake. When the ground itself split open, revealing a scorching pit of magma beneath them, everyone else turned tail and ran for their lives. But not Li Jian. He was prepared to fight to the bitter end, and just as he finally struck down the ultimate misfortune, the Red Eye, a blade was plunged straight through his chest from behind. Before he could even see his attacker, he was kicked into the abyss below, never imagining those cowards who fled would return just to ambush him. But this act of betrayal led to an accidental discovery. The Red Eye's true form was hidden deep within that very abyss, where it was continuously spawning even more terrifying misfortunes. Fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred, Li Jian slowly forced himself to his feet, refusing to let fate win before he got revenge on those who betrayed him. He absolutely could not fall here. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the 12 saints were being celebrated as the great heroes who saved the world. They even held a press conference mourning Li Jian's heroic sacrifice, but only they knew the real story. That is, until 20 years later, when Li Jian finally obliterated the very last misfortune in the Demon Tower. With that final blow, the entire tower began to rumble and shake violently. At that very moment, just outside, 2 humans were cornered by a pack of wolf-like misfortunes. The desperate boy dropped to his knees, lamenting, if only Master Li Jian had made it out of the Demon Tower back then, the world wouldn't be in this mess. But just then, the Demon Tower in front of them started to shake violently before completely exploding. When the dust finally settled, all that was left was a massive crater. And standing right in the middle of it was a mysterious figure, his body crackling with dark green lightning. You backstabbing cowards had the nerve to ambush me. Your time is up. And just like that, Li Jian appeared right in front of the 2 survivors. As they stared in total shock and awe, he wiped out every last misfortune in the area in just a handful of moves, a sight the 2 could hardly believe. Even the most powerful awakened individuals struggled against these things, but for this man, it was as easy as squashing bugs. All of a sudden, the sky went dark. They looked up to see a colossal wolf misfortune glaring down at Li Jian, its jaws crackling with raw power. Then, an absolutely massive beam of energy erupted from its mouth, an attack so huge it tore right through the entire city. In a flash, half the city was vaporized. But when the smoke cleared, Li Jian was standing right where he was, without a single scratch on him. He cracked a smirk, then launched himself high into the air, yelling, "Now it's your turn to burn." The 2 onlookers were frozen solid with fear. In their eyes, the man before them was way more terrifying than any misfortune. After it was over, Li Jian turned around, chuckled, and said, "All right, let's go grab a bite. And you can buy me some new clothes while we're at it." Hearing that, the 2 just stood there, completely stunned. A little while later, they were at a restaurant where, in the blink of an eye, Li Jian had already wolfed down 60,000 yuan worth of food. He even added, "I know you guys are broke, so I was trying to hold back." After he had eaten and drunk his fill, Li Jian gave the young man a curious look and said, "You seem like a regular guy, but I can sense magical power coming from you." The kid explained, "It's a grace given by the sacred gods. It lets people like me awaken as saints. Aren't you the same?" Li Jian scoffed. "Those garbage gods? Why would I ever serve them?" And right then, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the spoon. Li Jian's heart practically stopped when he thought, "Whoa, who's this good-looking dude?" and shot up from his seat. He yelled out, "Where's a mirror?" and sprinted towards it. Staring at his reflection, Li Jian saw that the gruesome scars that once covered his face were totally gone. Even the arm he'd lost had miraculously grown back, and a strange mark appeared in his palm. Before he could even process it, the mark started to solidify into a physical object, glowing with a faint green light, and then an excruciating pain shot up his arm. In the next instant, his mind was yanked into a vast, endless void. A colossal, emerald-scaled serpent materialized before him. As he stood in its presence, a mysterious, otherworldly voice echoed in his mind, "You have tasted death and completed a task thought impossible. You are now the master of Ophiuchus, and you have gained the power of accelerated regeneration." Stunned, he reached out to touch the giant serpent. The very moment his fingers made contact, the creature erupted in a blinding, emerald light. Before he could even blink, Li Jian was back in reality. Seeing the shocked looks on the other 2's faces, he realized that he was the only one who could see the giant serpent. Although he had no idea what Ophiuchus actually was, and he couldn't sense any divine power coming from it, he knew one thing. Getting this new power was definitely a good thing. The thought of finally making the people who betrayed him pay sent a thrill of excitement through him. At that moment, the area around the Demon Tower had already been sealed off by the authorities. Seeing the tower reduced to rubble, some people suspected it had been intentionally destroyed. After all, the Demon Tower was the one landmark everyone associated with Li Jian. When they saw the massive corpse of a disaster-class monster lying nearby, some started to whisper that Li Jian might have returned. When Yang Wei, the Aries saint, heard about the Demon Tower, his first thought was that Li Jian was somehow still alive and had finally escaped, but he quickly dismissed the idea as ridiculous. Surviving for 20 years in that hellhole, with over 1 million of those dark calamity beasts, was completely impossible. Back with Li Jian, he was staring in fascination at the smartphone in front of him. He couldn't believe how much technology had advanced in the last 20 years. Phones could now connect to the internet. With the kid's help, Li Jian quickly looked up news about himself. Li Jian was seeing red after reading comments from internet trolls who had no clue what really happened. Back then, those same cowards ran for their lives at the mere sight of the red eye, and now they had the nerve to claim they took down the red eye. He forced himself to calm down, and then dialed a number he knew by heart. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the Sagittarius saint, Hugo Otis, had just stepped off a plane when he got the news about the Demon Tower's collapse. It immediately threw him back 20 years, to the day before that fateful mission. Hugo, who had the gift of prophecy, had sought out Li Jian beforehand, warning him that he might die on this mission. As his best friend, he begged Li Jian to back out, but Li Jian just laughed it off, even joking that if he made it back alive, Hugo would owe him fried chicken for the next 10 years. On the day of the mission, just as Li Jian asked, he stayed outside the tower, fighting off the calamity beasts and guarding the exit. But in the end, all he got was news of Li Jian's death. The squad that went inside had actually left Li Jian for dead, returning only with the Red Eye's head as a trophy. For that achievement, all 12 of the saints, including Hugo, were celebrated as heroes and given unprecedented authority. But he could never accept that Li Jian was gone just like that. Hugo tried countless times to get the other saints to go back into the tower with him to search for Li Jian, but they always refused. Without their help, he was powerless to save his friend and eventually had to accept the harsh reality. Now, 20 years had gone by. No matter how powerful Li Jian was, there was no way he could still be alive. Just then, Hugo got a call from the Prime Minister, who told him the Demon Tower had collapsed and that the corpse of a black-level calamity beast was found in the wreckage. The Prime Minister suggested that Li Jian might still be alive. Hearing this, Hugo just sighed, tiredly telling him to drop the subject. He insisted that Li Jian had sacrificed himself in that tower 20 years ago, but the Prime Minister's next words sent a jolt through him. Li Jian's exclusive, direct line had just been used. Hearing that, he frantically told the driver to pull over. He suddenly remembered his own phone had been buzzing off the hook earlier. Could it have been Li Jian? Picking up his phone, he found a new voicemail. As he listened, a chillingly familiar voice echoed, "Otis, I'm going to find you, and then I'm going to kill you." Li Jian was stunned, absolutely floored. That voice, that tone, it was unmistakably an old foe. Just then, a news headline popped up on his screen that immediately grabbed his attention. The article was about a re-examination of his own will. He had stipulated that upon his death, his entire fortune was to be donated to various orphanages. Li Jian wanted to see if his final wishes had been honored, but to his shock, he discovered that all the other saints, except for Sagittarius, had carved up his fortune for themselves. They had the audacity to claim it was to better save humanity. Li Jian's rage boiled over. He swore he would make them all pay, including the so-called sacred gods pulling their strings. But Li Jian faced a serious problem. Even if he announced his return, his appearance had changed so drastically over the past 20 years that no one would believe him. If he tried to tell people he was the legendary Li Jian, they'd just write him off as crazy. Right then, however, a system prompt materialized in his mind. The message was simple. Someone is watching you. At the same instant, he felt a familiar aura. He'd been itching for a way to unleash his pent-up rage. And as he glanced out the restaurant window, he found his chance. A swarm of minor gods with the Ares attribute hovered in the sky, arrogantly demanding sacrifices from him. He scoffed a bunch of shameless, boot-licking sycophants. And they actually had the nerve to provoke him. Just as Li Jian was about to put them in their place, a couple walked past him, both sporting Gemini Saint badges on their chests. They were snickering to each other, muttering, "Seriously, what year is it? Why are people still talking about whether Li Jian is alive? Even if he were, he wouldn't have the nerve to call himself the 13th saint." Li Jian silently observed the couple as they came closer. The man shot him a contemptuous look and told him to get lost. He then blew a cloud of smoke, right in Li Jian's face. "Hey, idiot, you're in the way. What are you looking at? You got a problem?" he taunted. When Li Jian didn't even flinch, the guy immediately decided he wasn't any fun. Muttering coward, he turned to leave with the woman, and they went right back to their previous conversation. Why would anyone even like Li Jian? He was the weakest of all the saints. Only a total moron would be a fan. Hearing that was the last straw. Li Jian's patience snapped, and he yelled after the departing couple. "Hey, you two cockroaches." Stunned, the couple spun around to face him. Li Jian smirked. "Yeah, you." The man stomped menacingly back over to Li Jian. "You want to say that again?" he growled. But before the guy could even finish his threat, Li Jian simply raised a single finger. With a casual flick, he sent the man flying several yards through the air. Seeing this, the woman instantly teleported behind Li Jian, a golden orb of energy already forming in her palm. Li Jian just chuckled, and with another effortless flick of his wrist, he blasted the woman straight into the building across the street. The two of them were now completely terrified, frozen in place. A concerned bystander rushed over, saying, "Hey, you can't just use magic like that on a main street." Li Jian replied with a shrug, "What are you talking about? If I had actually used my magic, they'd be a red stain on the pavement." He then walked over to the man and ripped the Gemini badge right off his chest. Li Jian was curious. Why did these wannabes have sacred artifacts? Those were supposed to be reserved for true saints. The terrified young man quickly started explaining. It turned out that after Li Jian's death, the cataclysmic disasters hadn't actually been stopped for good. Humanity was only able to survive thanks to the sacred gods and the 12 saints they chose. But the power of those 12 wasn't enough to protect everyone, and the gods themselves were fueled by the faith of the people. So, the saints started bestowing power on their followers, creating sacred guilds. Anyone who awakened powers this way also earned the title of saint. The sacred gods would then grant some of these new, lesser saints their own sacred artifacts. Hearing all this, Li Jian's hands tightened into fists. So much had changed in the 20 years he was gone. Just then, the Ares gods floated down in front of Li Jian, urging him to finish off the couple and promising him a handsome reward. The man he'd beaten frantically begged Li Jian to do what the gods said, explaining that they were the direct agents of the sacred gods. To oppose them was to oppose the sacred gods themselves. It finally clicked for Li Jian. These minor gods were just as selfish and arrogant as his old comrades. Unimpressed, he simply and calmly raised his left foot. Then, he brought it down, stomping violently on the ground. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave of pure energy erupted outwards in all directions, wiping out all the attribute gods on the spot, causing the barrier they'd erected to instantly crumble. That night, Li Jian followed the boy home and, after a hot shower, he even gave himself a haircut. But when he stepped out of the bathroom, he found the entire apartment was filled with ominous artifacts. These trinkets were constantly attracting minor misfortunes, like magnets for bad luck. The boy claimed they were all sacred objects blessed by the saints, but before he could even finish his sentence, Li Jian had already blasted the items to smithereens. He couldn't believe that not only had those despicable saints taken over his property, but they were also mass-producing these low-grade cursed objects for sale. Just at that moment, the boy's roommate threw open the door. Seeing the absolute mess in the room, the guy, named Shankai, immediately blew a gasket. After Hanji explained who Li Jian was, Shankai barely managed to contain his fury. He demanded to know Li Jian's name and which sacred order he served, to which Li Jian replied, only those 12 fools would bother serving the sacred gods. I, Li Jian, don't need to. Hearing this stranger dare to use the name Li Jian, the enraged Shankai finally snapped. To him, this guy had broken into their home, destroyed their stuff, and was now brazenly impersonating Master Li Jian. In a flash, Shankai's entire body was engulfed in roaring blue flames. In response, Li Jian activated OPHIUCHUS' skill, God's Eye, and a full data profile on Shankai instantly appeared before him. Li Jian's form blurred, reappearing behind Shankai in an instant. He then casually extended a hand and flicked him, sending the kid flying. Hanji was completely stunned as Li Jian just chuckled and said, Shankai's okay, he just passed out. I'm gonna go get some sleep. He'll wake up on his own. However, when he casually opened one of the bedroom doors, he discovered it was filled wall to wall with statues and models of himself. Li Jian's face instantly turned grim as Hanji tried to explain. You see, Shankai is your #1 fan. But before Hanji could finish, Li Jian casually snapped the head off one of the statues. The heartbroken Shankai, who had just come to, immediately started bawling. Meanwhile, over at the Ares sacred temple, word got out that all the Ares attribute gods in each country had vanished without a trace. This terrified a man named Yang Wei, because the demon tower, where Li Jian was supposedly buried, was in that same country. His mind immediately flashed to the recent rumors that had been circulating, speculating that Li Jian might still be alive. This, combined with his own recent failure to conquer the Spider Queen in H country, and now the mass disappearance of the gods, was a terrible sign. If this kept up, his own position as a saint would be in jeopardy. To squash his fears, Yang Wei immediately ordered his subordinates to prep a plane. He was going to H country to investigate the situation for himself. On the other side of the world, Shankai and Hanji were out shopping for groceries at a supermarket. Hanji couldn't help but ask, do you think that guy could actually be Master Li? I swear, I saw him come right out of the demon tower. Absolutely not, Shankai insisted. Master Li Jian is a great hero who saved humanity. There's no way he's a punk like that guy. However, at that very moment, a figure blurred past them, followed by shouts of, hey, stop that thief. Both of them immediately recognized the speed. That has to be a Scorpio saint. Scorpio saints are gifted with speed far beyond that of a normal person, but they never dreamed one would use that gift for petty theft. Just as the guy was smirking, thinking he'd gotten away clean, Li Jian materialized in front of him and clocked him with one punch. The thief was hit so hard his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. While Hanji was still trying to figure out how Li Jian even got there, a bald man suddenly appeared at his side, remarking, judging by your aura, you're just an average saint. Next time something like this happens, you should probably just call the police. Li Jian was baffled. Who was this guy and where did he pop up from? But just then, the entire shopping mall began to tremble violently. Seeing that everyone was distracted, the thief scrambled up and made a desperate run for it. He thought he could use his incredible speed to make a clean getaway, but the very next second, a massive maw burst from the ground and swallowed him whole. Following that, swarms of enormous insectoid monsters started bursting out from underground. When the dust finally began to clear, people got a good look at the true culprit. It was a regal spider queen leading her entire legion. At her command, the swarm of monsters charged toward the panicked crowd. In an instant, the mall erupted into pure chaos, with people scattering in every direction. At that moment, a crying little boy was about to be devoured by one of the creatures, but in a flash, Li Jian dropped from the sky, smashing the monster into the floor. He was just about to check if the kid was alright, but the kid was just spooked by Li Jian's sudden appearance, and bolted. Faced with a never-ending wave of these monstrous calamities, Li Jian decided it was time for a little warm-up himself, and the ghostly image of a giant serpent began to form behind him. This guy was supposed to be the Ares saint, chosen by the gods to save humanity, yet here he was, planning to bury every single person in the mall alive. Turns out, after he botched the job of taking down the Spider Queen last time, all he could do was cover it up and seal her away, but he never dreamed she'd break out of her prison so fast. If word got out that he failed to actually eliminate the Spider Queen, the reputation of his Ares sacred temple would take a massive hit. So, to protect his little secret, he gave a direct order for his saints to entomb the entire mall. What he didn't count on, though, was that Li Jian, the guy he assumed was long dead in the demon tower, was currently fighting for his life inside that very mall. Meanwhile, over in the supermarket, the bald Gemini saint was facing down hundreds of thousands of these horrors, unleashing waves of freezing air from his body. He unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Prison, slamming his fists into the ground. In an instant, massive ice spikes shot out across the floor. Die, you damn bugs. The frigid air flash froze every monster in its path, but before he could even celebrate for half a second, the ice encasing the monsters shattered in the blink of an eye. He couldn't believe that as a top-tier S-rank saint, he couldn't even hold these things back for a few seconds. Just then, Jian popped up right in front of the bald dude, his arms full of soda cans. He immediately chucked all the carbonated drinks straight at the swarm of monsters, and then instantly charged in after them. The abominations let out a deafening roar, but after just a few slick moves, Jian had wiped out every last monster in front of him. A system notification then popped up. You have eliminated the calamities. God seed experience increased. Crafting materials obtained. Forging function unlocked. You can now use materials to create skills and sacred objects. Seeing this, the two saints were absolutely stunned. The bald man, in particular, was completely floored. The very monsters that he, an S-rank saint, couldn't handle were just effortlessly wiped out by this newcomer. He pointed a trembling finger at Jian, his face a mask of shock. No wonder you looked familiar. You're the criminal who attacked our Gemini saints. Before the bald guy could even finish his sentence, Jian clocked him right in the face. You talk too much, he said. Besides, how'd you even recognize me? The bald man furiously pointed back at Jian, yelling, that gear and those sacred items. Aren't those the things you stole after you jumped our saints? And that sacred badge was a gift from the Holy Lady herself. Jian only then seemed to notice the emblem on his clothes. He gave it a light pinch, and the Gemini sacred badge instantly crumbled into dust. What a piece of junk. It's basically just a decoration. The bald man was seeing red, but at that exact moment, a group of survivors came sprinting towards them, and looming right behind them was the colossal figure of the Spider Queen. Without skipping a beat, Jian shot forward, his movements unbelievably fluid. He handled the Spider Queen with a practiced ease, and after a few quick exchanges, he had her knocked to the ground. The crowd stared in awe, shocked that anyone could go toe-to-toe with that monster. Could he be a hero sent by the gods to save us? They wondered. Only the bald man's expression grew darker. Who in the world was this guy? To fight a beast on the Spider Queen's level barehanded, without even using a sacred object, was unheard of. But right then, a familiar voice echoed inside the minds of both the bald man and Shanghai. All Gemini saints, pull out of the supermarket now. The Aries saint is about to bury this entire mall. After getting the retreat order from their leader, Shanghai and the bald man were at odds. Shanghai refused to abandon his friend and all the survivors to save his own skin. Seeing that Shanghai wasn't going to budge, but knowing he couldn't defy a direct order from his guild leader, the bald man came to a grim decision. His only option was to eliminate everyone Shanghai cared about, forcing him to flee with him. Realizing his partner's intent, Shanghai immediately went on high alert. Blue flames erupted around his body as a fight between the two was about to break out. But in the next second, a massive monster came out of nowhere and smashed directly into the bald man. Jian then leaped down from the creature's back, telling Shanghai and the others to get out of there fast. But the two replied that all the exits had already been completely cornered. Their only options were to either use the transmission array, which could only teleport a handful of people, or to somehow take out every last one of the monsters, and that included the Spider Queen herself. To make matters worse, the supermarket was filled with injured civilians, while outside, the Aries saint was getting ready to entomb the whole building. Hearing the grim reality, even Jian found himself in a tough spot. Just then, the bald guy managed to pull himself out of the rubble, completely done with trying to deal with the fools around him. He immediately whipped out his phone to call for an emergency teleportation, but a split second later, a thick spiderweb shot out and completely engulfed him. Before he could even put up a fight, the Spider Queen devoured him whole. Witnessing this, Jian told the others to look after the wounded and find a way out. He promised he would wrap up the fight here as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, outside the supermarket, Aries Saint Yanggi was commanding his followers to start the sealing ritual. Just as the seal was nearing completion, the entire ceiling imploded, and a massive force shattered the barrier from within. Then, a flood of people poured out of the supermarket, all screaming that some guy had actually defeated the Spider Queen. The news sent a shiver down Yanggi's entire spine. How was that even possible? Even he, a saint, couldn't take down that creature. With that thought racing through his mind, he decided he had to see this for himself, and immediately bolted towards the supermarket. When he got there, the scene that greeted him was absolutely staggering. The colossal corpse of the Spider Queen was sprawled out right in the middle of the supermarket. The massive craters dotting the landscape from the fight made his skin crawl. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence, prompting Yanggi to rush over to the window to get a better look. He spotted Sagittarius Saint Yugo, who had also shown up on the scene. Could Yugo have been the one responsible for all this? But just then, Yanggi froze in his tracks. A voice that was somehow both familiar and strange spoke from right behind him. Jian casually asked, "What's the matter? You feeling okay?" Yanggi whipped around and demanded, "Are you, Jian?" In that same moment, a massive explosion tore through the supermarket. Having barely dodged the blast, Yanggi was left panting for breath, staring at the figure standing in the smoke. Jian just laughed. "It's been 20 years, and the first thing you do is try to kill me? That's a little harsh, don't you think?" Although he was stunned that this guy was still just as powerful as ever, Yanggi erupted into laughter once he got a good look at Jian's face. Sure, his face and voice were almost identical to Jian's, but this man had no scar, and there was no way the real Jian could look this young. Coming to this conclusion, Yanggi started to gather his power and sneered, "How dare you try to impersonate him?" Hearing that, Jian's brow furrowed in annoyance. Then, in a flash, Jian was right in front of him and sent a fist flying. Yanggi went crashing to the ground. Jian glanced down at him lying in the wreckage and chuckled, "You so-called saints are all the same. You never listen until you've taken a good beating. Am I right? It doesn't matter. I plan on taking out every last one of you anyway, and I won't be sparing those pampered gods you worship either." Hearing those words, Yang finally understood that this man was, without a doubt, the real Li Jian, even if he had no idea how he survived the demon tower. The fact that Li Jian was still alive could absolutely not get out, otherwise, the 12 saints would never have a moment's peace again. With that grim realization, he knew he had to completely erase Li Jin, right here and now. A massive surge of magical power erupted from Yang's body. A giant, ethereal figure materialized behind him. A system notification popped up. The doppelganger of Tonggong, the sacred god of Aries, has appeared. Seeing this display, Li Jin simply chuckled. Yang stared at Li Jin with pure contempt and pointed a single hand forward. Massive chains burst from thin air and shot straight for Li Jin, instantly wrapping around him and binding him tight. Then, with the power of the sacred god's doppelganger, amplifying his abilities, countless blades materialized in the air. Yang threw his arms wide. In an instant, the blades transformed into razor-sharp shards of ice. This storm of ice blades then rained down on Li Jin, pinning him to the ground. Seeing Li Jian buried beneath a mountain of blades, Yang laughed triumphantly and gloated. "You fool, did you really think you could take me head on? Did you think we've just been sitting around for the last 20 years? All that power of faith we've gathered from our followers isn't just for show." But in the very next second, the entire mountain of swords began to shake violently, emitting a brilliant glow. Then, a massive fist smashed directly into Yang's face, sending him flying several meters back. Yang was trembling with pure terror. Meanwhile, Li Jin's wounds were already healing at an incredible rate. The Aries sacred god, clearly questioning Yang's competence, simply vanished, not caring one bit whether its champion lived or died. Li Jian shot Yang a scornful look and said, "You stole everything from me and threw me into the abyss. Now, it's your turn to get a taste of the hell I went through." With that, Li Jian unleashed his power, the 13th sense. At that very moment, the Sagittarius saint, Hugo, was tracking Li Jian's powerful aura all the way to the Aries temple. Hugo was floored when he saw the temple was a complete wreck. "Li Jian, please, just stop this madness." But then, his eyes caught two figures dragging a huge sack of loot out of the ruins. Without a second thought, Hugo rushed over and threw his arms around the young man with hair just like Li Jian's, exclaiming, "You're alive. Why on earth didn't you come look for me? You just got back and you're already stirring up this much chaos. And what happened to your leg? You shouldn't be running around if you're not 100%. Li Jian, standing off to the side, looked completely bewildered. Enraged, he booted Hugo and yelled, "Are you blind? Don't you even recognize me?" That's when Hugo noticed the slime on his attacker's shoulder and recognized that signature hot-headed tendency to strike without warning. In that instant, he knew it was him. Hugo immediately grabbed the real Li Jian, pulling him into a tight embrace as he cried out, "It really is you, Li Jian. Thank God you're alive." But Li Jian just pointed a finger in Hugo's face and snarled, "What's so great about it? You and I have a score to settle. After I finally broke out of that tower, my home was gone. All my sacred artifacts vanished. Even that note about me taking my own life was a complete fake, fabricated by those saints. Don't you think you deserve a punch for that?" Hugo winced and said, "Yep, that's the Li Jian I know, you punk." That one really stung. Just then, a swarm of security guards burst out of the temple museum. They were all shouting, "Get him! That's the guy who stole the sacred artifacts." Seeing the mess, Hugo sighed and asked, "Okay, what exactly did you take from them?" But before he could get an answer, Li Jian dropped a giant bag filled with sacred artifacts right at his feet. Hugo's jaw hit the floor, and he said, "You're certifiably insane. You just got back, and you've already robbed Yang blind." At that moment, a bald guard turned to his captain, asking if they should all rush in to take him down. The captain just shook his head. "No. To deal with a monster like that, you need to send in another monster." As if on cue, a colossal figure leaped from the top of the temple, letting loose a thunderous roar at Li Jian and Hugo on the ground. It was the Pixu, the divine beast of the Aries saint and a symbol of great fortune. Seeing the creature, Hugo urged Li Jian to just drop the stuff and make a run for it. Li Jian, however, stood his ground. He simply had his slime transform into a blade, then poured the power of OPHIUCHUS into it, commanding, "Reveal your true form." Instantly, a flash of dark green lightning erupted from the weapon. When the smoke cleared, the simple blade in Li Jian's hand had transformed into a massive, dark sword. The power of OPHIUCHUS had fully awakened the sacred artifact, unlocking its special trait, snake capture. Wasting no time, he then activated his ability, the 13th sense. In an instant, every single one of the Pixu's weaknesses was completely exposed to Li Jian's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the massive sword and charged straight ahead. But just as he closed the distance, he was swatted into the dirt by its colossal paw. Before the Pixu could follow up, Li Jian simply lifted the giant foot off himself and commented, "Dude, your paw stinks so bad I'm about to pass out." Then, with a mischievous grin, he said, "Okay, my turn." Li Jian lunged at the Pixu and cleanly sliced off its paw. The beast roared in agony, its eyes glowing with pure rage. But Li Jian remained perfectly calm. The Pixu then opened its gigantic mouth, creating a powerful vacuum that started pulling in everything in the vicinity. Li Jian raised his greatsword, activating its OPHIUCHUS trait once more. He quipped, "You really should have just stayed put. You wouldn't be getting this beat down. Now, face my blade." With a single slash, Li Jian's fierce aura erupted. He could feel the power surging through his entire body. The resulting shockwave was so immense it completely leveled the remains of the Aries temple. Just then, a system window popped up in front of Li Jian. "You have subdued a divine beast. Do you wish to capture it?" As Li Jian reached out and placed his hand on the Pixu's head, a massive surge of energy poured from his hand, completely enveloping the beast. In the next moment, an adorable, miniature version of the creature fell right into Li Jian's arms. Li Jian was thrilled. This cute little guy would be the perfect personal treasury. "All right, little fella," he said. "From now on, you're my piggy bank." Later that evening, Li Jian went home with Hugo. Naturally, Yugo was dying to know how Li Jian had survived for the past 20 years, and what really happened all that time ago. Li Jian explained that he'd been ambushed by the saints, which led to him discovering the true red eye deep within the demon tower. This, in turn, led him to the tower's true master, a being with the power of infinite resurrection. He told Yugo that after finally defeating this master, he was able to escape that hellish dimension, and in doing so, he ended up gaining some incredible and mysterious new powers. Though he was still in the dark about where this power came from, he knew it was the key to handling the cowards who ambushed him. With that thought, Li Jian immediately pulled up his creation workshop interface. He threw in all the sacred artifacts he'd swiped from Yang Wei, mixing them with the Spider Queen's core of corruption. Just a moment later, a red, horse-shaped object materialized in front of Li January. A system prompt appeared. Sacred artifact creation complete. Self-awareness generated. You can now write a name on the red horse, and it will be able to drain that person's magical energy. Seeing Li Jian craft this bizarre-looking little horse, Yugo commented, "Man, that horse is ugly." Pissed off, Li Jian shot back, "Do you have any idea how much the materials for this cost? I was actually going to make one for you, but you can forget about it now." Hearing that, Yugo instantly started gushing about Li Jian's brilliant and sophisticated design. Li Jian wasn't buying it, saying, "We'll just see how you act from now on." Then he pulled out a box he'd taken from the Ares temple, the Golden Fleece Vault, which could boost the level of any sacred artifact placed inside. Li Jian had planned on using it to forge even higher-level sacred artifacts, but Yugo informed him that this particular sacred tool could only be wielded by the Ares saint. Li Jian had no choice but to scrap that idea. When Yugo found out Li Jian was planning to go after the other saints, he was floored. Yugo exclaimed, "Taking out Yang Wei is already a huge mess. What more are you trying to do?" Li Jian then held up a rabbit doll and said, "Yang Wei isn't dead. This doll right here times Yang Wei." It turned out his last fight had unexpectedly granted him the power to trap other people's souls. He then produced a short dagger, handed it to Yugo, and said, "This is the very knife they stuck in my back in the demon tower." Yugo examined the engravings on the blade, sensing that this was no ordinary design. Li Jian announced he was heading to the sacred artifact auction. He figured he might just dig up some unexpected answers there. In the meantime, a squad of women dressed in black showed up at the ruins of the Ares temple. After scoping out the scene, their leader, a woman in sunglasses, made a cryptic phone call. The person on the other end was the Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty. The woman in black reported, "Holy Lady, the Ares temple has been reduced to rubble. There's no sign of Yang Wei." Sophie Marty replied with a smirk, "Is that right? I wonder where that bald tub of lard could have run off to." Right then, a subordinate burst in, shouting, "We've got a problem. The other saints have also received invitations to the drama auction." Sophie Marty snapped back furiously. "What did you just say?" Elsewhere, the Leo saint, Stephen Mark, also got the news about the auction. He nonchalantly set down his 9.6 million pound barbell and declared with total confidence, "Li Jian's sacred artifacts are as good as ours." Meanwhile, Li Jian and Shan Kai had already made it to the sacred artifact exchange. Their plan was to sell the sacred artifacts Li Jian had crafted and also ask about the strange patterns on the short sword. The appraiser, a man named Qin Ming, was staring at the statue in front of him, sweating bullets. He could tell this statue had to be the work of the master, Li January. He then cautiously asked Li Jian, "What's your connection to Master Li Jian?" While everyone knew Li Jian was a beast in a fight, very few knew he was the original forge master. Li Jian's eyes instantly lit up. "You know him that well? Don't tell me you're a fan of his, too?" Qin Ming, blushing, told Li Jian that he was, in fact, Master Li Jian's most cherished disciple. Li Jian was totally baffled. He had no memory of ever taking on a student. And what was with the blushing? He was just about to set this pathological liar straight when Qin Ming suddenly whipped out a small booklet, claiming it was a gift from Li Jian when he became his disciple. The moment Li Jian saw the item, he instantly knew it was his long-lost handbook of personal notes. Li Jian thought to himself, "Could this be the kid who used to follow me around 20 years ago? I thought I'd lost it for good, but it turns out this guy swiped it. Perfect. It still has all my original designs. When I couldn't find it before, I was kicking myself for losing that thing for a while." At that moment, a system prompt popped up. The sleeping handbook has responded to its master's magic power. Influenced by Ophiuchus' magic power, it has now evolved into a sacred artifact. Seeing this, Qin Ming was completely stunned, figuring the living Li Jian must have put some kind of spell on the handbook. But at that exact moment, the Aquarius saint and her entourage burst through the door. The second she laid eyes on Li Jian, she was completely captivated by his striking good looks. In a flash, love completely clouded her judgment. But the next second, she felt an intense pressure, as if she were being stared down by some ancient, terrifying beast. The realization hit her so hard she just collapsed, the ground, shaking as a cold sweat beaded on her skin. She'd felt the chilling presence of death, like 1,000 venomous snakes coiled around her. As this thought raced through her mind, Sophie was absolutely terrified. She couldn't care less about anything else and bolted out the door. Watching her flee, Li Jian and his crew were just plain confused. When they found out the panicked woman was none other than the Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty, Li Jian just couldn't hold back his laughter. Sure, her looks had changed a bit, but her rotten personality was exactly the same. Right then, a system notification popped up, warning that a direct subordinate from another constellation was approaching Ophiuchus. The presence of this other divine being was making Ophiuchus's position even more critical. His current position progress jumped to 35%. Meanwhile, Sophie had ducked into a dark alley. That terrifying magical energy that had scared her half to death, feeling like it wanted to swallow her whole, was the exact same fear she'd felt facing Li Jian back in the day. Thinking about how embarrassingly she'd just acted, she spun around and ordered her minions to wipe out everyone in the exchange and the entire surrounding area, especially the guy who made her skin crawl. As she gave the order, she handed her pendant necklace over to her subordinate, declaring, "This isn't just my will, but a decree from the sacred god himself. With that, she headed to a rooftop, ready to enjoy the beautiful show of destruction that was about to begin. The woman in black poured all her magical power into activating the sacred artifact, the Cup of Forgetting. Instantly, a blinding golden light erupted from the ground, and moments later, everyone in the city found themselves trapped inside giant spheres of water. Back inside, Jian looked up in surprise as water started dripping from the ceiling. Without warning, a water prison snapped shut around Qinming. At the same time, a dagger was pressed to Jian's throat. The woman hissed, "The Holy Lady is displeased because of you. She ordered me to get rid of you, but if you're willing to buy our sacred artifacts for a high price, I might be able to put in a good word for you." But to her surprise, Jian simply crushed the dagger in his hand. He shot the woman a look of pure contempt and then said, "Qinming, make sure you bill them for all the damages here." But Qinming was completely floored. The guy had just shattered an Aquarius sacred artifact with his bare hands. Furious, the woman immediately summoned massive water pythons to attack Jian. Jian just threw a casual punch, completely obliterating the water python. Then, with a sly grin, he taunted her, "Go on, summon a few more." That actually felt pretty good. It was clear she'd run into a real powerhouse today, but no matter what, she had to take him down right here, right now. The woman in black immediately pulled out the pendant necklace the Holy Lady had given her. In the next instant, multiple orange-level water wolves materialized out of thin air. Jian just chuckled, well, haven't seen her in a while. I can't believe she prepared this little welcome party for me." After saying that, Jian casually grabbed 2 daggers from the nearby counter. Then he dove straight into the fray. Jian's attacks were relentless, and the water wolves howled in agony. Once he was in combat mode, Jian became absolutely electric. After a few slick maneuvers, all the water wolves had been wiped out. The woman was in disbelief. He had effortlessly destroyed even the Holy Lady's personal summons. With the fight over, Jian turned to the woman and said, "Is that it? That was way too quick. I'm not even warmed up yet." Hearing this, the woman's pupils shrank in terror. She felt like she was being stared down by a monstrous, giant python. The woman could only manage a week. Just you wait, before turning and fleeing for her life. Qinming stared at the man's silhouette, a growing sense of familiarity washing over him. That demonic look in his eyes, and that wild, berserker fighting style. It was exactly like Jian's. Could he be Jian? But before he could even finish the thought, the man put a finger to his lips in a shush gesture. He told Qinming to hang on to the materials from the water wolves for now. He said he had some questions for him later. Having just witnessed a miracle, tears of pure excitement started streaming down Qinming's face. He then respectfully saw Jian on his way. Meanwhile, back in the Sky City at the drama auction house, news of what had just transpired reached the Holy Lady. The Holy Lady was trembling with fear. She immediately sought out the Leo saint, Stephen Mark, because he was the only saint who could possibly overpower Jian. Teaming up with him was her only shot at safety. Just then, she spotted the Sagittarius saint, Yuguo, arriving. A sly smile spread across Sophie's face. She instantly teleported right behind Yuguo and said, "Long time no see, Yuguo. You're a hard man to find." The moment Yuguo recognized Sophie, he told her with absolute disgust to get lost. Sophie just let out a cold laugh, taunting him. "What's this? Planning to defy me again? You want your kids to end up like your wife?" "Oh, that's right. She's not gone yet, but she might as well be. And it's all thanks to your uselessness." Enraged by her words, Yugo immediately unleashed his magic, his entire body erupting in flames as he lunged forward, throwing a fiery punch straight at Sophie. But Sophie caught his ferocious attack with ease. "You really should learn your place," she sneered, beginning to summon her water magic. Just as Sophie was about to cast her spell, a sudden, heart-pounding sense of danger washed over her. Before she could even turn to see what it was, she was sent flying by a powerful blow from Lian. Lian was shocked to find Yugo there. "I was worried about you, so I came," Yugo explained. Lian wrapped his arms around himself and quipped, "Whoa, don't tell me you've got a crush on me or something." Glancing at the knocked-out Sophie, Lian muttered to himself, "Why does this woman pop up everywhere? Is she into me, too?" Later, when Sophie came to, drool trickling down her chin, she discovered she was tied to a chair. The familiar situation of being captured, and that all too familiar flick to the head, brought back the terrifying memory of being completely overpowered by Leon 20 years ago. As this thought hit her, Sophie knew without a doubt that the man in front of her had to be Leon. But this time was different. She wasn't the same person she was 20 years ago. She began scheming, thinking if she could just team up with Stephen Mark. But before she could even finish the thought, Leon's hand flicked her forehead again. "That conniving look on your face is way too obvious," he said. But Sophie just burst out laughing, certain that Leon had just triggered the acid ward she'd placed on her body. A single touch, she thought, and the acid will spread through his entire body until there's nothing left. But Leon just chuckled as his seemingly corroded finger instantly healed, good as new. Sophie was completely stunned. Not only was Leon alive and kicking, but his powers were on a whole other level. Leon continued, "So, I hear you passed yourself off as my doctor to steal my money, and then sent your goons to finish me off." Leon then raised his hand and rapidly flicked Sophie's head 50 times. With each flick, his experience level skyrocketed, and he kept going until she passed out cold once more. Only then did Leon pull back his hand, completely satisfied. It looked like fighting these guys was going to be a great way to grind for experience points from now on. He wondered why he didn't get any experience from his fight with Yang Wei earlier. Just then, Leon glanced at a text message and told Yugo to just dump Sophie in the nearest trash can. He had to get to the auction house and told Yugo they'd connect after it was over. But no sooner had Leon left, Leo Street Mark showed up. He found the Aquarius Holy Lady tied up and unconscious in a chair. Golden lightning crackled around Mark's body as he demanded, "Yugo, what did you do? Are you also after that sacred artifact?" Yugo just smirked. "Let me guess," he said. "You're still running around collecting all those sacred artifacts Leon made, aren't you? You can't even admit how strong he is, and you're stuck with this massive inferiority complex. Yet here you are, still trying to snatch up every sacred artifact Lian ever created. You don't seriously think that just owning his toys will make you as powerful as him, do you? At that, an enraged Mark began to completely lose his composure. Right as the two were about to throw down, one of Leo's men rushed in. We have a huge problem. Someone from Gemini just bought one of Lian's sacred artifacts. Hearing this, Mark spun around and left without a second glance. Hugo just stood there, his face cold, revealing that the hand Mark had grabbed was now severely injured. How could he call himself even half a saint with an injury like this? Meanwhile, at the auction, what looked like an ordinary, large bone was put on display, immediately sparking a wild bidding war. The moment the bidding started, the price instantly soared to 6 billion. The reason? It turns out that 20 years ago, during the Berlin Forest mission, the 12 saints had failed time and time again to complete the objective. Only Lian returned, victorious, holding this very bone. Because of that, everyone was convinced this was Lian's most powerful sacred artifact. The only person who disagreed was Lian himself, who was staring at the bone on stage in utter confusion. To him, it was obviously just a regular bone, maybe a little on the large side. Shankai, however, said with annoyance, "That's Master Lian's sacred artifact. How can you be so clueless?" Even though Master Lian's sacred artifact is about to end up in someone else's collection, the good news is that all the auction money will be wired directly to Master Lian's official account. When he heard that, Lian suddenly got hyped at the idea of getting rich overnight without lifting a finger. At the same time, as his fame kept growing, system notifications began popping up like crazy. At that very moment, the Leo Saint was practically buzzing with excitement, believing he was about to acquire the most powerful sacred artifact in existence. For 2 decades, he'd been on a relentless hunt for the sacred artifacts of Jian, the very relics he'd obsessed over. He was determined to uncover the secret to Jian's overwhelming power, so when Jian's most potent sacred artifact appeared, he instantly bellowed out a mind-boggling bid of 60 billion. In a flash, the entire auction hall was plunged into a stunned silence, as any thought of a bidding war completely evaporated. Even the auctioneer was struck dumb by the staggering 60 billion price. With one final crack of the gavel, the bone belonged to Mark, just as he'd wanted. But as the whole venue erupted in cheers for the Leo Saint, the celebration was shattered by a violent explosion that tore through the auction house. As the dust began to settle, a terrifying, red-level catastrophe slowly revealed itself. Its gaze was fixed on the bone in Leo's hands as it growled, "Hand over the sacred artifact, or I'll send every last one of you to your graves." With that, it lunged ferociously at Mark, who immediately smashed through the glass to grab the bone. He never expected to get a chance to test out the sacred artifact's power so soon, but as the charging catastrophe closed in, Mark unleashed his full magical power, blasting it away. In his haste to test the bone, however, the raw force of his attack accidentally obliterated a magic tower on the floating island. If the tower's falling debris reached the ground, the entire floating island would plummet from the sky. Witnessing this disaster, all the saints on the island quickly banded together. They combined all their magical power into a single, massive beam of light that shot up from the ground to intercept the wreckage. However, it still wasn't enough to stop the debris from falling. Just as the remains of the magic tower were about to crash down on the crowd, at the most critical moment, a terrifying inferno erupted, completely incinerating the rubble. Once the flames died down, everyone saw that the one who had intervened was none other than the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo. Just when everyone thought they were finally in the clear, a different catastrophe, this one covered in bone fragments, began slowly shambling toward them. Black saliva dripped constantly from its maw, and the drool itself seemed alive as it shot out, binding people tightly like living ropes. Seeing this, Hugo quickly drew his bow to stop it, but a sudden, intense feeling of mortal danger washed over him from behind. It was the same monster the Leo Saint had just blown away. It opened its mouth wide to bite down on him. Just as Hugo was about to be devoured by its massive jaws, at the last possible second, Jian appeared in a flash and sent the monster flying with a powerful kick. He then chided Hugo for being too weak, making him even more anxious. Hugo shot back, "I was doing my best." As the two argued, Mark came storming over, shouting, "Are you morons trying to ruin the field test for my new equipment? Don't you dare interfere with my epic debut with a bone," he proclaimed, hovering above them all, leaving Jian to wonder what kind of insane stunt he was about to pull. Golden lightning began to crackle all over Mark's body, and in the next second, a golden barrier of light trapped Jian and the others inside. This was the Leo Saint's royal skill. He then gripped the bone with an air of supreme confidence and marched toward the catastrophe, his swagger so potent that even the monster seemed put off by his aura. After a few dramatic swings, he brought the bone down in a powerful strike, but the catastrophe was completely unharmed. They just stared at each other. Mark couldn't figure out why the monster was giving him such a mocking look, and concluded that his swinging technique must have been off. So, he snatched up the bone again and started frantically whacking the monster with it. Faced with such an insulting attack, the catastrophe became extremely irritated. It simply raised its claw and swatted him aside. Mark was utterly baffled. He had clearly hit it, so why was the bone having no effect at all? Meanwhile, on the other side, all the saints who had been touched by the catastrophe's saliva had fallen under its control. Faced with this situation, Hugo was at a complete loss. Jian, however, just casually walked right up to the controlled saints and began forcefully ripping the slime right off of them. This bizarre tactic left both the catastrophe and Hugo completely dumbfounded. What in the world was that technique? Hugo wondered. Sure enough, he never does things the normal way. Jian shot Hugo a scornful look, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm always the one who has to handle everything. I never expected you to be any help," leaving Hugo utterly speechless, could only let out a sigh. In the next moment, a thick and powerful aura exploded from them. The long-separated duo was finally joining forces against the enemy again, with Jian launching the first assault. The sheer force of their aura shook the entire area. The disaster's binding saliva was completely useless against him, as he effortlessly freed the saints, then immediately charged straight for the monstrous creature. The disaster let out a furious roar, but Li Jian's momentum didn't slow down one bit. Yugo also started unleashing his skills on the beast. At that moment, raging flames burst to life all around the disaster. Li Jian cracked a wicked smile and clenched his fist tight. He slammed it directly into the creature with a ridiculously powerful blow, launching the monster high into the sky as it howled in pure agony. Instantly, its head was severed clean from its body. Seeing this, Li Jian flashed a smug grin. After the two of them dealt with the disaster, a cyan light started glowing from his right hand. A massive amount of data immediately flooded his vision. He had just unlocked a new skill, the War God's Instinct. A slight smirk played on Li Jian's lips. He was eager to test out this skill's power. With a sound like reality itself was tearing, Li Jian shredded Leo's royal skill with nothing but his bare hands. Mark stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Meanwhile, the blue disaster sensed a terrifying aura. It decided that taking out Li Yan was far more important than grabbing the sacred artifact, so it charged head-on at Li January. Li Jian simply lifted his head and glared. A primal force crashed down from the heavens. It instantly smashed the disaster deep into the ground. Witnessing this display, Mark froze on the spot. He knew that only one person in existence could wield such power. Li Jian spoke calmly. "You seem to have been pretty busy using my name lately." Hearing those words, Mark's legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unwilling to give up, Mark still tried to struggle, but then came a sharp crack. The item he believed to be Li Jian's most powerful sacred artifact was effortlessly crushed in a bare hand. Li Jian said, "This thing? It's just an ordinary dog bone. You've worked hard, so for the sake of fairness, it's my turn now, right?" And with that, he launched his attack. The pressure from the strike dominated everything, sending debris flying in all directions. Mark was blasted straight into the sky. Seeing the enormous crater that was left behind, Yugo was completely speechless. Li Jian, however, acted like it was no big deal. He casually brought out his golden piggy bank and ordered it to quickly collect everything in the area. He then pulled out his phone to look up a contact, muttering the name Shan Kai. But Yugo froze solid the moment he heard that name. He had done everything possible to keep his kids from meeting this guy. Yugo had always been extremely careful. Both of his children were die-hard Li Jian fans. If they found out Li Jian was still alive, his happy family life would be totally destroyed. Yugo tried to rush Li Jian away from there, but an excited voice shouted from behind them, "Dad, is that really Master Li Jian?" After Shan Kai confirmed that this person was, in fact, the real Li Jian, he immediately told his sister the news, telling her to get over there as fast as she could. It turns out the siblings had been Li Jian's biggest fans since they were little. They would watch recordings of Li Jian's battles every single night. The image of him standing at the peak of a mountain of disaster corpses had long been burned into their hearts. Now, an ecstatic Shan Kai was dragging his sister, Liu, over to meet Li January. After hearing her brother's introduction, Liu couldn't believe her eyes. She pinched herself hard, thinking it was all a dream. It was just too incredible. How had Master Li Jian become so handsome? In her memory, Li Jian's face was supposed to be covered with hideous scars, and after spending 20 years locked in the demon tower, he should look even more ragged than before. But to her surprise, he was unbelievably handsome. Shan Kai saw right through his sister's thoughts and teased her, "Sis, your inner monologue is showing." The embarrassed Liu quickly bowed a full 90 degrees, stuttering through her own introduction. Li Jian just said, "No need to be so nervous. You're Yugo's children, which makes you my nephew and niece." But at that moment, Liu's face turned bright red. "Even though this is the first time we've met, Uncle, if it's possible, please." However, before she could finish her sentence, the ground began to rumble with thunderous vibrations. Then, a giant disaster suddenly burst out from underground, leaving Li Jian looking completely baffled. Liu whipped around and beheaded the disaster with a single strike of her spear. She said, "Please wait just a moment, Uncle. After I eliminate these calamities, I will propose marriage to you." After making her declaration, she marched toward the calamities, radiating an intense killing intent. Shan Kai hadn't expected his sister to. Sister was finally getting serious. Li Jian was just floored, completely stunned. "Shan Kai, what in the world did your sister just say?" And right then, Liu, he had already charged headfirst into the horde of calamities, swarming the city, zipping through them so fast she left after images in her wake. As crimson lightning exploded from her spear with incredible force, she mowed down the calamities on the battlefield, all while muttering to herself, "I'm gonna wipe them all out, and then propose to Uncle." She then glanced up at the never-ending swarm of monsters, and slammed her foot into the ground. In a flash, her entire body was cloaked in crimson lightning that surged into her spear. She shot a death glare at the army of calamities before her, and yelled, "Don't you dare get in the way of my proposal." With that, she launched her spear with every ounce of her strength. The monsters shrieked in agony before a massive explosion erupted. Watching this unfold, Li Jian was more than satisfied. He realized his earlier concerns were totally pointless. When it came to pure fighting ability, this girl was way stronger than Yugo. Just then, Lu spotted Li Jian approaching from behind and was about to greet him, but in that exact moment, an even bigger calamity lunged at her with its massive jaws wide open. Just in the nick of time, Li Jian yanked Lu to safety. This thing was absolutely enormous. Perched on top of it was a creepy-looking figure. This newcomer spoke up, "Well now, this is interesting. I never expected to find someone so powerful among the humans. I'm going to make you my pet and train you properly." Li Jian just laughed and shot back, "Oh, really? Perfect timing. I'm actually in need of a new forge. You'll do just fine." But Lu started trembling all over when she saw the calamity that had just appeared. It was a red-level disaster, one of the most dangerous types. Li Jian knew just how destructive this thing could be. He told the two girls to focus on getting the civilians to safety. He assured them he could handle this one himself. The thought of fighting alongside their beloved Uncle Li got them so fired up that they immediately transformed into their most powerful forms. The Calamity's rider, completely overconfident, just cackled and sneered, "Puny humans, kneel before my whip." Then, she began wildly cracking it through the air. Li Jian expertly dodged left and right, but the whip suddenly changed direction and wrapped tightly around him. Seeing this, his opponent laughed mockingly and said, "Now, this is what I call proper training." With that, she started violently slamming Li Jian into the nearby walls. The walls crumbled with each deafening impact, but these brutal attacks had absolutely zero effect on Li Jian. Seeing that her assault was useless, the rider gritted her teeth in frustration and ordered her mount to blast Li Jian with a firebomb. A moment later, a massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Meanwhile, Lu He and Shanghai had successfully evacuated all the civilians. When she saw the terrifying explosion from a distance, Lu He couldn't help but worry. She knew Uncle Li Jian was strong, but this opponent was on a whole other level of dangerous. Plus, Uncle Li Jian had been sealed in that demon tower for so many years. What if he was suffering from some side effects? With that thought, she immediately took off in Li Jian's direction. But there he was, standing completely unharmed in the very center of the blast. This left the enemy rider utterly baffled. Furious, she unleashed every last bit of magic power she had. After a blinding flash of light, her entire body was encased in heavy, dark armor, and a pair of purple wings sprouted from her back. She declared, "I'll give you this. You're the first one who's ever forced me to go all out. It's a real shame, though, because keeping a pet this dangerous is just too risky." After her speech, she charged forward, only to be shocked that her terrifying hellfire was completely blocked by what looked like a pair of cheap plastic gloves. Li Jian just grinned and said, "For starting fires in my city, you're going to spend the rest of your life atoning by tending the furnace in my blacksmith shop." Just then, however, a system notification popped up. The Calamity's will to resist was too strong. "Cannot be claimed as property. Purification required." Li Jian read the message and a smile spread across his face. "Purification? You mean like this?" As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of purification fists, pummeling the Calamity's rider with a brutal barrage of blows. She was surprisingly tough, not even making a sound through the whole beatdown. He didn't stop until another system prompt appeared. With that taken care of, Li Jian turned his attention to the lizard-like Calamity standing nearby, and said, "Looks like we're out of options. The gas furnace is toast, so you'll have to do." The lizard, one of the disaster misfortunes, was so terrified it immediately gave up. Li Jian then rattled off a few names for it to pick from. The lizard, not wanting to waste a second, instantly chose the first name on the list, Torch. After that, Li Jian went over to the siblings to see if they were hurt, but Lu, he cut in, saying, "Forget about that, I have something way more important to tell you." It then dawned on Li Jian that she had been about to propose to him earlier. He let out a dry cough, completely at a loss for words. Lu, he then asked abruptly, "You never actually sacrificed yourself in the demon tower all those years ago, did you?" Li Jian was floored when he heard that. He never expected her to bring that up. She continued, "Honestly, I've always had my doubts about the whole story. The other saints claimed you gave your life for humanity, but they all came back without a scratch. Seeing you here today, I'm positive you weren't some noble sacrifice. You had to have been set up." Hearing her say this, Li Jian let out a sigh. "Just what I'd expect from Yugo's daughter. Your intuition is razor sharp." Then, Li Jian laid out the whole story of what really went down in the demon tower 20 years ago. After hearing it all, the siblings were in complete disbelief. Shanghai furiously exclaimed, "You're the strongest saint in the world. How could they pull a stunt like that?" Li Jian gestured towards Shanghai and explained, "It's because I was on a whole other level compared to them. I was the only one who could take down the Red Eye. So, once I finished off the leader of the disaster misfortunes, I would have become the biggest roadblock to their plans for world domination." Noticing the siblings were getting upset, Li Jian quickly tried to cheer them up. "Hey, don't get worked up over it. I'm definitely going to settle the score." With that, Li Jian pulled out his phone. Today was Sophia's final deadline. Meanwhile, at a press conference, the Aquarius saint, Sophia, was spilling the beans to the entire world about what truly happened in the Demon Tower 2 decades ago. She revealed Li Jian's role in taking out the Red Eye disaster misfortune and the truth about how he was betrayed inside the Demon Tower. Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The entire place erupted into total chaos. Reporters were shouting, demanding she give them more details. But just then, a figure suddenly materialized right behind Sophia. When she saw who it was, she started shaking uncontrollably. It was none other than Louis Moran, the Cancer Saint, one of the 12 saints. He shot Sophia a wicked grin and said, "I imagine it's going to be pretty tough for you to continue this little press conference now, isn't it?" Then, with a nasty smirk, he leaned in close to Sophia's ear and whispered, "Wouldn't it be better to just be a good little saint like you were before? Why cause all this trouble? If you don't want the whole world to see your pretty face get rearranged, then you'll shut your mouth and play along." After saying his piece, he strolled onto the stage and announced, the saint was just forced to give a false statement under duress. "Everyone, please calm down. From this moment on, I will be personally protecting the saint. This press conference is officially over." But the reporters weren't buying it. They kept pushing, wanting to know who could possibly threaten Sophia and demanding more information about Li Jian. At this, Louis's eyes filled with a look that could kill as he said, "Li Jian is long gone. He perished in the Demon Tower. What more is there to explain?" The reporters didn't back down. Then why would someone use Li Jian's name to threaten the saint? Louis was clearly losing his patience. A dark energy began to swirl and gather in his palm, but out of nowhere, a foot came flying in. The newcomer sneered. "Looks like you were planning on silencing the reporters, too," before kicking Louis so hard he slammed into the wall. Sophia was in utter shock. Li Jian had actually shown up. Li Jian was instantly on top of Louis again, saying, "It's been a while. Your wrinkly mug hasn't changed a bit. except for that little present I left you. He then brutally smashed him into the ground, but Louis didn't seem hurt at all by the attack. Li Jian realized immediately that this was just one of Louis's clones and said, "Still messing around with clones, I see." This caught Louis completely off guard. This guy had seen through his clone technique in an instant. He demanded, "Just who the hell are you?" Li Jian just smirked and replied, "Who else would I be? I'm Li Jian, obviously." His declaration stunned the entire room into silence. But then, the entire place erupted into laughter. People started shouting, "He says he's Li Jian." "Yeah, right, that's hilarious." Even Louis, still on the floor, started laughing. "I'll admit you've got some power, but if you're going to pretend to be someone, you could have picked a more believable person." Before he could even finish his sentence, Li Jian clocked him again, then turned to the gawking crowd and yelled, "What are you all gaping at? Get over here, now." He then lunged toward the crowd. At that exact moment, Sophia saw her chance to make a break for it, but unexpectedly, a massive tail shot out, blocking her way. Li Jian demanded, "Where do you think you're going? You're going to spill everything you know." But just then, a strange black mist started creeping through the hall. At the same time, a system prompt suddenly flashed. "Beware of the dark aura." Right now, the creepy black mist was spreading rapidly, with Lousy at its epicenter, as a huge, dark shadow formed behind him. "Huh, so it really is you. Not that it matters. I don't know how you made it out of the demon tower, but since you're back, I'll throw you a little welcome party." He slammed the ground and yelled, "Abyssal spikes." Then, a massive surge of dark energy ripped a chasm in the floor. Seeing this, Li Jian leaped to the side, but Lousy just let out a twisted laugh and said, "You fell right into my trap." Large patches of darkness instantly materialized under Li Jian's feet. In a split second, countless sharp spikes erupted from the shadows, lunging straight for Li Jian. In that critical moment, Li Jian whipped out a blade to parry the attack, landing safely as his entire body crackled with electricity. He shot towards Lousy, like an arrow loosed from a bow. Seeing him coming, Lousy desperately tried to defend himself, but this time, no matter how many dark spikes he summoned, they couldn't slow Li Jian's relentless assault. In a flash of lightning, Li Jian sliced through Lousy's chest with a single, clean strike. But in the next instant, Li Jian knew something was off. Lousy's body dissolved into a black mist. Li Jian roared at the empty air in fury, shouting, "In 20 years, all you've learned is how to make a cheap clone?" But right after he spoke, an even more violent dark storm began to brew behind him. Tendrils of black mist shot out from the storm, possessing every reporter in the room and transforming them into copies of Lousy. Seeing this, Li Jian's eyes narrowed. "You've made a huge mess here," he said. "Did you even think about how you're going to clean this up?" But one of the confident Lousy clones just smirked at him and said, "We'd better take care of you first while we have the numbers." He figured Li Jian wouldn't dare harm the clones, knowing that if they were destroyed, the reporters would die with them. With that, Lousy ordered the horde of clones to charge. But the very next second, every single one of them froze dead in their tracks. It turned out the Li Jian they had attacked was actually the tail of the disaster misfortune lizard, a skill he picked up fighting Mark at the drama auction house. It allowed him to summon any object to act as Ophiuchus' shield. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jian instantly appeared before the main Lousy clone and slammed a fist into him, sensing this was the advanced copy. Once this one was taken out, the others would disappear. Li Jian then gave a hard pull, ripping a black crystal core right out of the clone's body. As he tossed the core into Ophiuchus' mouth, a system prompt appeared. Cancer's crystal core fragment. Contains 20% of the Saint God's divine power. Absorbing its internal energy will grant the power of Cancer. The Cancer Saint God, wherever it was, now looked completely panicked. After Li Jian dealt with Lousy, everyone in the hall slowly started coming to their senses. Meanwhile, the fading advanced clone couldn't figure out what in the world Li Jian had gone through in the demon tower. How did Li Jian now possess the aura of a god? The clone decided to fall back for now, knowing he had already left a nasty surprise for Li Jian anyway. Just then, Li Jian's phone suddenly rang. It was Yugo. Apparently, Yugo had seen the entire fight with Lousy play out on live television, and now he was chewing Li Jian out. "Why would you destroy Lousy's advanced clone? That move is going to bring Molmort, humanity's so-called ultimate weapon, right down on top of you." Li Jian's brow furrowed. This was a pretty big deal. He wasn't afraid for himself, but there were still hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians in the area. At that moment, he glanced over and saw Sophia shaking in fear next to him. With a grin, he cheerfully told Yugo not to worry, because he had a plan. And with that, Li Jian grabbed Sophia and shot 10,000 meters into the sky. He then activated the teleport function of his Gemini Captain badge, materializing directly in front of Molmort. Feeling the raw, untamed power surging through him, Li Jian let out a maniacal laugh. "Hey, don't you have the power to turn anything into liquid? Well, now's your chance to prove it." He then hurled Sophia straight at Molmort. In that terrifying moment, all Sophia wanted to do was scream bloody murder at Li Jian. The Aquarius sacred god, sensing its saint was in mortal danger, instantly appeared behind Sophia. Seeing the situation, the god was absolutely terrified and screamed Li Jian's name. A total maniac. The sacred gods immediately juiced Sophia up with every enhancement skill in their arsenal before she unleashed Aquarius's royal skill, Goddess's Tears. In a flash, a massive, swirling vortex of water blasted towards the advancing Molmort, and the second the two colossal forces collided, the Aquarius royal skill unleashed its full divine might to wear down Molmort's power. Finally, after a few minutes, Molmort was completely obliterated in midair. By then, Sophia was totally spent and started plummeting back to Earth. Li Jian just laughed, figuring with that many buffs stacked on her, there was no way she'd die from the fall. Then Li Jian glanced up at the debris raining down from the sky. If those chunks hit the ground, the folks below were in for a world of hurt. At that thought, he got a brilliant idea. Why not send this mess over to Witch Paula as a little welcome back present? He immediately pinged Yugo, telling him to quickly lend him the Sagittarius skill, Absolute Coordinates. This skill lets the user move specific objects to any designated location. Sensing the urgency in Li Jian's voice, Yugo shot the skill over without a second thought. After getting the skill, Li Jian fired up the Gemini Badge's teleportation feature once more, locking his sights on the Gemini Yin-Yang Palace. He then used Absolute Coordinates to redirect all the falling wreckage right onto the teleportation circle. On the ground, the crowd, finally safe, erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, fragments of Molmort rained down relentlessly on the Gemini Yin-Yang Palace. Elsewhere, after learning about everything Li Jin pulled at the press conference, the top brass in H countries scrambled to call an emergency meeting. But at that very moment, Li Jin dropped out of the sky with Yuguo and the Gemini captain in tow. Taking in their stunned expressions, Li Jin just smiled and said, "Alright, let's make this quick, give me back my stuff." The officials, completely intimidated by his presence, cowered in the corner. Li Jin went on, "I originally put Yugo in charge of my affairs. But funny thing, when I got back, I found out Yugo's authorization didn't work on my accounts anymore. Weird, right?" Staring at the menacing grin on Li Jin's face, one of the counselors stammered out an explanation. "After you disappeared, Li Jin, the countries couldn't just trust any saint without one of their own. On top of that, Sagittarius had been weakened by a few incidents. So, under the circumstances, we revoked Yugo's authority and gave it to someone more reliable." The second he heard that, Li Jian decked the guy. He couldn't believe these morons had actually picked Witch Paula to be his representative. Li Jin furiously demanded, "What gives you the right to disregard Yugo? He's my guy. I can push him around, but you don't get to." At first, Yuguo was actually touched, thinking Li Jin was sticking up for him, but as Li Jin kept belittling him, Yuguo just thought to himself, "Please, just shut up, you lunatic. Won't I get any respect?" Seeing Yuguo tearing up, Li Jin completely misread the room, thinking he'd moved him to tears of gratitude, and tried to comfort him before threatening the officials again to return his property. But just then, a fierce magical squall suddenly ripped through the meeting hall, and the Gemini saint, Hiki, made her grand entrance. She declared, "Thanks to you, our Yin-Yang Holy Palace is in ruins. Do you have any idea what that's going to cost? You can kiss your property goodbye. I'm using your cash to pay for the repairs." However, Li Jin just scratched his chin, looked her up and down, and asked, "Hey, auntie, who are you?" Hiki nearly bit her lip off. Getting called auntie set her off, and she decided it was time to teach this punk a lesson. She threw her hands out, and a dazzling purple magic circle instantly materialized. A system notification popped up, showing the Gemini saint was using a summoning skill to contact a powerful spirit. From the circle, a mysterious female figure began to emerge. It was none other than the Fairy Queen, Ray Queen, summoned by Hiki herself. Hiki shot Li Jian a crazed look and cackled, "This is the Fairy Queen, whose power is nearly on par with a sacred god. Let's see you get out of this one." But before the words were even out of her mouth, Li Jin teleported right in front of Hiki, snatched her up, and launched her into the stratosphere. The Fairy Queen just stared, completely dumbfounded, as Hiki shot upwards like a rocket, frozen on the spot. She realized she was way out of her league and tried to dip back into the portal, but Li Jin yanked her right out of it, saying, "And where do you think you're going? You think I'm an idiot?" At that exact moment, Hiki finished her impromptu flight and slammed back down to earth. As a purple mist cleared, Hiki morphed into someone totally unrecognizable. Li Jian just chuckled, like he knew this would happen, then shot a death glare at everyone in the room and said, "Just hurry up and give me my money back." Once he got his stuff, Li Jian and Yugo walked out of the meeting room, but a confused Yugo asked, "You just wrecked her Yin-Yang Holy Palace, so why hasn't the real Hiki shown up? With that nasty temper of hers, she'd usually be dropping meteors on the city by now." Li Jian smirked. He knew she'd never take this lying down. She had to be trapped somewhere, unable to escape. "I think I know where she is." And just like that, Li Jian showed up at Shan Kai's house. He pulled out a box and said, "Time to start the interrogation." Inside the box was none other than the Fairy Queen, Ray Queen. Li Jian shot the Fairy Queen a mischievous grin and said, "You'd better spill everything, and I mean everything." The terrified Fairy Queen nodded her head over and over, signaling that she was ready to cooperate completely. Li Jian then asked, "The witch still hasn't shown her face. Is she stuck somewhere she can't get out of? And that place is Shan Kai's house, isn't it?" Hearing this, the Fairy Queen froze, then started stammering, unable to get a clear word out. Seeing her reaction, Li Jian's face immediately hardened. The Fairy Queen was scared stiff and slowly pointed a finger. Li Jian walked over, picked up a statue, and a sly smirk spread across his face. "No wonder I smelled something foul coming from this thing." He immediately used his skill, the 13th sense, on the statue. As his mental energy slowly seeped into the soul world inside it, Hiki's enraged curses started echoing from the statue. "Ray Queen, how could you tell him I'm in here?" Hiki, trapped in her soul form, was about to burst into tears. Her plan had been absolutely perfect. So why did it all fall apart? Turns out, the second Li Jian stepped out of the demon tower, a sudden wave of energy sent a chill down the Gemini Saint's spine. Hiki knew that aura had to be Li Jian's, and she could feel it heading straight for Yugo's kid's house. Luckily, Shan Kai was one of her Gemini acolytes. To make sure it was really Li Jian, she decided to check it out herself. Worried she might tip him off, she used her soul transfer ability to possess the statue, but plot twist, the moment she got inside, Li Jian smashed the very statue she was in. The broken statue totally glitched out her possession skill, trapping her inside. Hanji, feeling bad about it, thought the statue was some kind of holy relic and decided he'd fix it. Hiki, watching from the shadows, was ecstatic. If the statue was put back together, she'd be free. But then, Hanji pulled out a tube of superglue, which completely crushed all of Hiki's hopes. It was over, totally and completely over. That's why she's been stuck this whole time. When Li Jian finally found her, an infuriated Hiki screamed, "Ray Queen, do something. Get me out of here." Ray Queen replied, "There's nothing I can do. Li Jian is standing right there." Hearing this, Li Jian just gave a knowing smile. "Good. So you get the picture?" Just then, Hiki spotted Shan Kai in the house. Seeing her last chance, she ordered Shan Kai to attack Li Jian and set her free, but Shan Kai just looked totally bewildered. He was a huge fan of Li Jian. He shot back, "I would never raise a hand against Lord Li, and I'm quitting the Gemini Sacred Group." He then pulled out his Gemini badge and slammed it on the floor. A second later, the whole room started to shake violently. An insane pressure pinned Shan Kai in place as black blood streamed down his face. Then, he just collapsed. Hiki yelled, "This is the Sacred God's punishment. Quick, apologize to the Sacred God. You're my chosen one. The Sacred God will forgive you. Now, attack Li Jian immediately." But even under the Sacred God's crushing pressure, Shan Kai refused to obey Hiki. Ever since they were kids, he and his sister had looked up to Li Jian as their hero. The other saints just talked a big game about saving humanity but would ditch people in a crisis to save their own skin. Only Li Jian was always there to rescue those in danger. This infuriated the Gemini Sacred God, who summoned a giant hand to crush Shan Kai. But at the last second, Li Jian stepped in to block the attack. He immediately unleashed his skill, Abyss Slasher. With a single slash, it was as if a thread of fate itself had been cut. At that very same moment, all across the world, every single Gemini acolyte suddenly lost the power granted to them by the Sacred God. It was like all Gemini magic had vanished into thin air. Even Hiki couldn't feel the Sacred God's power anymore. This was the new skill Li Jian created by fusing the Cancer Saint's royal skill, Severing the Abyss. It allowed him to directly sever the contract itself. Hiki's connection to the Sacred God was exposed. A wave of panic washed over her. She knew the god would never let this slide. Sacred gods pay a heavy price to interfere with the mortal realm, using up immense resources, which is why they channel their power through chosen representatives, who in turn pass it down to their acolytes. But Li Jian was totally unfazed. He knew this was the only way to force the Sacred God to descend in person. As the two of them argued, a violent purple storm ripped down from the heavens, whipping up a colossal magical tornado that annihilated everything in its path. Once the swirling vortex finally died down, an impossibly huge figure slowly came into view. It was none other than the Gemini Sacred God, Freya, who was met with Li Jian's utter contempt. The Gemini Sacred God, determined to make an example of him, unleashed her full divine power. In response, Li Jian simply pulled out the Cancer Crystal core fragment and absorbed the entirety of her godly assault. Freya was stunned, sensing the presence of another Sacred God's crystal core. As the fragment in his hand soaked up enough of the Gemini God's divine lightning, Li Jian immediately summoned his creation workshop, planning to forge a temporary weapon on the spot. Just a second later, a menacing black storm scythe materialized. Because his creation workshop was still low level, the scythe was just a one-time use item. A smirk crossed Li Jian's face as he chuckled, instantly activating his divine skill. Fighting God's instinct. Gripping the storm scythe, he swung it directly at the Gemini Sacred God, eliciting a pained roar from Freya that echoed to the heavens. The black scythe in Li Jian's hand immediately shattered into pieces, and the three onlookers couldn't believe what they were seeing. They never dreamed that Li Jian's attack could actually wound a sacred god. Now, completely enraged, Freya lost all reason, unable to fathom being injured by a mere human. The furious Freya waved both hands, and several spatial gates materialized behind her, through which she began to summon her army of 1,000,000 soldiers and monstrous beasts. Just in the nick of time, a massive fireball streaked down from the sky, instantly disrupting Freya's summoning ritual. As the blinding light faded, the figure of the Sagittarius saint, Yuguo, slowly came into focus. "Stop, Freya," he commanded. "To continue would be a violation of the rules. Have you forgotten that sacred gods are forbidden from descending to this world in their true forms?" Freya was completely unbothered, letting out a maniacal laugh and sneering, "And what can the weakened Sagittarius sacred god possibly do about it now?" Yuguo knew she had a point. In their current state, the Sagittarius god and he couldn't do much on their own, but he wasn't worried. He knew he wasn't the only one displeased with the Gemini sacred god's rampage. At that very moment, other saints moved to seal Freya's spatial portals as a brilliant golden array blazed across the sky. From it, a chain shot forth. The other sacred gods were activating the endless chain to restrain her. If Freya insisted on interfering further, she would face the full, combined hostility of the other gods. Freya was furious but had no choice, turning to Li Jian and snarling, "I will never forget what you've done today." Li Jian just shrugged, completely unconcerned, and even gave her a mocking gesture. "What are you going to do about it? Next time, remember to bring your brother along, too." As Freya retreated, seething with reluctant rage, Li Jian got a system notification. He'd gained a massive amount of experience and was promoted to level 9. The notification also mentioned that a special trial would unlock upon reaching level 10. With the threat gone, Li Jian turned to Yuguo and asked, "So, did you get what I asked you to retrieve from the Gemini Holy Palace?" In response, Yuguo pulled a scroll from his bag. Hiki stared, completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that Yuguo, a revered saint, would stoop to something like petty theft. The scroll contained records of 4 legendary attribute gods, the one-eyed light warrior, Belk, the white god's light warrior, Wangyar, and the king of giants, Jiaotan. All 3 of these attribute gods had expressed their willingness to surrender to Li Jian. Even a 4th, a legion commander attribute imprisoned deep beneath the Yin-Yang palace on the seabed, had sent word of their intention to surrender. Li Jian was indifferent to their offers. He wanted to see some proof of their sincerity first. But just a second later, a swirling vortex opened up directly above Li Jian's head, and from it, Hiki's physical body came tumbling out. Seeing this, Li Jian let out a hearty laugh, declaring that since they'd offered such a sincere gift, he had no choice but to accept their surrender. Hiki, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered once again, unable to process what was happening. This has to be a nightmare, she thought. Jian grabbed Hiki by the neck, his voice cold. Your sacred god ran away and left you behind. You'd better start answering my questions. Answer the question properly. Were you the one who jumped me in the demon tower? Hiki played dumb, acting like she had no idea what he was talking about. Lian realized he'd have to get a little rough, or she wouldn't talk. In an instant, a potent magical energy began to corrode her soul, making her shriek in agony. Virgo. It has to be Virgo. She has the Tangong's judgment mark on her hand. Lian smirked. You should have just told me that from the start. Fine, I'll return your body. But before Hiki could even process what was happening, her body shot up on its own. It wrapped its arms around Lian, who then gave Hiki's soul a taunting look and said, Whoops, my bad. I seem to have accidentally given your body to Ray Queen. After Lian took down the Gemini sacred god, Freya, all the attribute gods who served her immediately surrendered to him and started showering him with endless praise. Yuo, looking a little surprised, commented, Attribute gods are usually incredibly arrogant. A situation like this is completely unheard of. The moment the words left his mouth, all the attribute gods turned on Yuo, pointing and yelling, You're just a hired hand. Know your place. Hearing this, Yuo was completely stunned. Just then, Lian quickly corrected the attribute gods, saying, Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. He's not an employee, he's my slave. Upon hearing that, the attribute god's contempt for Yuo grew even stronger. How dare a mere slave show his face directly in front of Lord Lian? Witnessing the scene, the siblings could barely contain their excitement. That was their Uncle Lian for you. Even these high-ranking attribute gods were groveling before him. Nearby, Liu He couldn't help but smile as she said, Good thing I already proposed to Uncle. The two siblings stood there, completely floored. Lian started to panic, and Yuo was just dumbfounded. He leaned in close to Lian's ear and demanded, What the hell is going on? What is my daughter talking about? Just then, the rabbit doll, Yang Wei, chimed in. So, is Yuo going to be Lian's father-in-law now? The family dynamics are getting seriously messed up. Hearing this, Yuo whipped out his bow and put an arrow straight through the Yang Wei rabbit's head. Lian wiped the sweat from his brow and tried to calm Yuo down, but his words only made Yuo even more enraged, prompting him to unleash a furious barrage of attacks on Lian. An infuriated Yuo glared at Lian and yelled, I treated you like a brother. I served as your second in command. And now you want to be my son-in-law? The more Yuo stewed on it, the madder he got. He activated his clone technique and unleashed a continuous volley of arrows. However, Lian effortlessly shattered the dense shower of projectiles. Seeing his attack fail, Yuo flew into an even greater rage and finally decided to unleash the Sagittarius royal skill, Solar Divine Ring. Yuo and Shankai really were father and son. Even though they were broke, they'd still try to burn the whole place down when they got mad. Just as Yuo's technique was about to finish charging, the siblings rushed over to stop him, yelling, Dad, you can't beat Uncle Lian. You don't stand a chance. Hearing this from his own kids, Yuo's fighting spirit completely deflated, like a balloon with a hole in it. Seizing the opening, Lian dropped down on Yuo from above and knocked him out with a single punch. It was several hours before Yuo finally came to and slowly opened his eyes. Lian said, The kids are just being kids. Why did you have to get so worked up? Do I really seem like the kind of guy who would go after his friend's daughter? They're just too shy to tell you how they really feel. To make it up to you, they even went out and bought you gifts. As he said this, the Shankai siblings brought out 2 cakes. Yuo looked at the cakes in front of him, so moved he was about to cry. But then he noticed there weren't any strawberries on the cake his daughter was holding. Yuo looked over at Li Huhi and asked, Honey, why doesn't Daddy's cake have any strawberries? Li Huhi just smiled and said, Sorry, Dad. I gave all the strawberries to Uncle Lian. At those words, Yuo instantly flew into a rage and charged at Lian, desperately trying to snatch the cake out of his hands. Right at that moment, Liu He suddenly received an urgent summons. A red-level disaster, the misfortune of 1,000 clauses, had just appeared at the sky bridge. Effective immediately, all acolytes were ordered to respond. A few days later, near the coast of Milani, the capital of Nation B, almost half of all the constellation acolytes had assembled. Among them were the magically gifted Pisces, the Taurus tribe, known for having the strongest defense, and the Aquarius tribe, whose holy power could withstand even an atomic bomb. There was also the Leo zodiac, famed for being beasts on the battlefield, and the Capricorn zodiac, who were responsible for manufacturing and upgrading all sorts of equipment. The leader of the Leo zodiac was in the middle of giving an energetic pre-battle pep talk. Even though their saint, Mark, had vanished 6 months ago at the drama auction, they were determined to use this opportunity, a chance to show the world that Leo was still a major player. Meanwhile, in a nearby tent, an old man with glasses was completely absorbed in studying the gear he was holding. A wicked grin spread across his face. Back with Lian, a bizarre goat-headed statue suddenly appeared in front of him. Without even a moment's hesitation, Lian tossed it into the air and obliterated it with a single swing of his hammer. This statue was the handiwork of Vladimir, the Capricorn saint, who was also a renowned forger. Ever since Lian had disappeared, nearly all the world's elite-level equipment was crafted by him, though his forging skills couldn't hold a candle to Lian's mastery. Yugu asked Lian, Aren't you even going to hear what he has to say? Lian shot back that it would just be a bunch of garbage anyway. Elsewhere, Vladimir let out a curse. That guy's still the same hothead he always was. Looks like working together is off the table. Just then, an acolyte appeared at the tent's entrance, announcing, My lord, the time has come. Vladimir replied, So it is. Time to get a good look at this 1,000-claws creature. But the moment Vladimir summoned a hammer, Lian, who was watching the live feed, his eyes went wide with fury. That old thief not only stole my work, but he has the nerve to flaunt it. I'm heading out to deal with him right now. Back on the battlefield, trying to contain the disaster-class monster, 1,000 Claws, the Leo Zodiac leader gave the command, and everyone immediately charged forward. However, at that exact moment, Mark, who was still locked in a struggle with the beast, yelled out, "Hold your positions until I can pull out this bone." Seeing this, Lu He was speechless. That idiot was making a real mess of things. She was instantly wreathed in crimson lightning and shot forward like a scarlet meteor. The other acolytes, seeing their holy maiden rush to the rescue, felt their morale surge and unleashed their most powerful attacks on Thousand Claws. But in that instant, an even more terrifying, colossal red-level disaster beast, named 10,000 Claws, suddenly materialized just outside a nearby tent. Vladimir let out a dark chuckle, a detonator clutched in his hand, but before he could press the button, a blade shot out, skewering his palm and shattering the device. A spatial gate then ripped open right behind him, and a slime lunged out, taking a huge bite. A figure calmly stepped through the gate. It was Lion, who casually remarked, "Been a while, hasn't it?" Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, Lu He also sensed the sudden appearance of 10,000 Claws, and knew she had to stop it from joining the fray at all costs. Since she was a child, Lu He had obsessively studied videos of Lian taking down disaster-class monsters. She'd watched the takedown strategy for this type of beast countless times, weave through the smaller tentacles, and slice through the major ones with a single, decisive strike. Once in close, you deliver the fatal blow. Executing the plan, she positioned herself directly above the monster, poured every ounce of her magical power into her spear, and hurled it straight at the beast's eye. To her absolute shock, her all-out attack was effortlessly blocked. Before Lu He could even react, the monster's counterattack was already closing in. At the last possible second, Mark threw himself in front of her to shield her from the blow. However, the incredible force of the impact sent them both hurtling through the air. As Lu He felt her consciousness slipping away, she thought to herself, if Lian were here, he would have charged straight in with his sword, without a second thought. But her eyes snapped open in the next instant, because the newcomer was, in fact, Lian. He blitzed straight toward the monster, and with a single, decisive slash, began his assault. After a breathtaking series of maneuvers, Lian brought the colossal beast down. The onlookers on the shore were completely dumbfounded, but a few of the saints looked annoyed, grumbling that they could have taken care of the monster themselves. But just then, a massive tentacle shot out from the creature's corpse, wrapping around Lian and yanking him into the air before swallowing him whole. Everyone stared in absolute horror. If he was gone, who could possibly defeat this monster? But in that very moment, a gleaming blade suddenly burst through the top of the beast's head. The monster let out a final, agonized shriek as Lian carved his way out from the inside, and the colossal body crashed to the ground, finally dead. Stepping out, Lian just smiled and said, "Anyone want a taste of this delicious sea cucumber?" The reporter broadcasting live from a safe distance ducked down in sheer terror. As people all over the world witnessed the return of the hero and his victory, they erupted into a worldwide, thunderous cheer. At that moment, a book materialized in Lian's hand. The Bible of Ophiuchus had just been created. The saints began to chant its passages, amplifying the power of Ophiuchus. Lian walked over to Lu He, asking if she was hurt. She simply responded with a warm smile as Lian said, "My bad. I broke your spear while using it. I'll forge you a brand new one." Hearing this, Louis was ecstatic, but then Mark suddenly appeared, happily shouting, "That's awesome." Li Jin shot him an annoyed look and snapped, "Are you crazy? What are you yelling about?" Mark just pointed at Louis and said, "She's the vice saint of our Leo clan, and my direct subordinate. If you're making a weapon for Louis, then obviously you have to make one for me, the Leo saint, too." This made Li Jian even more furious, and he was about to lay into Mark when a massive boom suddenly erupted several kilometers behind them. A giant green mushroom cloud, shaped like a ram's head, rose into the sky, followed immediately by a green mist that instantly engulfed everyone. The beast-transformed saints who breathed in the mist went completely berserk, starting to slaughter members from the other saint squads. At that moment, Vladimir, piloting a mech, approached Li Jian and the others, gloating. "So, how do you like my masterpiece?" It turned out that before the battle against the disaster, all the Leo saints had taken an enhancement drug Vladimir developed, and those drugs were now having a chemical reaction with the smoke, dust, and mulmort. In this state, the Leo saints would only obey the commands from his whistle. Vladimir gave Li Jin a wicked smile and said, "You know, you look pretty good pinned to the ground." An enraged Mark demanded the old man change his subordinates back to normal. Vladimir just tossed Li Jin's sword at his feet and said, "If you want your people restored, do as I say and kill Li Jin." Seeing that Mark wasn't moving, he continued, "Look, I understand your position, and I'm sure you can understand mine, because we have something in common, the inferiority complex Li Jian gives us. His strength is like an invisible wall standing right in front of you, and his forging skill is the same kind of wall for me. He's a peak we can never get over. The more we struggle to compete and get ahead, the more impossible it feels. But now, you have the perfect opportunity. Just kill Li Jin, and I will forge you the most powerful divine weapon ever created. Then it'll be a piece of cake for us to become the strongest squad among the 12 saint groups." Hearing this, Mark picked up the sword and started walking toward Li Jian. Can we really become the strongest? For real? He wondered. Meanwhile, an overjoyed Vladimir thought it was all going according to plan. But suddenly, Mark spun around and stabbed, plunging the blade deep into Vladimir's mech. Mark sneered, "You turned my brothers into that, and you really think I'd listen to you, you old goat? Don't you dare compare me to you. I don't waste time feeling inferior. I've already surpassed Li Jin. All I'm missing is a good weapon. I'm not pathetic like you, so jealous you want to kill him. How could a weapon forged by someone with your twisted mentality ever be better than one Li Jian makes?" Furious, Vladimir had his mech lash out at Mark in an instant, but the mech's arm was immediately destroyed by Mark's counterattack. Seeing this, Vladimir quickly backed off and launched himself into the air, then fired a volley of missiles at Mark. The constant explosions and smoke completely swallowed him. Just as Vladimir was thinking the Leo Saint wasn't so tough after all, the beast transformed, Mark burst right through the smoke, fully empowered by his beast form. He focused all his magical power into his arms and instantly activated his skill, Caesar's Claw. Vladimir's mech was completely obliterated. Mark followed up with a crushing stomp, glaring down at Vladimir and saying, "You sure have a lot of these mechs." Just as Mark was about to tear the armor open, Jian appeared right beside them and asked, "Are you two going to be at this all day?" His sudden words startled both of them mid-fight. Then Jian casually kicked Mark aside. Turns out, Jian had only been pretending to be captured, wanting to see what Vladimir was plotting. But after waiting for so long while these two fought endlessly, he'd gotten impatient and already knocked out the saint, guarding him with a single kick. Jian looked at Vladimir and said, "We need to talk about what happened in the Demon Tower 20 years ago." Hearing this, Vladimir's mind flashed back. It turned out that the day before the Demon Tower raid 20 years ago, a man had approached Vladimir and told him that Jian was fated to die in the tower. Vladimir already knew about this. Wasn't that the prophecy Hugo had received from the holy god? The man simply laughed. "I'm here to make that prophecy a reality." Vladimir had been overjoyed. If Jian died, he'd finally be the greatest forging saint. Back in the present, as Vladimir's story dragged on, Jian got impatient and cut him off. "Who was it? Who exactly was that guy?" Vladimir asked. "I can talk, but you've got to guarantee my safety." The words were barely out of his mouth when Jian grabbed him by the chin and said, "You better get a handle on the situation you're in. Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll tear that tongue right out of your head." Shaking, Vladimir finally stammered, "It was Virgo." Jian was floored. That lined up perfectly with what the witch, Paula, had told him. It looked like he'd have to meet with Xin Ming to confirm the analysis of the sword that cut him. "Alright, one problem down. Now, let's talk about the second. You've been holding onto my forging hammer for 20 years. It's time to give it back." Under Jian's heavy-handed persuasion, Vladimir had no choice but to hand over the forging hammer. Then, with just a flick of his finger, Jian instantly summoned the 3 attribute gods he had recently brought to heal, commanding, "Take this old fool to your dimensional space. If he gives you any trouble, don't hesitate to break his limbs." It finally dawned on Vladimir that Jian wasn't playing in the same league as the other saints. This man was the holy god who commanded the constellations. 2.5 hours later, all the mind-controlled saints had regained their senses. When the leader of the Capricorn Zodiac found out his lord had been captured by Jian, he completely lost it. He ordered his men to launch a barrage of mortar missiles at Jian. In a flash, Jian raised his forging hammer and with a mighty swing, turned the incoming missiles into a fireworks display. Watching the Capricorn disciples turn and run, Mark asked Jian for a powerful weapon to take them down. Jian just chuckled, then grabbed Mark and started swinging him, sending the fleeing saints flying through the air. Jian looked at Mark and commented, "Yeah, the grip's not great." Meanwhile, over in Country X, within Virgo's territory, a Virgo squad was in the middle of a rescue mission. 2 days ago, a patrol team in the same area had gone completely silent. They were scrambled to the scene as soon as the order came down from high command. Just then, they heard cries for help up ahead. The rescue team rushed forward, but the captain had a gut feeling that something was off. The cries sounded strangely robotic and repetitive. When he glanced back, he realized his entire team had vanished. Then, the cries for help suddenly echoed from right behind him. A calamitous monster materialized out of thin air. By the time he could react, it was already too late. The story flashes back 10 years, to when a young Shan Kai and his mother were waiting in a station terminal. All at once, the lights in the entire terminal went out. Lai Xwan noticed a thick, strange red mist materializing from nothing. He looked over at Shan Kai and his mother and his blood ran cold. Just behind them, outside the window, an impossibly huge monster had appeared, but the mother and son were completely oblivious. In that critical second, he lunged forward, shoving them out of the way. As Shan Kai and his mother screamed, this man, the very first leader of the Sagittarius Saints, was swallowed whole by the monster. Faced with the terrifying abomination that had just appeared, everyone else was frozen in fear. Shan Kai's mother instantly scooped up her son and ran for her life. In the chaos that erupted, Shanio managed to get Shan Kai into their car first. "We have to be strong and wait for your dad," she told him. But just a second later, a vine shot out and snatched her away. As the little boy cried hysterically, his cries attracted even more vines. Just in the nick of time, a ball of intense fire erupted, incinerating all the approaching tendrils. The newcomer was none other than the little boy's father, Hugo. When he realized his wife and his friend had both been taken by the monster, Hugo flew into a rage, his magical power exploding into flames that engulfed his entire body. Reaching the airspace above the monster, he saw his wife trapped on its back. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove in to rescue her. His move immediately drew the monster's attention. It instantly fired off dozens of vines, which slammed into Hugo, who had left himself wide open. Sensing the immense divine power coursing through Hugo's body, the creature practically salivated. It began to frantically drain the divine energy right out of him. At this life or death moment, a massive bolt of golden lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the monster. At the same time, the other survivors were each safely enclosed in protective bubbles. The ones who had intervened were the representatives of Leo, Aries, Gemini, and Scorpio, 4 holy god proxies who had arrived as backup. Faced with the combined, fierce attacks from several saints, the beast opened its giant maw. The saints couldn't believe their eyes. The monster had actually swallowed their attacks whole, and the wounds from the lightning strike were already healing at an incredible rate. It let out a deafening roar as hundreds of vines shot out in every direction. Seeing this onslaught, Hiki immediately threw up a magic barrier to defend them, but the destructive force of the disaster's vines was overwhelming. Hiki was soon suffering from internal injuries, her magic barrier about to shatter. Just in the nick of time, Giselle, the Libra saint, finally made her entrance. She immediately used her golden rule ability to pin the toad-like disaster to the ground. Knowing her binding spell wouldn't last, she urged Hiki to use her space magic and teleport the beast away. But Hiki argued, Even if I do, it'll just show up again someday, Giselle insisted. We don't have the power to kill it. Sending it away is our only option for now. And just as she said that, the toad disaster broke free from its bonds. Hiki's teleportation spell finally went off. At that very moment, in a quiet hospital room, a woman lay motionless in a coma. Her name was Chenzu, the mother of Shan Kai and Lu He. She had been trapped in a coma for more than 10 years, a victim of that very same incident. Because of what happened, the people of Country H relentlessly criticized the Sagittarius Saints, not just for failing to eliminate the disaster, but for causing even more casualties due to their incompetence. As a result, Sagittarius lost many of its saints and became the lowest-ranked constellation guild. Suddenly, a ringing phone pulled Hugo from his thoughts. Hugo answered, saying, "It's an important day. I'm not discussing work or accepting any commissions." But his resolve crumbled when he heard the words, "Bloodlight Mist," causing his eyes to widen in shock. The very same monster that attacked Country H's waiting room 10 years ago, Bloodlight Mist, was back. It was because of that incident that Hugo's wife and the leader of the #1 Saint group were still in comas, and Hugo himself had half his power stolen by the toad disaster. As Hugo recounted the tragic story, Jian finally understood the whole picture. Because of his weakened state, the other saints had even stripped Hugo of his property authority. Jian then said, "Since we've run into Bloodlight Mist again, let's put an end to it. Revenge. 10 years in the making." Hugo vowed that this time, he would shatter this cursed fate. Meanwhile, Shan Kai had gone to find Raken. He was hoping Raken would help him get into the Gemini's secret magic library. Despite claiming he was quitting the Gemini Saints, he needed to stay to master the soul summoning skill, his only hope of awakening his mother and all the others who were sacrificed. Even if it was a long shot, he had to give it his all. Seeing his determination, Raken used the Fairy Queen's authority to open the teleportation channel to the secret library. As soon as Shan Kai stepped through the portal, Raken reported the entire situation to Li January. Li Jian finally understood why Shan Kai had turned down the position of OPHIUCHUS Saint. Meanwhile, Shan Kai had already found the book he was looking for. The moment he opened its pages, streams of glowing magical runes poured out from the ancient text. As he focused on deciphering them, a figure lurked stealthily behind a nearby bookshelf. The very next second, the book in Shan Kai's hands suddenly disappeared. It instantly materialized in the hands of Yin Shu, the youngest son of the Libra Saint. Now, Shan Kai, having no time to waste on this punk, immediately started channeling his magical power. But Yin Shu just smirked mockingly and said, "You're only this arrogant because you have Li Jian watching your back." Yin Shu taunted, "Since that's the case, I'll show you what real despair feels like." He then revealed Libra's sacred artifact, the cross balance. With a flash of blinding light, a three-dimensional image materialized before Shan Kai, showing a live broadcast of the fight between Li Jian's team and Bloodlight Mist. It turned out that Hugo had just issued a retreat order. However, when the disaster search party was doing a roll call for each team, they discovered that one group had mysteriously lost contact. The news sent Hugo into a blind rage, his body instantly becoming engulfed in roaring flames. Li Jian quickly cautioned him, "Don't lose your cool. A little anger is good for a power boost, but that's enough." But as soon as he spoke, the entire area began to shake violently as thick vines shot out from the earth. Following them, a monster the size of a mountain leaped out from underground. Seeing it, Li Jian immediately blitzed forward, planting a foot square on the monster's face. With what looked like minimal effort, he sent the massive creature flying backward. Li Jian then said, "So you're the one," he snarled, "who made my friend and my nephew suffer so much." The toad disaster glared back viciously, sensing that this human was not going to be an easy opponent. It instantly commanded its roots to ensnare Li Jian's legs, but he stood completely unfazed. Then, a massive surge of flames erupted from him, incinerating the vines in a flash. Hugo warned him, "Don't get cocky. It can absorb any magical attack," but Li Jian just let out a little laugh. The next moment, Li Jian channeled his magical energy, activating Ophiuchus' skill, Super Regeneration, and his injured leg healed in an instant. Then, he switched over to his sacred artifact, the hammer. "Since it's got such a big appetite today, I guess I'll just have to rip its belly open." Li Jian then raised his massive hammer and charged, bringing it down with crushing force on the Toad of Misfortune's head. Hugo seized the opportunity, ordering everyone to draw their bows and let loose a volley of arrows that slammed into the Toad of Misfortune. The Toad of Misfortune, knowing it was at a disadvantage, whipped its roots out to impale Hugo and the others, forcing them to leap out of harm's way. Seeing everyone dodging so clumsily, Li Jian immediately summoned his slime and shaped it into a giant pair of scissors. "Allow me to help you trim these annoying branches." Li Jian leaped high into the air, rocketing toward the Toad of Misfortune. After a few quick maneuvers, the vines were sliced into ribbons. The Toad of Misfortune howled in pain. When everyone saw it collapse into a goopy pile on the ground, they were all completely stunned. Was it really over that fast? That was way easier than anyone imagined. Maybe it was just because Lord Li Jian was too powerful. But in that moment, Hugo was skeptical. "This isn't right. It can't be this simple." Meanwhile, over with Shan Kai, he said, "Yin Shu, your plan is impressive, but Lord Li Jian's strength is far beyond anything you could have imagined." Yin Shu just laughed. "I suppose I did underestimate them. But do you know why that Toad of Misfortune is so obsessed with eating? It's because everything it devours becomes its own power. You've experienced that yourself, haven't you?" Shan Kai was visibly shaken by his words. Yin Shu just smirked and said, "Let's keep enjoying the show, shall we?" he said, activating the sacred artifact in his hand. At that very moment, thousands of miles away, the Toad of Misfortune's core began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Its body began to recover at a shocking rate, and the city's barrier, not far off, started emitting a strange light. Li Jian sensed energy gathering underground and immediately slashed downward. He saw that the Toad of Misfortune's roots had snaked through the underground pipes, extending into the city behind the barrier. The entire city had become its personal feeding ground. In an instant, the Toad of Misfortune's injuries were completely healed, and its aura was now even more menacing than before. Shankai remembered what Yinshu had just said, as if he had seen all of this happen before. Then, something clicked in Shankai's mind. A memory from his childhood suddenly flashed before his eyes. It's you, the one who caused all that trouble in the waiting room back then. It was you all along. The arrogant Yinshu covered his mouth and snickered. Congratulations, you got it. It's been killing me to hide this for 10 years. But even if you know, what can you possibly do? Report me? Maybe your father already knows I'm the culprit, but what can he do about it? Don't you forget, my mother is Libra, the head of the 12 zodiacs and the most powerful saint. Faced with such a deranged madman, Shankai had no desire to waste any more time with him. He immediately drove his head forward in a powerful headbutt. Yinshu had no time to react and was knocked out cold. Shankai decided to grab the magic book and escape before he woke up. That's when he spotted the Libra sacred artifact in Yinshu's hand. He immediately realized that Yinshu must have used it to resurrect the bloodlight mist. This thing had to be useful for destroying it as well. He then used the magic book to open a teleportation gate directly to the battlefield. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Yugo was leading everyone in an arrow assault against the bloodlight mist. The Toad of Misfortune quickly wrapped itself in a defensive cocoon of roots. However, the very next second, a swift beam of light sliced right through them. It was Jian, using OPHIUCHUS' skill, Abyss Slasher. But immediately after, a root shot out and pierced straight through Jian's arm. He merely frowned, then he activated his super regeneration skill. A moment later, a massive swarm of roots surged toward Jian. In the heat of the moment, Yugo rushed to his side, incinerating the attacking roots. Jian, his arm already fully healed, threw a punch with all his strength, once again shattering the Toad of Misfortune into a million pieces. But immediately after, the shattered remains of the Toad of Misfortune began to pull themselves back together, instantly reforming into its completely unharmed state. If they kept this up, the two of them would eventually be worn down by this monster. So, Jian directly activated his skill, using his 13th sense to pinpoint its weak spot. To Jian's shock, the creature actually possessed 3 distinct energy cores. Of the 3, the most active one was relentlessly siphoning souls and life force being channeled from the barrier. Realizing this horrifying truth, he rushed to warn Yuo. The city's protective shield had turned into a cage, trapping everyone inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Yugo ordered everyone to tear down the barrier. But out of nowhere, massive tree roots erupted from the ground, ensnaring the entire Sagittarius team. The Toad Disaster Misfortune let out a monstrous roar, and countless crimson orbs began to materialize along the roots. These orbs were the very souls of the victims, now puppets of the Toad Disaster. The captured souls drifted menacingly toward the Sagittarius team while, at the same time, Shankai's situation took a sharp turn when the Libra artifact rerouted his teleportation, dropping him right in front of an enormous, bizarre tree. There, he witnessed countless unconscious people having their life force violently drained by its roots. Shankai instantly realized this grotesque tree was concealed behind the Virgo emblem. This tree had to be the central hub powering the blood-red mist. He immediately funneled his remaining mana into a single, devastating punch that manifested as a steel-armored warrior. The impact obliterated half of the grotesque tree. At that moment, Shankai couldn't contain his boiling rage any longer. This monstrous thing was the reason his mother was still in a coma. It had stolen most of his father's divine power, turning him into a public disgrace. It was responsible for Uncle Swan's death and for the slaughter of so many innocent people. This one entity had shattered countless families. Fueled by this righteous fury, Shankai's next powerful blow landed, crippling the bizarre red tree even further. Miles away on the main battlefield, the Toad Disaster Misfortune suddenly jolted, as if it had been struck by lightning. It sensed that its control hub hidden within the city was taking damage. Abandoning the fight, it barreled toward the city's barrier. Yuo, seeing the creature's sudden panic, immediately guessed that a critical weak point had been hit. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and poured his magical energy into it. Then, before the beast could even react, the golden arrow tore straight through its head. 3 more arrows quickly followed, pinning the monster to the ground. In the next instant, several golden ropes materialized to bind it securely. Meanwhile, back with Shankai, after he unleashed everything he had, the tree finally disintegrated. As the bizarre tree was obliterated, the city's barrier began to shatter. Having successfully destroyed the Toad Disaster's power source, Shankai collapsed to the ground, completely spent. A second later, scorching flames erupted, lighting up the entire sky. Then, a terrifying inferno surged directly toward him. A protective energy shield flared to life around Shankai's body. It was the Snake Spirit Shield, a skill activated by his Ophiuchus artifact. When the fiery wave finally subsided, the entire city had been reduced to smoldering ruins. The source of that devastating attack was none other than the Toad Disaster Misfortune. It had now transformed into a raging, fiery toad. The beast had used its tracking eye skill to pinpoint the one who had foiled its plans. Wasting no time, it had rushed straight to him. Realizing his son was the target, Yugo teleported in front of Shankai in a flash, taking the full force of the brutal attack. But now, the monster had him in its grasp, draining his divine power. His consciousness began to fade, and he felt himself slipping into an endless, dark abyss. But then, a dazzling light pierced the darkness, and long-forgotten memories came flooding back into his mind. "Honey, we haven't taken a family picture in forever. Let's go take one. Wow, honey, you look so adorable in that outfit." The memory sparked a fire within him. Yugo grit his teeth and snapped back to consciousness. He absolutely could not give up. His family and Jian were all counting on him. He was so close to reclaiming everything. Just as Yugo was about to grasp the energy core, a system prompt chimed in his mind. "Great Lord of Light, you have made contact with fragments of the Sagittarius sacred god. The fragments desire to return to their power source on the other side. Just then, Li Jian burst from beneath the rubble, brandishing his dual blades as he charged straight for the toad disaster. He unleashed a powerful blade storm, ripping a massive gash in the creature's belly. Spotting Yugo struggling inside, Li Jian dove in without a second thought, yelling, "You idiot, how much longer are you gonna nap in there? We've got a ton of stuff to do." But the moment they were clear, Yugo collapsed, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Li Jian had no choice but to activate his 13th sense skill to get a read on him. He discovered that the energy Yugo had just reclaimed was slowly fusing with his body. The power was tainted by the toad disaster misfortune, causing a slight rejection, but luckily, the impact wasn't anything serious. He ordered Shankai to watch over Yugo while he jumped back into the fray. The toad disaster misfortune started to panic, sensing Li Jian's resolve. Li Jian leaped straight onto its head, summoned his warhammer, and brought it crashing down directly on the toad disaster misfortune's energy crystal core. Knowing it was about to die, the creature decided to take them all down with it. But Li Jian just laughed. Yugo might be a bit of a blockhead, but he's definitely not weak. Just as several giant rocks were about to pulverize the father and son, a scorching fire tornado suddenly engulfed the entire sky. It was the fully recovered Yugo, unleashing the royal skill of Sagittarius, the sun god ring. The blazing firestorm instantly condensed high in the atmosphere, turning the massive rocks into nothing but ash. The news reporters broadcasting from a safe distance were completely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, while the Libra saint watching the feed frowned intensely. The crazed toad disaster misfortune tried once more to seize Sagittarius's divine power. A massive tangle of roots scrambled wildly toward the figure in the sky, but Yugo merely raised a single hand. "Pesky roots, get lost." Suddenly, massive waves of golden light poured down from the heavens, instantly turning the pitch-black night into broad daylight. This was the Sagittarius skill, Sky Radiance. Seeing this, Li Jian let out a small laugh and immediately used his exchange skill, thinking, "Since things have already gotten to this point, I'll let Yugo be the one to end this." At that very moment, Yugo drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his mind flashing back to images of Shankai crying as a little boy. The boy always believed it was his fault. If only he hadn't been crying, they would have left the waiting room earlier, and then Mom and Uncle Xuan wouldn't have been injured, and his dad wouldn't have lost to that monster. Yugo had always wanted to tell him, "Shankai, none of this was ever your fault." Then, with a thunderous explosion, the toad disaster misfortune was completely annihilated within the blood mist. Staring at the ruined city and the new 100-meter deep crater, Li Jian sighed, "I didn't expect the destruction to be this extreme." Yugo managed a faint smile and said, "Thank you, Li Jian." But his expression changed when Li Jian pulled out a glowing orb. Yugo was taken aback and asked, "What is that?" Li Jian replied, "I'm not exactly sure myself. I found it inside the toad disaster misfortune's crystal core." He then activated his divine eye to inspect it, discovering a massive number of souls sealed inside. As he infused it with Ophiuchus's divine power, the orb began to fracture. In a flash, countless orbs of light shot off in every direction. Li Jian explained, "These are all the souls that were devoured by the toad disaster misfortune. They're now returning to their bodies and will awaken soon." Hearing this, Shankai asked excitedly, "Does that mean Mom and Uncle Xuan will wake up too?" Li Jian smiled, "They will. And happy birthday, Shankai." Meanwhile, in another location, upon hearing Yinshu's report, a man furiously smashed a bottle against his own head. He then stomped on Yinshu's face, sneering, "You couldn't even handle a simple job like that. Absolutely useless." This man was none other than the eldest son of the Libra saint, Yinshu's brother, Yin Taiyu. Back on the battlefield, everyone was occupied with the cleanup after the bloodlight mist incident, while Li Jian checked his Ophiuchus panel. By successfully resolving the bloodlight mist crisis, his power trial was finally complete, and he received the reward of having his body transformed into a divine one. However, the enhancement process would come with some side effects. This entire mission against the bloodlight mist was also officially recorded in the sacred scripture of Ophiuchus. To Li Jian's shock, he found fragments of the short sword embedded in the blood mist's crystal core. This proved that whoever stabbed him in the demon tower was part of the same organization controlling the toad disaster misfortune. This discovery lined up perfectly with the intelligence he had previously gotten from Qinming. The Virgo treasury was known to contain a large amount of equipment with that exact energy signature. But even though all the clues pointed to Virgo, it all seemed a bit too convenient. Li Jian decided that no matter what, he was going to deal with them first. He was all set to leave with Yugo, but Yugo stopped him, saying, "You should rest a little longer. Not all of us are invincible like you." Li Jian grumbled, "You guys are all too soft, always whining about being tired." He then asked Yugo why he wasn't going back with Shankai, but Yugo simply smiled in response. He felt completely unworthy of facing his wife and Xuan right now, especially after what Shankai had just revealed, proving that both Virgo and Libra were deeply corrupt. Yugo steeled his resolve. He had to find the mastermind behind this whole mess, no matter what it took. Li Jian then turned to the others and ordered, "All of you, go back now. Against Virgo, you'll just be in the way." At his words, everyone's shoulders slumped in disappointment. But then Li Jian pointed to one person and said, "You, however, can stay." Gute was absolutely thrilled, assuming Li Jian had finally recognized his skills as the Sagittarius team leader. In reality, Li Jian just needed someone to handle the grunt work. It was far too risky for Shankai to return by himself, especially since the current climate was full of extremists, just looking to start trouble. As Yuguo grew restless over the situation, Li Jian pulled out a silver coin. He recalled giving Shankai one just like it as a birthday gift before he departed. You see, Li Jian's divine eye skill had revealed that Shankai's faith in Ophiuchus had skyrocketed to an incredible 300%. All he needed to do was pass Ophiuchus's trial. Once he did, he would become a true follower of Ophiuchus and be granted divine power. That silver coin was the very key to it all. Meanwhile, over at the Virgo Council, a man was frantically relaying a message. Their original plan was perfect, eliminate Li Jian and Sagittarius, and frame the Virgo Saint for it all. But now, the Saint was on his way back, but before he could even finish, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed from outside. A moment later, a newcomer burst through the sealed doors, demanding answers. What in the world is going on? Why did a catastrophe of that magnitude strike Virgo territory? And how was it Li Jian who ended up resolving it? This newcomer was none other than the Virgo Saint, Kevin R. They've dared to trespass in my domain, he declared. Then let's give them an all-out war. With murderous looks, several of his followers prepared to move out. The man in glasses stepped forward, saying, "My lord, allow me to lead. I have a good idea of where Li Jian and his group are headed." As he spoke, a pair of contact lenses materialized in his hand. Back on the other end of the line, the conspirator was stunned. He never imagined Kevin would return so soon, nor that he'd be so fixated on Li Jian. It was time to accelerate the next phase of the plan. Just then, a man approached Li Jian, claiming he had a special request. This was Perio, the head of the Virgo Inquisition. He got straight to the point. "Lord Li Jian, we need you to eliminate the Virgo Saint." He explained that Virgo had descended into chaos. Kevin is acting like a complete tyrant and has lost all authority. The Inquisition can no longer stand by and has decided to end his reign. Furthermore, he's been hoarding your sacred artifact, Tiangong's verdict, for himself. That is why we've come to you, my lord, to ask for your help. By the time Perio finished, Li Jian had already taken out all the Virgo guardians and was about to enter the warehouse. Just then, Kevin finally made his appearance. "At last, I found you, Li Jian," he sneered. "And you traitors are with him, scheming to use him to get rid of me." Perio's heart skipped a beat, thinking, he knows. But Kevin's attention was immediately drawn to his subordinates, lying broken on the ground. He was completely stunned. His shock instantly twisted into pure rage as he roared, "Who did this?" In unison, every one of Perio's men pointed directly at Li Jian. A dark grin spread across Kevin's face. "Well, Li Jian, now I have one more reason to kill you." Without another word, Kevin drew his sword and charged straight for Li Jian. The timing was terrible, as Li Jian's body was still in the middle of its transformation into a divine physique. This meant most of his power was sealed away. The moment Kevin unleashed his Frost Winter sword, a crippling chill spread through Li Jian, and his limbs began to freeze over. Just as the blade was about to make contact, blood sprayed into the air. But the sword had struck Perio, not Li Jian. In a flash, Li Jian appeared right beside the two of them. He sent them both flying with a single, powerful blow. Li Jian had seen through Perio's deception from the very beginning with his divine eye. The man's faith in Virgo was a measly 3%. In contrast, his faith in Libra was a staggering 97%. Yuguo then taunted Kevin, "You betrayed Li Jian in the Demon Tower all those years ago. Now you've been betrayed by your own man. Tell me, how does it feel?" Kevin stared back, genuinely confused. "Betrayed Li Jian? What are you even talking about?" Yuguo shot back, "Don't play dumb. You're the one who stabbed him in the Demon Tower and shoved him into the abyss." Convinced Yuguo was just spouting nonsense, Kevin opened his mouth to argue, but in the next instant, he found himself completely frozen, unable to move a muscle. Golden ropes had wrapped themselves tightly around his right arm and his sword. The one behind the attack was Perio, who now held Libra's sacred object, the Golden Rule Cross Scales. Kevin had sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. His entire arm was already bound by the ropes, leaving him no room to escape. In that desperate moment of crisis, he had no choice but to sever his own arm and leap from the scales. Perio was momentarily stunned before erupting into manic laughter. Even though he couldn't use Kevin as the full sacrifice, the Saint's arm would still be enough to cast the skill. Besides, torturing Kevin slowly later would be far more amusing. With the severed arm as the offering, a black hole materialized on the other end of the scale. Lion and the others moved to stop him, but it was too late. A bizarre dimension suddenly descended upon them. Gigantic skeletal claws burst from the ground on both sides, and looming before them was a 100-meter-tall altar. Perio looked down on Lian and his crew, chuckling, "Welcome to the graveyard I've prepared just for you." The Virgo team immediately charged forward to purge the traitors for their holy lord, but a second later, they froze in place, realizing they couldn't feel the divine power granted to them by their deity. Even their own holy lord, Kevin, had been completely disconnected from his deity. Not only that, but Yugo and the other Sagittarius members also found they couldn't draw upon the power granted by their own deity. Perio laughed wildly. "This is a sealed, independent space. You can't receive any power from the deities here." After his declaration, he commanded the monster hands to attack everyone. Lian couldn't care less, hoisting his hammer and charging forward. Seeing this, Perio immediately brandished the sacred artifact in his hand. A moment later, a spatial rift tore open in the void. Then, even more monsters, shaped like hands, began to crawl through the tier, instantly swarming toward Lian and pinning him down. Perio assumed these monster hands would make quick work of Lian, but unexpectedly, no matter how many hands piled on, they couldn't take him down. Lian laughed, taunting, "You're so naive. You think this is enough to threaten me?" The moment he finished speaking, the entire space fractured with several cracks. Beams of light shot through, piercing the strange hands, as Lion's body erupted in an intensely dazzling blue light. Meanwhile, back with Shankai, he was watching as people in the hospital, who had been in comas for 10 years due to the bloodlight mist, started waking up one by one. A smile crept onto Shankai's face. He began to wonder if his mother and Uncle Xuan had also awakened, but a sudden commotion snapped him out of his thoughts. The source of the trouble was a man with his foot planted on a newly awakened patient. Spotting Shankai, he said, "So, you're here, huh? I've been looking all over for you." The newcomer was Yin Taiyu, Yinshi's brother and the eldest son of the Libra Saint. With that, he channeled magic into his hand and struck. The attack came without warning. Shankai could only mobilize what little remaining power he had to defend himself, since he had depleted most of his magic destroying the Toad of Misfortune's energy hub. Not yet recovered, Shankai was instantly sent flying, heavily injured, and crashed right through the wall of a hospital room, the very room where his mother was resting. After Yintayu snatched the magical book, Shankai had no strength left to resist. Yintayu raised one hand, preparing to finish Shankai off, saying, "Go reunite with your mother in hell." As he spoke, the floor beneath them collapsed, sending Shankai and his mother plummeting from the hospital. With no magic power left, he was completely helpless. His thoughts raced. Every time he had faced danger before, his uncle, his sister, or his father had been there to save him. But this time, with no one to help, what could he do? Seeing his comatose mother falling with him, Shankai immediately held her tight. He resolved, "I can't give up. I can only rely on myself now. This time, I will protect my mother." At that very moment, a mysterious voice echoed in Shankai's ear, "Master of Ophiuchus, welcome. Your indomitable spirit has now qualified you for the Ophiuchus entry test. Do you accept?" At this point, Shankai didn't care about anything else. As long as he could protect his mother, he was willing to do absolutely anything. The very next second, the divine power of Ophiuchus filled his entire body. He and his mother landed safely. Having gained this new power, Shankai immediately shot back up and threw a punch at Yintayu. With just a single punch, Yintayu was knocked out cold. Shankai declared, "I've had enough of all this. I won't lose any more family members, not my mother, and not Uncle Xuan." He made a vow that from now on, he would protect everyone himself. Then, the mysterious voice spoke again. "You have passed the test. The first saint of Ophiuchus is born." At that very same moment, a new chapter was added to the Bible, the Gospel of Lian. This came after Lian gained his first saint, Tian. The verdict was in. Lai's invincible warrior spirit was unleashed once more, as the divine power of the Ophiuchus Holy Spirit exploded outward. Just by getting reacquainted with his old gear, the ground for several kilometers around him instantly split apart, creating a bottomless chasm that shocked everyone present. Witnessing this incredible power, Perio collapsed to the ground in utter despair. Lai just smirked and said, "What's wrong? Done struggling already? And here I thought you were one of Libra's big shot lackeys." Even a bug would squirm a little. But as Lai closed in, Perio activated the Libra sacred object once more, commanding the monsters to rush toward him. Lai let out a wild laugh. Now that's more like it. But as he annihilated swaths of monsters, the sealed-off pocket dimension began to sustain serious damage. Seeing Lai's relentless energy, Perio couldn't believe things had turned out this way. Just as he was about to bolt, Kevin raised his sword to cut him down. But in the next instant, a strange black mist intercepted the blade. The dark haze then coalesced into a human form, revealing itself to be the cancer saint, Luis Moran. He shot Perio a mocking look and taunted, "Didn't you promise you'd eliminate them? Or were you just planning to run away?" At that moment, Perio was completely under his control, able to do nothing but watch as events unfolded. Luis said, "All right, I'll give you one last chance." With that, Luis Moran took direct control of Perio's body, forcing him to use Libra's equivalent exchange skill. Perio then transformed into a nightmarish disaster, a creature made of countless writhing monster hands. Lai realized that his body's enhancement level had reached 85%. He also found that once he passed the 80% mark, the negative side effects of the enhancement vanished. He wanted to test just how much power he now possessed after being enhanced so close to a divine state. However, the moment he unleashed just half of his strength, he stopped dead in his tracks. Meanwhile, outside the Virgo temple, Qinming showed up after getting a message from Lai. He assumed that Saint Kevin and Lai were still duking it out inside the temple. But in the very next second, the entire temple was blown to smithereens. When the dust finally settled, it wasn't just the temple that was gone. The entire sacred land of Virgo had been turned into a crater. Lai was stunned, thinking, if this is the power at just 85% enhancement, what's going to happen at 100%? It looks like getting this power under control is going to take some work. A furious Kevin stood nearby and yelled, "Lai, you absolute maniac, look at the mess you've made." Elsewhere, the cancer saint was standing like a servant, getting chewed out by a superior. The figure above him said, "Not only did you fail the mission, but you let them see you." Luis Moran shot back, "Weren't you the one who ordered me to capture Lai? I was just trying my best to follow your request." The other person retorted, "Are you challenging my authority?" With that, they raised a single finger, and instantly, several golden chains shot out and shackled Luis Moran, forcing him to his knees. Terrified, he quickly tried to explain, "How could I possibly dare to be disrespectful to you?" The figure replied, "I certainly hope this cooperative attitude of yours ensures you succeed next time." This person was none other than the Libra saint, Giselle Lawrence. She then asked Luis Moran about his next plan. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Luis quickly explained, "Kevin will do everything in his power to prove he's innocent, which means their next destination has to be the Scorpio Temple." Meanwhile, after Lai and his friends dealt with the traitor in the Virgo Temple, Kevin, determined to prove his own innocence, claimed that the one who attacked Lai in the Devil's Tower 20 years ago had to be the Scorpio Saint. To back up his claim, he led Lai and the group to a secret underground warehouse beneath the Virgo Temple. Inside was evidence he had discovered while investigating Scorpio 5 years prior. The weapon stored there bore the exact same runes and aura as the blade that had wounded Lai. Kevin was certain this proved Scorpio had deep ties to the ones threatening humanity. But Lu Hei, who suddenly appeared on the scene, wasn't buying it. Lu Hei explained that she'd been staying with a Scorpio saint, Haley, who had helped her a great deal. She refused to believe that Haley would ever harm her uncle Lai. In the middle of their argument, Li's stomach let out a loud growl. A short while later, the group found themselves at a restaurant, where Lu Hei handed Lai a pen that radiated the aura of Ophiuchus. She said Haley had entrusted her with giving it to him. To his surprise, the pen bore the mark of the recorder. This was a huge deal, as the final part of Lie's Ophiuchus trial was the trial of wisdom, which required him to find a recorder who could document the true history of Ophiuchus. The big question on his mind was why on earth Haley would have something so important. Just then, Qinming snapped Lie out of his thoughts, reporting, "I've confirmed the identity of all the items in that warehouse. They are." It was a perfect match for the dagger that hurt Li Jian, and several were linked to Scorpio. Li Jian got the feeling this was all a setup, like someone was pulling the strings and leading them on. Right from the get-go, every piece of evidence pointed straight at Virgo, which naturally made him start giving Kevin the side-eye. Even though he couldn't prove it, Li Jian had a gut feeling that Kevin wasn't the real mastermind. Just as Kevin said, if he couldn't beat Li Jian in a straight-up fight, all this sneaky backstabbing would be completely pointless to him. He asked Li Jian what his next move was. Li Jian replied, "Since all the clues are screaming that Scorpio is involved, I also need to figure out why she had He bring me this pen. Shankai just became my saint disciple, so it looks like I won't be seeing him for a bit." Hearing this, he and Yuguo were completely floored. Yuguo stammered, "Li Jian, what did you just say?" Li Jian just chuckled and repeated, "Shankai is my saint disciple now, and he's my very first one." However, in the next second, an even more intense, frosty vibe came from behind them. He muttered, "Why wasn't it me? I guess Uncle Li doesn't feel like explaining himself. I'll just ask Shankai." She then whipped out her phone and fired off a text. "Shankai, how could you betray your sister like this? You stole Uncle Li Jian's first time." Meanwhile, over on Shankai's end, right after he had taken down Yin Tailu, someone appeared out of thin air, startling him. The figure commented, "You really are something else, Shankai, to be able to defeat the eldest son of the Libra Saint." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's disguise melted away, revealing his true form. It was none other than the Gemini Saint leader, Kui Shen. Without wasting a second, he started channeling magical power through his tome and, in a flash, summoned a squad of Gemini disciples to surround Shankai. "You're coming with us," Kui Shen declared, then ordered everyone to use Gemini's soul summoning technique. Shankai just laughed and shot back, "Bring it on. I'm a whole lot stronger now." As a massive purple magic circle flared to life, a huge amount of magical energy poured into it, even siphoning away Shankai's own power. In the blink of an eye, an elderly, white-haired man with deer antlers shot out of the magic circle. The moment Kui Shen saw him, he broke out in a cold sweat. How can it be him? This was a being that not even the Holy Lord could command. This old man was the most powerful elf in all of history, the very first elf king, Elysium. It turned out Kui Shen's whole plan was to grab Shankai and grill him for information on the whereabouts of the Gemini Saint, Heike, but they never in a million years expected that the combat elf their combined magic would summon was the legendary Elysium himself. Kui Shen couldn't figure out how this god-tier being could have possibly been called forth. Even with all their power pooled together, summoning the first elf king should have been impossible. The legendary king spoke, "I did indeed sense the Gemini's summoning signal, but it was this young man's aura that truly drew me here." He then turned to Shankai and asked, "What holy god's aura do you possess?" "It's one I've never encountered before, but this aura is incredibly powerful. I wish to align myself with you now." Shankai was stunned. He was part of Ophiuchus, under Li Jian's command. Hearing this, Kui Shen was completely panicked and beyond surprised. He yelled out desperately, "First Elf King, you can't do this. You are the attribute deity of Gemini." Elysium simply retorted, "And why not? My connection to the Gemini holy god was severed long ago. Your own holy lord has vanished. What reason is there to remain with Gemini?" A single, sharp glare from the Elf King was enough to make Kui Shen tremble from head to toe. Realizing the first Elf King was now his ally, Shankai felt a new surge of confidence. But just a moment later, Shankai froze. He couldn't feel a single drop of magical power inside him, and then a notification sounded in his head. "Your Ophiuchus divine power has been depleted." Shankai was totally confused. How could this happen? The Elf King remarked, "That massive surge of magical power that drew me here, that wasn't all from you, was it?" Shankai shot back, "If you knew that, why don't you help me fix this?" The Elf King actually blushed a little and said, "Well, we're not quite at that stage in our relationship yet. We haven't formed a contract, after all." Hearing this, Kui Shen started laughing. "Shankai, just give up on making a contract with the first Elf King. It's not too late to surrender and come with us." But in the very next instant, a figure burst right through the wall, charging straight for him. Before Kui Shen could even blink, he was violently slammed into the ground. When he looked up to see his attacker, Shankai was in total shock. The newcomer yelled, "Who dares to threaten young Master Shankai? You're not leaving this place." This was the first saint leader of the Archer constellation, who had been asleep for 10 years, Li Xuan. The Gemini crew was definitely intimidated, but they figured it was still just 2 people against their whole group, so they believed they still had the advantage in numbers. But just then, more figures dropped from the sky. It was the entire elite force of the Archer constellation, fresh from their battle with the Blood Mist. Shankai was stunned to see them all show up out of nowhere. The cornered members of Gemini were absolutely terrified, but in the next instant, someone cast a teleportation spell, whisking all the Gemini members to safety. Once they were gone, Shankai let out a huge sigh of relief. Then, a voice called out, "It's been a while, young Master Shankai." That voice, both familiar and distant, could only belong to Uncle Xuan. Shankai was too overjoyed for words. It was incredible that Uncle Xuan was finally awake. But then, another voice, laced with a very different emotion, cut through the air. Shankai froze solid. It was Luhi, and she asked, "What? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you do something behind my back? I already know you became Uncle Li Jian's saint disciple, and the very first one." At that, Li Xuan quickly jumped in to deflect the tension, saying, "It's good to see you, Miss Luhi. I have awakened." Luhi was completely taken aback by Li Xuan's sudden appearance. She gasped, "Oh my gosh, Uncle Xuan, you're really awake." And just like that, Shankai was momentarily saved from his sister's grilling. This also gave the Elf King the chance to finalize his contract with Shankai, officially making him the attribute deity of Ophiuchus. With the Fairy King's help restoring his magical power, Shankai immediately made a run for it. Lu He spotted him and took off in hot pursuit, yelling, "Get back here." Shankai just laughed and shot back, "You already beat me by being born first. I'm not letting you beat me to becoming Uncle Saint disciple, too." But as he landed, Shankai stopped dead in his tracks, just staring straight ahead. Lu He thought he might have hurt himself during the jump, but when she followed his gaze, she froze too. There, a nurse was speaking with a patient, and that patient was their mother. Their mother looked at them and said, "You've both grown up so much. Have you been well?" Meanwhile, after hearing that his wife had woken up from a 10-year coma, Yugo was ecstatic, but his joy turned to pure rage when he heard that Gemini and Yin Taiyu had been giving Shankai a hard time. As Yugo ground his teeth in fury, Li Jian asked, "Who's Yin Taiyu?" Gout explained, "Yin Xiu and Yin Taiyu are both children of the Libra Saint. They're the ones who were really behind the blood mist incident 10 years ago." When Yugo gathered evidence and confronted the Libra Saint, Lawrence just brushed it off, saying, "They're just kids. What do they know? It's normal for them to make a few mistakes." She then warned Yugo to drop the whole thing. She even blackmailed him into taking the fall for the entire blood mist incident, because the blood mist had drained most of Yugo's divine power core, leaving him too weak to bargain with her. Lawrence kept piling on the threats. "You could always reveal the truth and declare war on us," she'd said. "Besides, kids make mistakes. You have children, don't you? You of all people should understand." That blatant threat immediately brought Lu He and Shankai to Yugo's mind. For their sake, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept. After hearing Gout's story, it all finally clicked for Li Jian. He now understood the immense burden his good friend Yugo had been carrying all these years. It was why Shankai and Lu He had to be sent away. The weakened archer constellation just couldn't protect them anymore. Thankfully, Shankai had now found a new home as Li Jian's own saint disciple. Just then, Li Jian glanced at the Ophiuchus panel. With the arrival of its first disciple, the constellation's mission had updated, and the Ophiuchus badge had been generated. The mission: designate one person with a rank of at least SS as the Ophiuchus saint. Li Jian's eyes then landed on Yugo, who had just gotten off the phone. Yugo felt a little uneasy under that intense stare, wondering what was up. Li Jian then asked, "Hey, you, how would you like to be a saint in my constellation?" The sudden offer completely threw Yugo for a loop. "What? Me? Become times your times saint?" But in the next second, the archer holy god materialized out of thin air. He glared daggers at Li Jian and demanded, "Are you trying to poach my people?" Li Jian just laughed it off. "Hey, take it easy. I was just kidding." After calming the holy god down and sending him on his way, Kevin started looking annoyed. He complained that Li Jian hadn't even offered the position to him, so Li Jian shot back, "Oh, so you're interested?" Kevin just laughed smugly. "In your dreams. I'd never join." He even stuck out his left hand to rub it in. That earned him a flurry of playful punches from Li Jian. As the two of them were laughing and roughhousing, the preparations for the teleportation array were finally complete. Because of the disaster-level misfortune monsters in the area, they couldn't set up a direct portal to Scorpio just yet. Their first stop would have to be Leo. First, then head to Scorpio's territory. As they stood on the teleportation circle, Yugo pointed at Kevin and asked, "Hey, why are you tagging along with us?" Kevin replied, "If anyone else defeats Lion, I won't be happy about it. The first person to take down Lion has to be me. So until that day comes, I'm eliminating all other possibilities." When they arrived in the Leo constellation's domain in Country M, they were left speechless by a gigantic statue of Mark. The guy was clearly living in his own little world. I mean, self-admiration has its limits, but a wave of approaching cheers caught Leon's attention. "Welcome to Country M, Leon. The Leo constellation saint, Stephen Mark, invites you." Leon sneered. "And why should I go?" Kevin chimed in with his own objections. When the welcoming party saw who was flanking Leon, several of them froze and whispered, "Just as you'd expect from Leon. He's even got two powerful saints acting as his personal guards." A guy nearby, assuming they were scared of the Leo Holy Lord, started yelling for everyone to stand together. But the words were barely out of his mouth before he was kicked and knocked out cold. Another man quickly helped up the unconscious fella and began begging Leon for mercy before handing over a formal invitation. Meanwhile, at the Leo constellation headquarters, Stephen Mark was shouting in shock. "What? You're telling me I have to fight Leon?" The leader of the Leo Saints explained, "Holy Lord, relax. All you have to do is show up." But inside, Mark was panicking, knowing full well he was no match for Leon. The saint leader continued, "Holy Lord, I know everything. When you went after Thousand Claws last time, Leon ambushed you, didn't he? It must be because Lion's still holding a grudge over that loss from 30 years ago, so he's out for revenge." But Mark couldn't exactly explain his real frustration. He knew his own limits. The moment he heard that the media and guests would be attending, Mark started trembling. He instantly suspected this guy was setting him up to ruin him and take his spot. Furious, Mark stood up to walk out. The saint leader was about to call after him when Mark roared, "What? Do you need to ask for permission when I go to the bathroom too?" But after Mark left, the saint leader revealed a sinister smile. Not long after, Leanne and Mark arrived at the battle arena. What gave Mark some relief was that he had just managed to work out a deal with Lion. Although he had no clue why Lion wanted to test the abilities of these people, they had agreed to end the match in a draw, which was a perfect outcome for Mark. But then a video clip flashed on the giant screen, causing an uproar throughout the entire venue. It was footage from 30 years ago, showing the moment Leon deliberately lost to Mark. Anxious and flustered, Mark rushed to tell Leon he had nothing to do with this, but Leon said, "I took your money and threw the match for you, and you're still showing it off like a trophy?" Mark shot back, "I paid 50 billion for it, why can't I?" Mark immediately realized he'd said too much as the crowd erupted in astonished whispers. Kevin was shaking with pure rage. Yugo confirmed, It's exactly as you heard. Lion had donated that 50 billion to disaster relief funds. Kevin roared. He's willing to waste his time fighting this clown, but he always refuses my challenges? He charged forward with his long sword drawn. Hugo quickly yelled for Kevin to stop. The Leo Constellation Group, misinterpreting the situation, thought the main event was starting. So, they also rushed forward to support their holy lord. As countless spectators flooded the stage, the fighting arena instantly erupted into absolute chaos. But when Mark saw Lian effortlessly take down every single person charging at him, he was completely stunned. Lian then turned to Mark and said, "All right, your turn. If you hadn't provoked me with that old footage, I might have actually let you off easy." Hearing that, Mark immediately channeled all his magical power and charged straight at Leon. Unexpectedly, Leon just met him with a single punch to the face, sending him flying backward. Before Mark could even recover, Leon's fists were already coming at him again. In an instant, dozens of punches landed squarely on Mark's face. Just as he was about to give up, Kevin finally saw his chance and rushed in, shouting about how he was supposed to be Leon's opponent. Suddenly, two figures flew toward them. It was Oliver, the Leo Constellation leader, who had just been beaten senseless by Lu Hai. He landed with a heavy thud. Then, Oliver, who had been a man, suddenly transformed into a woman. She had used the Pisces transformation technique. She was actually the SS rank Pisces saint, Celia. Seeing this, Kevin shook with anger. Every single time he tried to fight Leon, he was interrupted. Frustrated, he thrust his sword into the ground, but a voice cried out. By the time he noticed, it was too late. His sword had pierced clean through someone's chest. And by a terrible coincidence, this entire scene was being broadcast live to the world. In a shocking turn of events, all eyes fell on Virgo St. Kevin. Kevin was freaking out, clueless as to what was going on, but what happened next left him stunned. The man he'd just stabbed asked, "How did you find me out, Kevin Azar?" And then the imposter's body began to glow with a blinding light. Recognizing the voice, Lian ground his teeth in fury, snarling, "It's you again, you useless waste, Giselle Lawrence." The man stood up stiffly, just like a puppet, as the symbol of Libra materialized behind him. The puppet then spoke, "Long time no see. I really didn't expect you to make it out of the Devil's Tower alive." Lian shot back with a taunt of his own. "Whether it's the Virgo incident or the blood mist, your schemes are just as pathetic as they've always been." The puppet, under Lawrence's control, narrowed its eyes and sneered. "And what if they are? That's exactly why I was hoping I'd never have to see your face again." Then, the puppet turned its attention to Kevin, saying, "Tell me, Kevin, why was your sword so useless when you plunged it into Lian's heart back then?" Kevin absolutely blew up, shouting, "Lawrence, what kind of game are you playing now? Are you still trying to set me up?" The puppet just laughed. "Don't even try to deny it. Weren't you the one bragging about how you were going to kill Leon?" But before it could say another word, a massive tornado of fire suddenly swallowed it whole. The one who attacked was Hugo, who warned, "Kevin, get a grip. Don't let him get inside your head. Have you still not figured out what the people from Libra are like?" With a simple wave of its hand, the puppet snuffed out the flames. Kevin saw his chance and charged in, but his sword couldn't even scratch it. The puppet taunted, "Hugo, even with your power back, a little fire like that isn't nearly enough to burn me, and you're going to need a sharper blade than that, Kevin." Just then, a symbol on the puppet's forehead drew everyone's gaze, a divine mark, a special brand granted by the holy gods to their followers. Followers bearing this divine mark could channel the holy gods, wielding power on par with a saint. This meant the puppet was now nearly as powerful as Giselle Lawrence in the flesh. While everyone was frozen, unsure of what to do, Lian brought his blade crashing down. The puppet scoffed, "Unless you can summon a holy god, you're just." But it never finished its sentence. The chain of the mark shattered instantly as Lian sliced it clean in two. Elsewhere, Lawrence was in disbelief, never imagining Lian could actually sever a divine seat mark. But then, she started to laugh. With Leon possessing this kind of power, her upcoming plans were about to get a whole lot more interesting. As Leon shattered the divine seat mark, he also managed to learn the technique himself. With his opponent, Mark, knocked out cold, Louis, the vice-holy lord of Leo, declared Leon the winner on the spot. As Leon accepted the crowd's cheers, Kevin turned to Hugo, asking curiously, 20 years ago, Leon didn't have the backing of a holy god, did he?" Hugo looked confused. "What are you getting at?" Kevin explained. "Jian just destroyed a divine seat mark using only his own strength. He doesn't serve a holy god, yet he's stronger than any saint. Could it be that he's a new constellation holy god himself?" Meanwhile, Shankai, who was hiding in the bushes, was spotted by a young boy and took off running in a panic. Other saint groups were hunting him down to try and suppress Leon's newly established OPHIUCHUS constellation. As the very first disciple, Shankai had a huge target on his back. While on the run, he spotted a fallen silver coin that was glowing strangely. The very next moment, Hugo was violently teleported to his location by Lian. Shankai immediately dove behind his father for cover, yelling, "He must be another assassin sent to kill me." The boy tried to explain, "I didn't do anything," but the father and son weren't buying it. As the three of them argued, the dark night sky suddenly erupted in a shower of light. And then, the archer holy god, Apollo, materialized in the sky. His piercing gaze locked right on the boy. No one ever expected a holy god to get involved. "You made the first move, so don't blame me for what comes next." The boy's eyes flashed with a red light. In an instant, he summoned the Archer Constellation's Bible. Then, he began to write in it, "The night has withdrawn its grace of light. Humans beneath the night sky shall receive no such blessing." However, just a moment later, the Archer holy god completely vanished from the sky. Hugo, furious, demanded of the boy, "What did you just do?" The boy just laughed. "How can the sun show up at night? I just sent the holy god home." It turns out this kid with these insane abilities was none other than Scorpio's recorder, Eugene. He then started to alter the Archer Constellation's Bible once more. Suddenly, an immense spiritual pressure slammed down on Hugo, forcing him to his knees. Staring at the book in the boy's hand, Hugo had a flash of recognition. It was the sacred Bible that the holy gods themselves often read. That was a text that only a holy god should have been able to read. How was this kid doing it? Could he be? It was then that Hugo finally understood. Eugene was literally rewriting the contents of the Bible. The Bible contained the records of the holy gods' deeds, which were essentially myths and legends. These very records would then transform into their attribute-based powers, belonging to the saint group. See, only one kind of person could ever read and write the scripture, the constellation recorder. And the arrogant holy gods, they absolutely refused to let anyone with that kind of power exist. A long, long time ago, the holy gods and attribute deities teamed up to wipe out every single person with recorder abilities. And now, it all clicked for Hugo why that holy god showed up out of nowhere. Just as Eugene was busy gloating, Jian dropped from the sky like a meteor and slammed his foot down, driving Eugene straight into the dirt. The guy was buried so deep you couldn't even dig him out. Jian then glanced over at the roughed-up father and son and said, "Man, I'm just a little late and you guys are already getting pushed around again." And Eugene, still planted under his foot, was completely knocked out. But when he finally came to, he discovered he was all tied up in some kind of slime. Li looked at Eugene with a curious glint in his eye, saying, "Your power is pretty interesting, Mr. Constellation Recorder." The moment he heard the word recorder, Eugene flinched and shot back. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Too bad for him, Jian had already seen through everything with his divine eye. Realizing his cover was blown, Eugene instantly activated a Scorpio skill to make a break for it, zipping away from Jian in a flash. But Eugene knew there was no way he could actually outrun him, so he made a beeline for Hugo and his wife, planning to use them as hostages. However, before Eugene could even get close, Jian had already scooped up Chenju and was out of reach. Eugene was caught off guard, but figured if that's how it was going to be, he might as well fight. As he launched a flurry of vicious attacks, Li's dodges were becoming more and more casual. After a few exchanges, Li just let out a big yawn. This little move sent Eugene into a complete rage. Jian then topped it off by sticking his tongue out to mock him, all while Chenju, who was still being held in Jian's arms, was having the time of her life. Shankai pointed out, "Mom looks really happy." And Chenju explained it was because she's a massive fangirl of Master Jian. Hugo, watching from the side, was definitely not happy about this. He screamed at Jian to let go of his wife immediately. So you had one guy desperately chasing and attacking, another guy dodging like it was nothing while holding someone else's wife, and the third guy just wailing his eyes out. Chenju immediately yelled, "Honey, just hold on a second. If I don't take this chance, when will I ever get to be held by Master Jian again?" Hearing that, Hugo was so heartbroken he coughed up blood. He just collapsed on the ground, sobbing his heart out. Eugene saw his opening and decided to try the same trick he pulled on Hugo earlier. But when the words "unable to view" popped up, he was instantly on high alert. This opponent was a new constellation with no data on file. In the very next second, though, a massive hand came out of nowhere and slammed him face first into the ground. The one who hit him was the attribute deity that Li had tamed earlier. Then, Jian looked down at Eugene and said, "Come join my sacred group and be my recorder." But Eugene wasn't having it. Since that was his answer, Jian just snapped his fingers and made his move. Right as the attribute deity's giant sword was about to come crashing down, a crimson scorpion tail shot out and blocked it. The one who intervened was none other than Haley, the Scorpio saint herself. She looked at Eugene and scolded him, "Always so reckless. Haven't I told you a million times to be more careful? Don't you get how dangerous it is to be this impulsive?" But then, a voice cut in that made Haley jump. "Long time no see." When she spun around, she saw Jian standing right in front of her. The authority god of Scorpio started chewing out Jian for disrespecting his holy lord, but Haley was already a nervous, trembling mess. She quickly whipped her head away, but her face was already beet red. She completely lost her footing and just dropped to her knees. Shankai and Chenju were just watching all this, completely baffled. Eugene could tell something was off, too. How did the powerful Scorpio saint suddenly turn into this? Was this even the same Haley they knew? Haley desperately tried to get her nerves under control. Jian was supposed to be in Leo's territory. What in the world was he doing here? Then she snuck a peek at Jian behind her. For his part, Jian had always thought Haley hated his guts, just like she did 20 years ago. She was always hiding from him whenever they met. So, Jian spoke up. "What are you freaking out for? I still need to ask you some questions." But in Haley's mind, this played out completely differently. Her heart started pounding like a drum, as if Jian was about to confess his love to her. Li grabbed her by the shoulders and told her to chill out, which only made her face turn an even deeper shade of red. Li kept shaking her, telling her to snap out of it. Before he knew it, Haley had fainted dead away with a completely beet red face. Jian just sighed in frustration. "Do you really hate me that much? I guess I can't get any info out of her right now." So, Jian turns to Shankai and says, "Come on over, let me take a look at you." An ecstatic Shankai replies, "All right, uncle, what do I need to do?" he asks. Jian tells him, "Nothing, just get ready for a baptism." You see, after Jian took down that Libra puppet, he didn't just learn the divine mark, he also got a new mission, to baptize his disciples, and the very first one to go through it is set to receive an absolutely massive reward. Shankai insists he's not ready, thinking such a sacred ceremony requires him to at least bathe and change first. However, in the very next second, the baptism ceremony kicks off without warning, and a blinding light erupts. When he opens his eyes again, he's floating in an endless, dark void, where a mysterious voice booms. "Are you the human who wishes to become the first disciple of OPHIUCHUS?" Shankai replies, "Yes, I am ready to follow OPHIUCHUS." The moment the words leave his mouth, a holy, awe-inspiring light shines from behind him. When Shankai turns around, he sees stars suddenly igniting and linking together. As the constellations form, an impossibly massive body begins to take shape. Razor-sharp scales cover its surface, and a moment later, a limitless, towering giant python materializes right in front of him. When the great serpent opens its enormous jaws, a brilliant light floods out, pushing back the darkness. From within the light, a human figure suddenly emerges. Shankai desperately tries to see the person's face, but the blinding glare only reveals a silhouette, an outline that looks just like his uncle Lijian. The figure gives Shankai a single glance before sending several streams of divine power hurtling toward him. The divine energy instantly surges into Shankai's body. Back in the real world, Shankai's eyes snap open. The baptism ceremony was a complete success. Lijian pulls back his hand and smiles. So, how was it? Shankai is absolutely thrilled. He hasn't just awakened as a full-fledged Ophiuchus vanguard, he's now 100% certain that his uncle Lijian is the sacred god Ophiuchus himself. Just then, Haley, having regained consciousness, stumbles to her feet and says, Lijian, congratulations on getting your first disciple. After finishing the baptism for his disciple, both Lijian's baptism and 13th sense skills get an upgrade. He turns his attention to Haley and asks, feeling better now? Then, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes his 13th sense skill directly on her. A terrifying divine pressure washes over the entire area as Lijian reaches out and grabs Haley. Scorpio's attribute deity tries to intervene but is immediately blocked by Lijian's subordinates. Why didn't you dodge? Lijian asks. Haley replies, I'm not conceited enough to think I could evade an attack from a sacred god. And besides, I knew you wouldn't hurt me. Lijian presses. So why does your power carry the stench of some unknown, disastrous misfortune? Have you been keeping the Scorpio sacred god in the dark, too? With her cover blown, Haley comes clean and admits that she does indeed originate from an unknown civilization. However, she insists that she considers herself human and is firmly on Lijian's side. Hearing this, Lijian doesn't seem to doubt her, but when he asks for proof, Haley is completely stumped. Lijian just chuckles and tells his slime to whip up a questionnaire. Looking over the questions, Haley doesn't find them very hard. She quickly starts jotting down her answers, all while Lijian and the slime share a couple of sly grins. Once he gets the completed questionnaire back from Haley, Lijian looks it over carefully. Although she has no idea why he made her fill this thing out, she's curious how he'll use it to judge her true intentions. What she's forgotten, though, is that Lijian owns a pen capable of writing down the absolute truth, and it was Louis who gave him that very pen, at her own request. The moment Haley sees the pen revert to its true form, she gets completely flustered, her face turning beet red. Question 1. What are your thoughts on Lijian? Haley's written answer is comrade, but the truth pen reveals a very different story. Asterisk, asterisk, he's so handsome, I like him so much. That's the real reason I turned my back on the unknown civilization to be with him. Asterisk, asterisk. Question 2. What kind of relationship do you want to have with Lijian? Just as Lijian is about to read the true answer, a mortified Haley lunges forward to stop him, leaving him completely stunned by what he saw. Haley's subordinate chimes in, it's all because of you. Our princess betrayed her entire civilization just to stand with humanity. Haley snaps. That's enough. Grab Eugene. We're leaving. She's way too embarrassed to stick around, but Lijian immediately calls out, and just where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with my questions. The timid Haley had no choice but to obediently stay put and wait. Then, Lian produced the short sword that had once wounded him and demanded, what else can you tell me about the origin of these weapons from the unknown civilization? Haley explained, this is a weapon carrying the power of a monarch's aura. The so-called monarchs are the absolute highest tier of beings in the unknown civilization. They infuse their own power into their weapons, allowing their subordinates to carry out high-stakes elimination missions. Weapons from the unknown civilization charged with that kind of power can even threaten sacred, god-level beings. That's why, even when you were struck by a weapon like that, you were powerless to resist. This stuff is incredibly dangerous. Over the years, I've made it my mission to collect and seal everyone I find. It all finally clicked for Lian. This was why Kevin had found a massive cache of similar equipment when investigating Scorpio. But at that moment, Gout realized there was a problem. 20 years ago, Master Lion. But could there be more leader-level beings in the unknown civilization? Haley confirmed their fears, stating that the Red Eye is not the ultimate disaster. There are at least 3 more calamities on the same level as the Red Eye. Hearing this revelation, Lion wasn't the least bit surprised. Back in the Demon Tower, he'd finished off someone calling himself the Administrator, who had said the exact same thing. Yugo exclaimed, Leon, did you hear that? There are actually 3 more monsters like the Red Eye out there. Leon just smiled. Don't worry about it. No matter who stands in my way, I'll cut every last one of them down. Then, he turned to Haley and said, I believe you're on our side, but I'm taking him. Hearing this, Haley was startled for a moment, but immediately agreed. Soon after, Lion and the others returned to Scorpio's hospital, and just like that, Eugene was no longer Scorpio's recorder, but the recorder for Ophiuchus. Now officially part of Ophiuchus, Leon told him to start taking his job seriously. Eugene, however, was still scheming, convinced that once he finished the Constellation's record, he would make Leon regret ever giving him the Bible. As the recording of the Bible reached completion, the 5th deed of the sacred god appeared. The recorder who denied the sacred seat shall become a servant to Ophiuchus. Eugene chuckled. Let me just edit this a little. Deed 5 was instantly rewritten by Eugene to read, the recorder who denied the sacred seat. Ophiuchus becomes his time servant. Eugene roared with triumphant laughter at his successful ploy. Leon, kneel before me and tremble. But in the next instant, he was met with Leon's fist. He couldn't comprehend how Leon was still able to attack him. Leon grabbed Eugene's head and forced him to look to the side, revealing that Yugo's wife, Chenu, was also a recorder with the power to write reality. Elsewhere, St. Lawrence of Libra received news that not only had the Scorpio Saint joined Leon's camp, but even the recorder had become his disciple. Although Leon's forces were expanding non-stop, his enemies were multiplying just as quickly. She immediately commanded her subordinates to monitor Leon's situation around the clock. Upon discovering that Yinshi had already gone to spy on them, Lawrence became absolutely furious. Since her useless son had already made a move, she decided to give him one final chance. Meanwhile, back with Lian's crew, Eugene was so exhausted from writing the Ophiuchus Bible that he collapsed onto the ground. Despite this, the pen in his hand kept on writing automatically. Thanks to Lian's enhancement and Eugene's blood, the pen had actually developed its own consciousness. Even if Eugene was unwilling to work, the pen would write on its own. At that very moment, just as Yinshi, who was hiding and spying from behind the door, was about to make his move, Kevin suddenly kicked the door open and stormed inside. He yelled, "Lian, get out here and explain yourself. Why the hell did you ditch me in Leo territory?" When Lian and the others came out, they didn't just see Kevin, but also Lawrence's son, Yinshi, who was now pinned to the floor by the very door that had just been kicked in. Lian assumed Kevin had brought him, but Kevin insisted he'd never seen the guy before in his life. The moment Yugo laid eyes on Yinshi, he couldn't suppress his seething hatred. And when Kevin learned this was the culprit behind the blood mist, he instantly drew his sword, dead set on getting revenge for his severed arm. Haley concluded that Lawrence must have sent him to take out the recorder. Lian stepped on Yinshi's face and sneered, "Well, kid, looks like your luck's run out." Staring up at the intimidating group, Yinshi was so terrified he couldn't think straight. He immediately called upon his attribute deity to help him escape. As magical ropes appeared, Lian didn't lift a finger to stop him, instead just flashing a smug smile. In the blink of an eye, Yinshi successfully escaped with the help of his attribute deity. Yugo started to chase after him but was promptly stopped. Li Jian just smirks. Catching only one of them would be a total letdown. What I'm after is so much more than just him. Meanwhile, over at Libra's lavish resort, Yin Taiyu is getting patched up by the Aquarius attribute deity when his brother, Yin Xiu, comes crashing down from the sky, revealing he's completely botched another mission and blown their cover. Yin Taiyu absolutely loses it, screaming, "You idiot! You always screw up Mom's assignments." He has no idea that Yin Xiu's hatred for him has officially reached its breaking point. Soon enough, the two brothers arrive in a secret room underground, stopping before shelves overflowing with crystals, every single one an energy core from a disaster-class misfortune. They're planning to sacrifice the entire lot in one go, using an exchange skill to summon a high-level disaster misfortune powerful enough to take out Li Jian. The moment the skill activates, a beam of golden light shoots straight into the sky, which then gradually fades and quickly shifts into a dazzling cyan glow. From within that cyan light, a figure slowly begins to emerge. The instant he appears, pure terror grips Yin Xiu, who immediately scrambles to hide behind Yin Taiyu. In the next second, a hammer flies straight out of the light, and with that one swift move, Yin Taiyu is knocked out cold. "So, this is where you two were hiding?" Li Jian says, holding up a small bird. "I happened to pick this up on my way here. This is the little trick you used to escape earlier, right?" Seeing their attribute deity struggling in Li Jian's grip, Yin Xiu just can't wrap his head around it. They sacrificed so many offerings, which should have been enough to summon an immense disaster misfortune. So why did the attribute deity bring times him times instead? As Li Jian gets closer, Yin Xiu's panic intensifies, and he blurts out, "Wait, we know we messed up. We admit our mistakes, we'll surrender. We can even apologize to the Sagittarius sacred group." But Li Jian isn't listening to a word of it. With a massive boom, Tiangong's verdict descends directly from the heavens. Li Jian states coldly, "Have you forgotten the most important part, your guilt?" As he slowly raises the blade in his hand, Li Jian looks like a demon straight out of the abyss. Yin Xiu is instantly drenched in a cold sweat. Being the son of Libra's saint, he never once imagined he'd actually have to pay for his crimes. However, in the very next second, he spots the sacred artifact at his feet, the cross balance. And at that exact moment, Yin Taiyu begins to regain consciousness, thinking there was just some small error in the summoning ritual. To his horror, Yin Xiu turns the sacred artifact on him, activating the equivalent return skill. Immediately, a flurry of chains erupts and binds him tight, as his body begins to gruesomely transform into a disaster misfortune. Li Jian just laughs. Just what I'd expect from a son of Libra. The younger brother offered up his own flesh and blood. Li Jian then stomps his foot, unleashing sacred ground. In an instant, Libra's golden scales are shattered into a million pieces. This place is now Yuka's territory, meaning Libra's powers are completely useless here. And because of that, without the support of Libra's power, Yin Taiyu's body gives out, and he perishes mid-transformation. Watching this nightmare unfold, Yin Xiu's desperation hits a new low as he stares at his brother's crumbling form. Li Jian cracks a smile. "So, how about it? Isn't it time this whole farce came to an end?" He then activates Sagittarius's skill, Observer's Eye. "Go on, speak your last words." He's hoping Yin Xiu will finally confess and apologize to everyone before he dies. Unbelievably, the frenzied Yin Xiu shows zero remorse, just spouting one pathetic excuse after another. The bloodlight mist problem is solved. It's over. Why are you still hung up on it? I am the son of the Libra Saint, Lawrence. If you even dare to touch me, my mother will never let you get away with it. Before he can finish, he notices Li Jian looks like he's dozing off, and he assumes Li Jian wasn't even listening. But Li Jian slowly opens his eyes and says, "Are you done? I heard you loud and clear, and so did everyone else." It turns out Li Jian had used the Observer's Eye to broadcast the entire showdown to the whole world. After learning the truth, ordinary people everywhere exploded with outrage, demanding an explanation from Libra. "What the hell do you mean? It's over. Is that something a human being would even say? If it weren't for Li Jian, thousands of people would have died." Seeing the entire world's curses and condemnation, Yin Xiu completely loses it. Even if his mother is the Libra Saint, there's no way she can quiet this level of global fury. Li Jian smiles. "Congratulations, you're now a criminal despised by the entire world." Just as Li Jian's gleaming sword is about to deliver the final strike, a brilliant golden light flashes into existence behind him. "Enough, Li Jian. I will no longer stand by and watch." It's the voice of Lawrence, transmitted from afar. Hearing his mother's voice, Yin Shu immediately breaks down in tears, as Li Jian just scoffs nearby, finally showing her face. You waste, Lawrence sneers. Li Jian, I didn't expect you to cause such a ruckus. Li Jian immediately mocks her, so unleashing calamities to destroy entire cities is just a small matter to you? After saying that, Li Jian plants his foot on Yin Shu's back and declares, since you don't like my methods, let's do this your way. Either you fight me and let me teach you all a lesson, or I expose every single one of your crimes and make you pay the price. Of course, you also need to tell me who stabbed me in the demon tower. Such a provocative ultimatum. There was no way Lawrence would agree. Without another word, Li Jian brings his sword down. As blood splatters, the avatar Lawrence is controlling completely panics. She shrieks. Do you have any idea what the consequences for this will be? Li Jian replies nonchalantly. What? You're angry already? I'm just getting warmed up. He then activates his super regeneration skill, and in an instant, several beams of light engulf Yin Shu. Because Li Jian had previously used the sacred ground descent skill, his super regeneration ability also got a massive boost, and Yin Shu, who was just on the brink of death, is absolutely horrified. Before he can even react, Li Jian's giant sword crashes down again. Faced with a relentless assault, Yin Shu can only let out blood-curdling screams. Seeing this, Lawrence couldn't believe Li Jian actually had the nerve to act. What's even more terrifying to her is that Li Jian wields the power to control life and death itself. At that moment, pain completely overwhelms Yin Shu's mind, his face a mask of pure terror. Watching Li Jian repeatedly torture and then save Yin Shu, Lawrence can't take it anymore. But in the next second, a massive calamity is teleported directly into Libra's sacred ground. When Lawrence lays eyes on the monster, she bites her lips so hard in rage that she draws blood. Looking at the stunned Libra saint, Li Jian taunts. Your precious eldest son has returned. You should be happy. Go on, give him a big hug. Lawrence is seething. Li Jian, you've officially crossed the line. I will make you pay for every bit of this. Li Jian says sarcastically. This is just my answer to the choice you gave me. Anyone who stands in my way will meet the same fate. I don't care if it's someone chosen by the sacred group, a calamity from an unknown civilization, or even a sacred god. After his speech, he effortlessly cuts down and kills Libra's attribute deity. Seeing him slay the deity, Lawrence completely loses it. A golden beam of light shoots into the sky. She then orders, contact all branches and allied sacred groups to launch an all-out assault. We must eliminate Li Jian. After all her subordinates depart, a figure materializes behind her. It's a monster from the unknown civilization. Lawrence waves her hand, instantly summoning a planetary-like device. A thick black mist pours out from the sphere. Lawrence reaches into it, as if trying to grasp the dark realm itself, and in the dark dimension of the unknown civilization, over 1 million calamity troops stand ready. Suddenly, a giant golden hand descends from the heavens, plunging directly into the depths of the dark area. Meanwhile, Lawrence pulls a mass of black and red gas from the sphere, as a demon eye gradually forms within the dark cluster. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy surges into Lawrence's body. As tensions mounted, everyone waited on edge for Libra's next move. Some people, just enjoying the drama, said that Li Jian was probably just slandering Libra, calling it a common smear tactic between saint groups. Others argued, with an incident this major, isn't it strange that Libra has been completely silent? Who knows? The people from Libra are probably busy cooking up some excuse to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Watching the news broadcast, Haley remarked, I never expected that on top of trying to poison Li Jian's food, you were capable of this too. Kevin replied, I'm just guiding the narrative through my media channels. Besides, what I gave him was a supplement, not poison. What did you do? Haley said, what I added was an antidote that could neutralize your cheap poison. Then they both turned to Yugo and asked, now that this is blown up, where has the man of the hour disappeared to? Yugo was completely in the dark as well. Meanwhile, after dealing with the Libra Saint's 2 children, Li Jian was busy taking over Libra's resort, planning to convert it into the temple of OPHIUCHUS. You Libra scum, wait for my judgment. He then activated his gluttony skill. In the face of such absolute power, even the Aquarius attribute deity had no choice but to submit to OPHIUCHUS. From her explanation about the disinfectant, Yugo and the others who had just arrived were also starting to understand, finally pieced it all together. Could that guy, Li Jian, actually be planning to set up shop here? Kevin's offhand comment totally caught Haley off guard, and she immediately summoned Scorpio's attribute deity, ordering him to bring anything and everything they could possibly offer to Li January. When the deity hesitated, Haley snapped, get a move on. I refuse to be outdone by anyone when it comes to this. As the gates to the OPHIUCHUS temple swung open, a massive blast of scorching heat rolled out. Right in the middle of the hall stood a gigantic lava furnace, and the sight of the molten magma inside left everyone completely stunned. So, this was what Li Jian had built after wrecking Libra's resort. He wasn't actually planning to build a forge here, was he? As Yugo and the others got closer, the distinct sound of a hammer striking metal grew louder. When the group finally located Li Jian, he was drenched in sweat. He paused his work, saying, you're here. However, the moment Li Jian turned to face them, Haley's jaw dropped, and her nose exploded in a massive nosebleed. Everyone who witnessed it was left completely speechless, and then Haley passed out cold. Yugo asked, didn't you just take over this place? How did you manage to build all this so fast? Li Jian explained that he'd unlocked the gluttony skill the moment he claimed the territory. It allowed him to devour any target he specified, no matter what it was, and then recreate it. I'm bursting with energy right now, he said, and I've got a mountain of work to get through. This is the weapon I promised to forge for Lu Hai, and I'll make one for both Shan Kai and Ju right after. Hearing this, Shan Kai and Ju were absolutely ecstatic. For a second, Yugo thought his best friend had forgotten all about him. But then Li Jian held out his hand and said, hand it over. A confused Yugo asked, hand what over? Li Jian replied, what do you think? The broken royal sacred artifacts of Sagittarius, of course. But just then, the entire hall began to shake violently. Shankai and the others realized that Haley had suddenly vanished. When they all rushed outside, they found her standing by herself, completely surrounded by boxes. Meeting Li Jian's eyes, Haley instantly got flustered. She stammered, "Since you're setting up here, just think of these as my housewarming gifts." Haley thought she sounded perfectly natural and was pretty proud of her delivery, having no idea just how flustered she actually looked to Li Jian and the others. Yugo glanced at Li Jian and smirked. "She's definitely into you, man. Why don't you two just get married already?" As Haley opened one of the boxes, she gasped in surprise. This stuff wasn't hers at all. It was filled with envelopes addressed to Li Jian, and one of them even had the official seal of the Leo Saint Group. Li Jian's brow furrowed. Why would someone from Leo be writing to me? He wondered. Yugo joked, maybe it's fan mail. Haley pointed out that it was a resume, which only made Li Jian more confused. A resume? Why would someone from Leo send me a resume? Shankai suggested it might be from his sister, since Lu Hai had just announced at the arena yesterday that she was leaving Leo. Meanwhile, back at the Leo Saint Group headquarters, an enraged Mark slammed his fist on the table in front of him. He demanded, "What exactly is the problem here? Just tell me. Whatever it is, I'll help you fix it." Lu Hai replied calmly, "I just want to leave this Saint Group and join a different one." Mark shot back, "That's not what I'm talking about. I mean contract terms, your compensation. Anything like that. Are you sure it's a good idea for you to leave right now?" Mark was worried that once she left, she wouldn't be able to control the evil god's power sealed in her arm. You see, a few days after the blood mist incident 10 years ago, with their mother in a coma at the hospital, the siblings never left her side. One night, a sleeping Lu Hai was suddenly woken up by the sound of the elevator. She figured her father was back, but when she got to the door, she saw the elevator was empty as the doors were sliding shut. Then, a strange voice spoke from right behind her. "Hello there, are you Lu Hai?" The unexpected voice instantly snapped her out of her sleepiness. Startled, Lu Hai whipped around. The figure took off their hat and said, "Oh my, did I frighten you?" Lu Hai immediately recognized him as the Libra Saint, a man she'd often seen on TV. The two of them then sat down to talk. Lawrence began, "I heard about the blood mist incident and was worried about you, so I came to check in." Lu Hai replied emotionally, "Everyone tried their hardest. I know you all did everything you could." Lawrence commented, "You're handling this with such composure, even after everything that's happened. No wonder your father is always bragging about his kids." But what Lawrence said next sent a cold chill down Lu Hai's spine. "My own children, on the other hand, are nothing like you. They're always stirring up trouble, and they've done it again. I had to confine them. What a treat it would be if you were my child." Louis was absolutely petrified by Lawrence's horrifying grin. Then, Lawrence just laughed and said, "Relax, I'm just kidding. Looks like I scared you." As an apology, Lawrence gestured, materializing a pair of ruby earrings out of thin air. As Louis stared at the gleaming jewels being offered to her, Louis protested, "I can't possibly accept something so valuable." Lawrence insisted, "Don't be shy. I had these made just for you. Think of it as a welcome gift." Just then, Hugo, who had just gotten back, saw his daughter on the verge of taking Lawrence's gift. He couldn't believe Libra had actually tracked down his child. Hugo desperately wanted to stop Louis from taking them, but it was already too late. A wicked smile spread across Lawrence's face as she quickly opened her palm and pressed the earrings into Louis's hand. But then, in an instant, the earrings dissolved into two streams of black vapor that shot up her arms. As the dark energy began to eat away at her skin, Louis cried out, clutching her arms in agony as she collapsed to her knees. Seeing his daughter in so much pain, Hugo immediately lunged forward to try and dispel the curse. But the moment he was about to touch her, a massive force blasted him backward, sending him crashing through several walls. Lawrence just cackled and sneered, "Hugo, do you honestly still see yourself as a saint? Leaving your kid all alone this late at night. That's just plain negligence." Staring at his daughter, kneeling on the floor, being consumed by the dark energy, Hugo glared at Lawrence with pure hatred and screamed, "Change her back, right now." Lawrence scoffed, "That's not going to happen. You clearly don't take me seriously enough." But even she was surprised by how strong Louis' willpower was. Ordinarily, the evil god's aura should have completely devoured her by now. Yet Louis was somehow still resisting. "It's a losing battle though. She'll be consumed in the end." Lawrence then laid out her offer, "If you want to save your daughter, you'll come with me and become my subordinate." She knew Hugo was far more valuable than any other saint. If he pledged his loyalty to Libra, she would not only restore the power Hugo had lost, but also help him regain his status as a saint. In that moment, it all clicked for Hugo. This was Lawrence's plan from the very beginning. But as she waited for his answer, a small hand suddenly grabbed her ankle. It was Louis, who weakly said, "Don't you dare bully my dad." Lawrence let out a loud, mocking laugh. She never imagined the girl would try to reverse the evil god's power and use it against her. Lawrence raised a hand, ready to teach the little brat a lesson. Hugo frantically gathered what was left of his magic, rushing forward to intervene. But in the very next instant, a bolt of golden lightning shot down from the heavens, instantly creating a shimmering barrier of light that completely shielded Louis. Seeing this sudden flash of golden lightning, Lawrence was taken aback. The one who had interfered was none other than the Leo Saint himself, Stephen Mark. Back then, Louis had been grateful for the Holy Lord's help, but now, her burning desire was to get stronger fast, which meant finding new ways to train, all because she wanted to be able to help Li Jian. Mark reminded her that for 10 years, he had done everything in his power for her, even looking the other way when Louis secretly met with Scorpio, all because of that dark energy in her arm. And after all that, if she was still so set on leaving, then he felt the problem had to be with him. His words and actions left Louis completely stunned. Was he actually crying? But before she could process it, the leader, Oliver, burst through the door. He sneered, "Just go already. Leave. You always treat the Saint group like it's some kind of joke. Once you walk out that door, don't even think about coming back. Get out. Oliver's interruption infuriated Mark, who roared back. You get out of here. He had just been making progress in softening Louis' resolve, and now Oliver was ruining everything. Oliver shot back that there was no point in trying to convince someone whose head was filled with nothing but thoughts of Li Jian. Mark argued, she's the Vice Holy Lord. If we don't hold on to a talent like her, then who are we supposed to keep? Oliver countered. So what if I leave instead? Mark shot back. Why in the world would you leave? Oliver just said, answer the question. Mark, fed up, snapped, fine, everybody can leave for all I care. You can go, too. But Oliver took Mark's angry outburst completely seriously. In the next moment, a tremendous aura exploded from Oliver. Mark was shocked when he felt it. It was the unmistakable aura of Libra. As Oliver's power continued to surge, his entire appearance began to radically change. Mark tried to stop Oliver from fully unleashing the evil power that Libra had given him, but it was too late. Oliver struck. Mark couldn't believe it. With a single blow, Oliver had completely severed his arm. In shock, Mark accused him of betraying the Leo clan to side with Libra. Oliver retorted. Both the Holy Lord and the Vice Holy Lord treat the Saint group like it's a game. If you had ever taken your duty seriously, I never would have been forced down this path. Oliver had always believed that Leo valued strength above all else, figuring Mark had forgotten this, which is why he appointed the S-rank Lu Hai as Vice Holy Lord, completely passing him over, an SS rank who surpassed Lu Hai in both achievements and raw power. As Holy Lord, you're constantly getting trounced by Li Jian, and the Vice Holy Lord gets so starstruck seeing Li Jian that she completely neglects the Saint group. I orchestrated the previous Vice Holy Lord's downfall for this very position, and in the end, Lu Hai got to reap the rewards. The words hit Lu Hai like a ton of bricks, as she realized Oliver was behind her teacher's death by monster ambush all those years ago. The very next second, Lu Hai was right in his face. You deserve to die, she seethed, launching a fist straight at him. Faced with Lu Hai's full-force attack, a chilling smirk spread across Oliver's face. He snatched her wrist out of the air, taunting. You're way too weak to finish an opponent. Let me show you how it's done. As he spoke, he raised his own arm and swung down on Lu Hai. The blow was unstoppable, smashing her violently into the ground. After the dust settled, a massive crater was all that remained of the first-floor hall, with Lu Hai lying at the bottom. As everyone watched in disbelief, she slowly got to her feet, and Oliver's voice rang out, You're no match for me now. If you don't want to die, summon that monster in your arm to fight me. Meanwhile, back at the OPHIUCHUS temple, Li Jian had just given Chenny his first task, making him a recorder precisely because he sensed Lu Hai was in desperate need of help. With the blessings of 2 recorders poured into the spear, the very next second, the spear blasted into the sky, streaking off on a set course, destined to find its way to its master. As the brutal battle between Lu Hai and Oliver raged on, their fight eventually moved down into an underground station. Lu Hai declared that this was where she would execute the traitor Oliver, burying him forever beneath the earth. An enraged Oliver immediately activated Leo's skill, Beast Transformation. Lu Hai countered by gathering her own power, and in an instant, her entire body was enveloped in crackling red lightning. She then became a living thunderbolt, rocketing forward. Just as Lu Hai was about to land another blow, Oliver tanked the hit and grabbed her, before violently smashing her into a train car. Forced to constantly suppress the evil god's power in her arms, Lu Hai didn't have the reserves to keep up the fight. She couldn't believe it. After all her hard work, she couldn't even defeat Oliver, who was just using borrowed power, let alone ever hope to help Uncle Leo. But Oliver wasn't about to give her a moment to recover. He ripped an entire train car from the tracks and hurled it directly at her. Completely spent, Lu Hai had no energy left to dodge. The next moment, a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. I am pleased with your fighting spirit. Then, a piercing screech tore through the air as a blinding white light swallowed everything in sight. As Lu Hai stared in utter shock, she saw the oncoming train car had been split clean in two. A spear, radiating a serene blue glow, was now planted firmly in the ground before her. Welcome, warrior of unyielding spirit. This was the very first weapon Li Jian had forged after becoming a holy god. Just by being there, it had sliced the approaching train in half. It also possessed the power to cross continents and automatically find its master. The moment Lu Hai picked up the spear, the mysterious voice spoke once more. To join OPHIUCHUS, you must prove your worth. She knew instantly this was help from Uncle Li January. Gripping the spear tightly, her injuries and stamina began to recover at a shocking speed. At that moment, her aura skyrocketed, and the powerful energy field she released swept through the entire station. Oliver saw this happening. He knew he couldn't let her power up any further, so he charged straight at Lu Hai, aiming for a finishing blow. Lu Hai, however, saw him coming. She immediately gripped the spear with one hand and began to channel her power. As she did, an aura unique to OPHIUCHUS quickly enveloped her before she unleashed it in a devastating attack aimed right at Oliver. Meanwhile, Mark was being tended to by subordinates who had rushed to his aid when suddenly he saw a massive pillar of light descend from the sky, slamming straight into the ground below. Seeing this, everyone scrambled to the broken window to look down. Shortly after, an immense energy storm erupted from the impact point. When the chaos finally subsided, they discovered the entire building had been sheared in two. Mark leaped down without a second thought, needing to find out what in the world had happened. However, when he landed, he found a dying Oliver lying in the ruins, with only the upper half of his body remaining. Mark looked down at him and said, For Lu Hai, becoming stronger isn't just a means to an end, it's the goal itself. That's why she was worthy of being the Vice Holy Lord. Oliver turned his head away and muttered, You still talk way too much. After I'm done taking your arm. But as Lu Hai landed, Mark was completely floored. He yelled out, Why is the aura coming off you, Li Jian's, not Leo's? Lu Hai shot back. I already told you. I'm joining Uncle Li Jian's saint group. Mark retorted, I haven't given you permission, and the holy god won't either. If you're so set on leaving, you'll have to go through me first. Just then, Ophiuchus assigned Lu Hai a new mission: defeat Mark. But before they could act, Oliver's scream grabbed their attention. Don't you dare think this is over. This is only the beginning. You have no clue what Libra is truly capable of. As he screamed, Oliver's shattered body started to radiate a brilliant light. Before Mark and Lu Hai's very eyes, the orb of light shot into the sky and began to expand at an incredible rate. Oliver was pouring every last bit of his power into a final summoning. As the sphere of light grew, a massive claw tore through it from the inside. Soon after, an even more colossal figure started to emerge. Faced with such a terrifying monster, Mark instinctively pulled Lu Hai behind him for protection. Once the beast fully materialized, everyone recognized it as Red Eye, the calamity that Jian had supposedly killed 10 years ago. It was Red Eye. Mark yelled for everyone to run for their lives, but in the next instant, the beast unleashed a devastating energy blast from its mouth. At the same time, back in the Ophiuchus temple, Jian, who was in the middle of repairing Sagittarius's royal sacred artifact, felt a disturbing presence. It was the unmistakable aura of the creature he had killed all those years ago. It wasn't just Red Eye. Monsters were suddenly attacking various locations all over the globe. Seizing the opportunity, several saint groups led by Libra immediately announced their involvement, claiming they would join forces with their allies to wipe out the calamities, conveniently ignoring the issue of punishing the Holy Lord's son. Jian and his allies were blindsided. They never thought Libra would use the calamity crisis as a cover to make their move. Yuguo, meanwhile, was just shocked that Red Eye was back at all. Haley explained that since Yuguo had cut ties with the other saints back when Jian was trapped in the demon tower, he was completely out of the loop on the real story. She elaborated that after its defeat, a huge argument broke out among the saint groups over what to do with Red Eye's remains. In the end, the saints all agreed to seal Red Eye's head and dump it in the ocean, a suggestion that had come directly from Libra. Yuguo immediately suspected that Libra must have gone back and recovered it. Jian agreed, admitting that sounded exactly like something Libra's leader would pull. Regardless, he needed to see for himself if this was the same beast he fought before. He then asked Haley to put up some defensive barriers around the Ophiuchus temple, since that was her specialty, which would allow him to go fight without worrying. The moment Jian got close to her, Haley's face turned beet red. In her eyes, his serious, business-like expression transformed into something incredibly charming. She immediately started frantically digging through boxes for powerful sacred objects. Her attribute deity warned her to chill out, saying she was about to bankrupt the entire Scorpio clan, but Haley couldn't care less. All that mattered was that Jian was counting on her, and she'd gladly empty Scorpio's entire vault for him. Taking a deep breath, Haley's imagination started running wild again. Wait, isn't this basically like we're living together? Does this mean we're practically married? The thought alone was enough to make her pass out from pure joy. Yuguo assumed Jian would ask him to come along to take down Red Eye. He was surprised when Jian ordered him to head back to his home country right away. But Red Eye had shown up right where Lu Hai was, and Yuguo felt he had to go. Jian reassured him, saying he could sense Lu Hai's aura and would personally guarantee her safety, explaining that he'd also detected Libra's forces moving into H country. The few remaining members of Sagittarius wouldn't be able to handle that threat on their own. Back in H country, the city protected by Sagittarius was also being swarmed by monsters. After fighting for so long, everyone was on the verge of collapse. Without reinforcements, the whole city was about to be overrun. But just then, a lone figure appeared out of nowhere, launching a devastating attack that obliterated one of the calamities. Everyone was frozen in shock at the sight. The calamity that had seemed so unstoppable just moments ago was now just a corpse on the ground. When the defenders got a clear look at their savior, they were stunned. It was the tourist saint, Ivan Kruger, who just grinned and said, "Just as I thought, a bunch of rookies getting scared over a little skirmish like this. So, where's Yuguo?" Gute could immediately tell this guy was bad news. Still, he thanked him for the help. "The Holy Lord isn't here right now," Gute said. "If you have a message for him, Lord Ivan, we can pass it along." Ivan replied, "No need. I'll just wait for him here." He then grabbed Li Xuan by the shoulder, sneering, "You should know, I can't stand it when people get in my way," before landing a vicious punch. Responding to the furious roar with a look of pure contempt, Ivan watched as Li Xuan, empowered by Ophiuchus, stood up and said, "I was starting to wonder why you, who's always hated our Holy Lord, would suddenly offer a helping hand. Your real target was never the calamity. It was us all along, wasn't it?" Ivan just sneered. "It's a damn shame you're wasted serving a piece of trash like that." But Li Xuan shot back, "You've been disrespecting our Holy Lord from the moment you showed up. Don't you dare call Lord Yugo that." Ivan just shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Man, how does that guy even train his people? Absolutely no discipline." In any case, Libra's orders were clear: leave no one alive. And in the next instant, his powerful saint-level aura exploded outwards. Meanwhile, back at the temple of Ophiuchus, once Li Xuan finished explaining the situation, Yugo prepared to head out. Just as he was leaving, Li Xuan spoke up. "All right, it's time for us to get ready, too." Chenju looked confused, asking, "Are we heading out right now?" Li Xuan replied, "Not yet. Before we go after Red Eye, we have to take care of the calamity that's just shown up at the sanctuary." At that very moment, on the other side of the conflict, the sacred artifacts powering the magic formation all shattered at once. Instantly, the ocean waves began to churn violently, and an entire army suddenly materialized, marching across the water's surface. "You humans, where's the master of Ophiuchus?" Eugene tried to shout back at them, but his only answer was a swift slash from a skeletal knight. "Insolent human, don't speak out of turn." Faced with that devastating attack, the Scorpio attribute deity intercepted the blow, but its armor was severely damaged in the process. Haley was stunned that a single, casual strike could break through her deity's defenses. She immediately suspected this was an army dispatched directly from the headquarters of the unnamed civilization. From that brief clash, the skeletal knight sensed a familiar aura. Could this be the traitor Libra warned us about? "If you're a disgrace to our kind, then you can just die." The moment the knight commander gave the order, His skeletal warriors charged forward as one. The Scorpio deity tried to defend with its tail stinger, but its defensive line crumbled instantly against the relentless advance of the skeletal warriors, as if it was never even there. The momentum of their blades didn't slow one bit, aiming straight for Haley. Just as a sword was about to connect, Haley instantly shifted into her combat form, parrying the blade with a single hand, sending sparks flying as steel met her armor. She then sidestepped in a flash and cracked her whip. As Haley's power level continued to skyrocket, her saint-level aura flared to life. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupted behind her, and that light morphed into a volley of arrows that rained down on the skeletal legion. In a flash, countless soldiers were blown to pieces, but the Knight Commander effortlessly snatched an arrow out of the air. A lone figure casually strolled out from a nearby building. What a massive pile of garbage. You must be Libra's little lapdogs, huh? Seeing that Li Xuan had come to her aid, Haley's face lit up with excitement. The Knight Commander finally put it together. This had to be the master of OPHIUCHUS that Libra was so worried about. He sighed. What a letdown. I heard you were some kind of holy god, but you're just a kid, Li Xuan retorted. And I'm supposed to care about your expectations? Answer the question. Are you working for Libra? The knight scoffed. Silence. How dare you speak with such disrespect? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? But before he could even finish his sentence, one of his men was instantly obliterated. Li Xuan coolly asked. You were telling me to shut up? Who gave you the nerve? Staring at the pile of dust that was once his soldier, the Knight Commander finally understood why Libra was so wary of this guy. Even though it was a sneak attack, he couldn't even track the arrow's path. A single shot had taken out one of his elite soldiers. He instantly summoned his own weapon, declaring, You truly are worthy of the title Master of OPHIUCHUS. I admit, I underestimated you. We are the vanguard of the great unnamed civilization's army, the Skeletal Knight Order, serving under the command of Lord Helmet Baron. We have come to deliver judgment upon you humans who follow those false holy gods. As the commander's voice faded, his entire army charged straight for Li Xuan. He let out a furious roar. Today, I'm going to teach you all your place. The very next second, an impossibly fast shadow of a blade shot out from the building Li Xuan's heavenly palace verdict. In a flash, huge swaths of the skeletal army were completely consumed by the light of the blade. The Knight Commander saw his chance and charged in, thinking Li Xuan was too busy controlling the flying weapon to notice him, but that thought didn't even have time to fully form. Facing the sudden spear thrust, Li Xuan simply grabbed the weapon out of the air and used its momentum to execute a perfect shoulder throw, smashing it into the dirt. It doesn't matter how many spears and blades fly his way, Li Jian evades them all with ease. He even manages to catch the incoming weapons and bunch them together. Then, with a single swing of his hammer, he blasts the skeletal knights away. The Knight Captain is in total disbelief, completely floored by what he's seeing. Before he can even process the thought, a massive fireball suddenly erupts, swallowing his entire squad. The attackers are none other than the attribute deities of Scorpio, showing up right in the nick of time. Li Jian cracks a smile. Perfect timing. You guys can handle the cleanup. He then turns his gaze to the Knight Commander in the rear, adding, You should come get a little exercise, too. The Ghost Knight Commander grinds his teeth and rushes straight for Li Jian. As he moves, a blue energy begins to coalesce in his palm, which he then unleashes in a direct swing at Li Jian. As the energy blade closes in, Li Jian doesn't even bother to move, simply slicing right through it with a casual slash. A thunderous crack echoes through the air, and the Knight Commander's ferocious energy attack is effortlessly deflected. The Ghost Knight Commander is completely stunned by this display. Li Jian just chuckles, then follows up with a single kick that blows the head clean off his mount. He follows it with another slash that splits the creature in two. The Ghost Knight Commander pays his fallen steed no mind and quickly leaps away, saying, Not bad, you've got some skill. Now, try this on for size. A ghostly storm begins to swirl in his palm, but seeing this, Li Jian gives him zero time to charge up. Li Jian swings his massive blade right at him. The Ghost Knight Commander scrambles to dodge sideways, but he's just a fraction of a second too slow. The huge blade slams right into the arm he was using to gather power. His Ghost Storm is fully charged, but the impact forces him to misfire, sending the attack careening toward his own ghostly army. The second the storm hits, his entire legion of soldiers is wiped out by his own attack. The Ghost Knight Commander can only stand there, completely dumbfounded. Seeing their chance, Haley and the others move in to pin him down. Haley smirks, hey, the big fish finally took the bait. But just as the Ghost Knight Commander struggles to break free, Li Jian materializes right behind him and stabs him squarely in the back. The Ghost Knight Commander is then slammed violently to the ground, defeated. The few stragglers are quickly finished off by the Scorpio deities. The Ghost Knight Commander is in utter shock that his entire knightly order was wiped out so easily. Li Jian lets out a laugh and says, Hey, weren't you the one who destroyed your own Ghost Knight order? But in the very next instant, a bizarre light flashes in the commander's eyes. Then, a transport portal begins to materialize behind Li Jian. Before he has a chance to react, the Ghost Knight Commander grabs a hold of Li Jian and lunges into the portal, leaving everyone stunned. The two of them vanish inside as the commander shouts, If I'm going down, I'm taking Li Jian with me. As they plummet through the void, Li Jian quickly repositions himself, landing squarely on the Ghost Knight Commander's back. This way, even if they hit the ground hard, Li Jian plans on using him as a landing cushion. Meanwhile, back at the Leo headquarters, the city, already in ruins, suffers even more damage after being blasted by the Red Eye's energy breath. Mark, who took the full force of the energy wave to protect everyone, is now even more grievously injured. Yet, he still manages to stand tall, a sight that leaves everyone completely awestruck. But then he finally collapses, slumping to the ground with a heavy thud. Louis rushes over to check on him. Mark forces a weak smile and insists, I'm fine. But suddenly, the Red Eye begins to stir. Mark grows anxious, exclaiming, It looks like it's heading off to cause more destruction somewhere else. We have to stop it. At that moment, the other revived members run up, declaring that they will fight right beside the Holy Lord. Hearing their loyalty, Mark is moved to tears, but then he hears what they're all shouting, and he's instantly stunned. The Holy Lord defeated the Red Eye once before. With all of us helping this time, we'll definitely win. But Louis quickly interjects, the Red Eye is far too powerful. Charging in like that will only lead to pointless deaths. You all have a more important job to do. Go help evacuate the civilians who are still here. I'll stay and assist the Holy Lord. At his words, everyone immediately springs into action. Watching Louis handle the crisis with such a level head, Mark expresses his sincere thanks. Louis replies, don't mention it. Besides, you can't go getting yourself killed before I get the chance to defeat you, Holy Lord. The two of them then turn to face the Red Eye as it prepares to leave. Louis then asks Mark, so, are you finally going to unleash your true power? But Mark replies, you don't know the real story, do you? It was actually Jian who defeated the Red Eye that time. Hearing this confession straight from Mark's mouth, Louis is completely shocked. Mark continues, but Jian isn't here right now. Someone has to step up and stop that thing. This time, we've got no choice but to rely on ourselves. We have to use the Holy God Descent, no matter how terrifying the cost. But right as Mark is about to summon it, he's suddenly cut off by Jian dropping in from the sky. It turns out that when the Ghost Knight commander snatched Jian during the transfer, he figured it didn't matter if Jian beat him, as long as he came face to face with that monster. He was convinced that even the master of OPHIUCHUS couldn't possibly handle it. What the commander didn't realize was that Jian had already taken down the Red Eye 20 years ago. Upon figuring out the Ghost Knight commander's scheme, Jian was utterly unimpressed, and as he faced the crazed, charging Red Eye, Jian needed to determine if this was the same one from back then. Even though this monster looked identical to the Red Eye, something felt off. On the surface, it was a perfect match, but how could the cunning and vicious Red Eye from the past have such a mindless expression? So, he immediately activated his skill, the 13th sense, using his true eye to investigate. Jian quickly discovered this wasn't the Red Eye resurrected by the Demon Tower's manager. Aside from its head, the body was a cheap replica created by Libra. Realizing this was just another one of Lawrence's ploys, Jian raised the Tiangong's verdict. Meanwhile, at Libra's headquarters in M Country, the team leader was worried that they'd revived the Red Eye too hastily. But Lawrence just said it was a quickly made puppet, meant to be thrown away after one use, so it was no real loss. It had already flattened Leo, and it would be a huge bonus if it managed to seriously injure Jian. Still, she knew her subordinate had a point. If that guy had made it back alive, the energy he'd collected would have been enough to resurrect both the Red Eye and the Black Dragon. But she never imagined that the idiotic Toad would greedily waste all those hard-earned resources, only to be easily defeated. Just then, a subordinate ran in to report. Holy Lord, we have the latest intel. We've just confirmed that Hugo has returned to H Country, and is likely about to confront Ivan. He added, also, we have word from the unknown civilization. Helmet Baron has announced he will be taking action personally. Considering the entire Ghost Knight order was wiped out in an instant, Lawrence agreed that the Baron should indeed step in himself. But when she heard that her daughter, G, hadn't responded to any messages, Lawrence's expression turned ice cold. The subordinate, terrified, quickly bowed his head again. She could only sigh in frustration. It seems Gali still refuses to listen to me. We can't wait any longer. Issue the order. Prepare to march. Our target is the Demon Tower in H Country. Meanwhile, back in H Country where Sagittarius is based, the newly returned Hugo discovered that all the disaster-class monsters in the city had been wiped out, and standing over the piles of monster corpses was a figure, silently watching everything below. It was Ivan, who sneered, well, if it isn't the trash saint, Hugo, what took you so long to show up? Hearing Ivan's taunt, Hugo frowned, pushing down his anger. He needed to know what Ivan was doing here and why he'd attacked his subordinates. Ivan, seeing right through him, just smirked. Didn't a Red Eye just pop up in M Country? I was planning to investigate the Demon Tower, but your little lackeys got in my way, so I taught them a lesson. Hugo just snorted coldly in response, and shot back with a taunt of his own. You say you're investigating the Demon Tower? Then why haven't you gone inside yet, getting cold feet? Or are you planning to run away again, just like you did 20 years ago? At those words, Ivan's expression froze. That jab at their shared past, a secret to everyone else, sent him into a rage. Ivan snarled, you think just because you got your powers back you're the same as before? Without your royal sacred artifact, you're still just a half-baked saint. Since you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish. With that, he immediately activated Taurus's skill, Destructive War Chariot, and charged straight for Hugo. In response, Hugo simply clenched his fist. The fire elements in the air seemed to answer his call, rapidly converging around his fist. He then unleashed a single, devastating punch of immense power. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the rubble and debris. It was Ivan, and he was terrified. He never imagined the power gap between them would be this massive now that Hugo had his strength back. Just then, Hugo's voice cut through the silence. There's one more thing you were wrong about. You said I don't have a royal sacred artifact, right? The very next second, a massive pillar of flame shot down from the sky. Hugo reached out and grabbed it, and at that sight, Ivan's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Hugo taunts, look at you, scared now. I have to admit, I preferred that arrogant look you were wearing just a moment ago, as a divine bow materializes in his hand. It's the royal sacred artifact of Sagittarius, the brilliant light path, and Ivan is completely floored. He can't believe Hugo's artifact is actually repaired. Could Jian have been the one to fix it? As pure terror grips the Taurus saint, Hugo's voice cuts through the air, calm and chilling. Don't be scared, Ivan. After all, you and I have some old scores to settle, don't we? Using weapons to settle this wouldn't feel right for either of us, would it? You see, it turns out that 20 years ago, when Jian was trapped in the Demon Tower, Hugo had demanded an explanation, only to be decked and slammed to the ground by the Taurus Saint, who also shattered his royal sacred artifact at the time. Thinking back on that, as Ivan trembling with fear, he tries to bluster his way out, shouting, "Don't get cocky just because you fixed that toy of yours." But before he can even finish his sentence, Yugo shuts him up with a punch that smashes him straight into a crater. Facing Yugo's relentless assault, Ivan is completely defenseless. If this keeps up, he's going to be beaten to a pulp. Realizing this, Ivan hastily summons his armor. Empowered by its protection, he finally manages to block one of Yugo's bone-crushing punches. His confidence surging, Ivan glares at Yugo and sneers. "That's more like it. I was just getting warmed up. Now, I believe it's my turn, right?" Facing the enraged Taurus Saint, Yugo quickly leaps back to create some distance. Seeing how things are going, he decides to stop holding back and summons that royal sacred artifact again. But the moment he brings it out, in the very next second, the entire bow cracks in half, its strings snapping one after another. This is because, during Li Jian's fight with the ghost soldiers, he'd used the bow to ensnare their incoming weapons, and then used his hammer to blast that entire mess, bow included, into next week. Meanwhile, Mark, who had been drifting in and out of consciousness, is jolted by the screams of the Red Eye. He assumes the Holy God has taken over his body and is in the middle of the fight, which explains why he's waking up. But then it hits him, how could he, a saint, just pass out and leave everything to the Holy God? The moment he forces his eyes open, he sees a gigantic monster arm, cleanly severed, plummeting from the sky. And the one who sliced it off wasn't Leo's Holy God, it was Li Jian. Mark is instantly wide awake, thinking, how can I be lying here sleeping while Li Jian is out there fighting the Red Eye? It doesn't matter how massive the Red Eye's body is, for Li Jian, killing it is just a matter of a few more swings. The azure glow of the heaven's verdict blade rains down on the Red Eye, and the devastating damage forces non-stop screams from the beast. A few more slashes from Li Jian, and this thing is finished for sure. But right then, the Red Eye pushes through the agony and lunges forward, trying to snatch him. The nimble Li Jian effortlessly leaps onto the incoming arm. The Red Eye's gaze locks onto him as it snaps its massive jaws, but no matter how fast it moves, it's no match for Li Jian's incredible speed. Seeing this, Mark desperately yells, "This is bad, stop jumping around like that. It's going to use its breath attack." But Li Jian just laughs. He instantly summons his hammer, and as it grows to a colossal size, he shoves it right down the Red Eye's throat, completely plugging its mouth and leaving the built-up energy with nowhere to go. A second later, that superheated energy detonates inside its head. A massive pillar of fiery energy erupts, momentarily lighting up the entire sky. As the blinding light fades, the Red Eye is left completely cooked from the inside out. Even so, Li Jian finishes the job, lopping its head off in a single, clean slash. Everyone watching is left speechless, but no one is more shocked than Mark. He realizes that only someone like Li Jian could have actually pulled off a feat like that. Later, while everyone is cleaning up the battlefield, Li Jian and his crew discover a secret hidden inside the monster's gut. A black dragon crystal, completely devoid of any life signs, is just sitting there. Li Jian finally understands that the Red Eye was just a parasitic host for this black dragon. Mark and the others are stunned that Li Jian knew this, but he explains that back when he was locked in the demon tower, the tower's manager constantly threw revived calamities at him to fight. So, he's seen this kind of thing before. Hearing his explanation, Louis and Mark are just blown away. He adds that this massive beast was basically the Red Eye's head stitched onto the bodies of other monsters. As for the black dragon itself, Li Jian figures that Libra probably got their hands on it from the demon tower, since they have deep ties to the unknown civilization. That connection would make it easy for them to acquire these kinds of things. As Louis looks at the black dragon crystal and asks what they should do with it, Li Jian's attention is pulled away by a flood of messages from Yuguo asking for compensation. It turns out that after his bow shattered, leaving him without his royal sacred artifact, Yuguo was left facing a fully armored Ivan and had no choice but to make a run for it. The ground erupts beneath Yugo's feet as several black spikes shoot up to attack him. The culprit is none other than the cancer saint, Louis. Ivan seizes the opportunity, launching a full-force assault. However, a sword materializes from thin air, parrying his strike before instantly encasing him in ice. Yugo sees that his savior is Kevin. Yugo is completely stunned. "How can it be you?" Kevin retorts. "Why couldn't it be me? Seriously, why are you always in such a sorry state whenever I find you? By the way, on my way here, I ran into a bunch of troublemakers back at your base. I already helped Shankai and the others take care of them." Just then, the sharp crack of shattering ice cuts their conversation short. Ivan, having shattered his icy prison, sneers. "So, it was you. Did you really think a little ice like this could hold me? You're dreaming." Kevin just lets out a chuckle and says, "Your hide is as thick as ever." Louis Moran steps in to stop Ivan, saying, "We didn't come here to argue. Our target isn't Leon, just a couple of fallen saints. Let's wrap this up quickly." Hearing this, Yugo and Kevin are instantly enraged. Do these morons even think before they open their mouths? Today, they're going to burn them to a crisp. But just as the four are about to collide, a figure descending from the sky brings everything to a dead halt, freezing them all in place. "My, you all seem to be getting along so well." The newcomer is none other than the Libra Saint, Giselle Lawrence. The moment they see her, Yugo and Kevin are horrified. Is she actually going to get involved herself? Ivan and Louis scramble to explain. "Why have you come? We haven't failed yet." But Lawrence simply raises a single finger. In the very next second, an overwhelming pressure crashes down, instantly forcing all four of them to their knees. Yugo and Kevin are in disbelief. Even though they are all saints, they never imagined the gap in power could be this immense. Louis Moran tries to ask why they're being suppressed too, but Lawrence coldly states, "I let you command a saint order that lacks a saint, yet you couldn't even conquer the Sagittarius Sanctuary. And you, Ivan Kruger, not only failed to capture Yugo, you got thoroughly thrashed by him. How can I possibly entrust anything to failures like you?" Stay here and think about what you've done. After saying her piece, she teleports directly in front of Hugo and Kevin. Lawrence raises a hand, instantly activating her Libra skill. Equivalent exchange. Her goal is to transform the two of them into disasters. A giant, ethereal eye of Libra materializes in the sky, and the light from the magic formation illuminates the entire heavens. Watching from a distance, Goutet and his group are utterly shocked. Why is the Libra saint here too? Suddenly, a colossal shadow soars over their heads, casting the entire city in darkness as its terrifying aura blankets everything. Everyone feels the suffocating presence and begins to panic. The horrifying shadow belongs to a gigantic dragon, and there's only one person who could command such a magnificent beast: Li Jian. However, by the time Lawrence notices Li Jian, it's far too late. He appears before her in a flash, and with a single strike, Lawrence's head shatters like a porcelain vase. Hugo and Kevin are in total disbelief. The seemingly invincible Lawrence couldn't even withstand a single punch from Li Jian. As they stare at the fallen, headless body, Ivan and Louis are completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed Li Jian's power was on such a terrifying level. The ruthless Libra saint was defeated so effortlessly. Li Jian glances angrily at Hugo and Kevin, saying, "Why is it that every time I see you two, you're getting your butts kicked?" Hugo points back at Li Jian and yells, "Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you have any idea how many messages I sent you?" But Li Jian just gives him a completely blank stare. Then he remembers the more than 100 messages from Hugo demanding compensation. He quickly averts his gaze and mutters, "I'll help you fix it some other time." Watching Li Jian and his friends laugh and bicker, Ivan and his companion are absolutely fuming. He charges straight for Li Jian, but is met with nothing but Li Jian's fist. With a thunderous boom, he's sent flying into the sky. As he soars, he wonders why the Cancer Saint isn't backing him up. He looks back just in time to see Louis Moran's body dissipating into light, having been torn to shreds by the black dragon, whose jaws then clamped down, swallowing his falling form whole. Seeing Ivan and his partner dealt with so effortlessly, Kevin's eyes fill with admiration, while Hugo is just shocked, asking what in the world is up with the black dragon. Li Jian explains, "It's a calamity-class disaster, revived using the sleeping magic dragon crystal, the Red Eye's head, and processed ghost knight materials." But just as Li Jian and Hugo start to argue, a question from Kevin interrupts them. He gestures to Lawrence's remains. "Does anyone know why this hasn't disappeared yet?" In the next instant, golden chains descend from the heavens, wrapping Lawrence's body in their brilliant coils. Then, in a grotesque display, her head regenerates. Watching this, Lian just scoffs. "Didn't think you could get any uglier, but here we are." Li Jian summons the Tan Gong's verdict and his hammer, declaring, "It doesn't matter how many times you come back, I'll just crush you again and again." As he watches Lawrence slowly lift her hands, Lian urgently yells, "Black Dragon, get those two out of here, now." He's just realized that Lawrence isn't human in the slightest. He knows they can't help here, they'd just be a liability. As Lawrence claps her hands together, the golden magic circle of Libra materializes above her head. A split second later, a blinding golden light rains down from the sky. While the attack doesn't actually harm Lian, it confirms his suspicion. Lawrence is no human. Lian calls out, "You can drop the pathetic act now. The Libra holy god, Estrella, lets out a laugh. So, you figured it out. Well, if that's the case, I won't be holding back anymore. Are you ready, Lian?" But Lian just smirks. "Shouldn't I be asking you that, you piece of garbage? I have no idea how you managed to stick around. But it would be pretty interesting if the other holy gods found out, wouldn't it?" As Lian slowly closes the distance, Estrella flashes a cold, menacing smile, but just as he throws a punch, the sacred mark of Taurus appears behind her. Lian is stunned. He never expected the Libra holy god to use Taurus's ability. Kevin and Hugo are completely floored by the sight. How is that possible? The mark of Taurus is right there above her. The Libra holy god admits, "I agree. This kind of brute force technique isn't really my style, and it's a little too soon for you to be shocked. I have plenty more to show you." After she speaks, the massive shadow of a scale rises from the ground. 6 sacred marks then materialize above the scale. As Lian gets up from the crater, he finally understands what he's seeing: the floating scale and the marks of the other constellations. Lian has a sudden realization. "No wonder you're so cocky. This was your plan from the very beginning." Estrella just smiles. "Of course. The holy gods were furious after losing their saints, and these sacred marks are all the proof you need of their rage. Do you really think you can withstand this power?" Lion snarls through gritted teeth. "You're a holy god, and this is what you do? Shouldn't you be focused on eliminating the calamity monsters?" But the Libra holy god sees absolutely nothing wrong with her actions. She figures that Lian despises saints and holy gods, yet he's obsessed with wiping out the calamities, all while treating those insignificant humans as if they matter. And while she truly hates Lian, even she has to admit he's powerful. She tells him that as long as he doesn't interfere with their plans, they'll let him control the entire world. The only condition is that he must join them, otherwise he'll be another constellation erased from existence by the gods. Lian just laughs at the offer. "You haven't changed a bit, still offering the same stupid choices every single time, with absolutely no regard for the safety of others." From Estrella's perspective, the lives of mere mortals are as insignificant as insects. She can't believe Lian still clings to such a childish sense of duty. "Well, if that's how you feel, then let me lighten your burden for you, by wiping this city off the map." The moment the words leave her mouth, Estrella immediately activates her royal sacred skill, divine weaponry. Innumerable blades materialize out of thin air, and in a flash, the entire island city is blanketed by a storm of swords. She doesn't stop there, unleashing Aquarius's tornado and even Cancer's cloning technique. The arrogant Estrella declares, "It's a shame things had to come to this, and it's all your fault." Before Lian can even react, he's tightly bound by ropes as the Aquarius formation suddenly flares to life beneath his feet. Seeing her chance, Estrella points a single finger, sending blade after blade flying toward Lian. but his fighting spirit erupts, and the ropes binding him snap one by one. With a deafening clang, he parries the first massive sword. The Libra, holy god, just laughs. This is a skill summoned with the combined power of several holy gods. You won't break through that so easily. And I have plenty more where that came from. Get ready for the next wave, because any sword you fail to block will rain down on the city below. As she says this, a volley of swords streaks toward the crowds in the city. Just in the nick of time, Kevin rushes in to intercept them. He instantly freezes the incoming blade solid, and Yugo follows up by shattering the frozen swords to pieces. But Kevin is furious. He realizes his attacks can't even put a scratch on these giant swords. Yugo figures it's because they were all summoned by a holy god's authority. On top of that, Estrella has clearly received support from other gods. Other holy gods. Even so, Li Jian's victory is far from guaranteed. But then, a sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere startles them both. Monstrous waves materialize out of thin air, draping over the sky like a suffocating blanket. Witnessing this, the people below tremble and huddle together, while some saints drop to their knees to pray for a holy god's intervention. Kevin's face lights up at the sight. He immediately drops to one knee and begins to pray to the Virgo holy god, begging them to grant Li Jian the power of Virgo. All the while, Li Jian stares up at the colossal waves, stunned that Estrella would actually try to drown an entire city just to get to him. He prepares to activate his skill, the fighting god instinct, but a blinding light suddenly erupts behind him. At this point, Estrella is convinced that Li Jian is just hiding out of fear. She figures he doesn't have the guts to come out. Since that's the case, she'll just sink the whole city to the bottom of the ocean. It doesn't matter how many people have to pay the price. She will force Li Jian to show himself as the Aquarius sacred mark on her glows brighter. In the blink of an eye, the ocean comes crashing down on the city like a tidal curtain. However, a blinding light instantly freezes the tidal wave solid. This display gives away Li Jian's position, and Estrella immediately orders her clones to go in for the kill. Just as the clones close in, a massive black dragon smashes through the ice before they can react, engulfing them in a devastating blast of energy breath. The pillar of energy continues on, its momentum unchecked, heading straight for Estrella's main body. She frantically activates the Gemini sacred mark, using its transfer gate to reflect the attack. She redirects the blast right toward the helpless crowd in the city below. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jian rides the black dragon to intercept, completely annihilating the attack with a single powerful slash. And now, floating behind Li Jian, the sacred mark of Virgo has fully materialized. The sight of it makes Estrella grind her teeth in a fit of pure rage. Damn you, daughter of the moon, how dare you help Li Jian? With the mark's appearance, Li Jian gets a notification. Due to the prayers of the Virgo saints, Ophiuchus' divine position has started to ascend. The Virgo holy god has granted Ophiuchus their power, elevating his divine status once more. Li Jian smirks. A minute ago, you were claiming to be the avatar of the holy god's anger, right? Well, it looks like you're not the only one. Estrella scoffs. You think there's anything more terrifying than the holy god's wrath in this world? And whose anger are you supposedly channeling? Li Jian roars back. Stop putting on airs. How many people have you hurt? My friends, those innocent people. Can your twisted mind even process that I'm fighting with the anger of every single person you've wronged? Plus, my own rage from getting stabbed in the back in the demon tower. Tell me who did it. Was it you, or one of those garbage-tier allies you work with? Estrella just shakes her head, and then bursts into a wild, mocking laugh. I thought you were going to ask something important. You're seriously still hung up on finding the culprit from back then? You want to know the answer that badly? Tough luck. Only the strong have the right to ask questions. And right now, it seems I'm the one who should be questioning you. Besides, you're only backed by a measly 2 holy gods. What can you possibly do? After speaking, Estrella activates her Gemini skill again, Star of Destruction, summoning a massive meteorite that begins to fall. Li Jian's aura instantly skyrockets. You think I only have 2 holy gods? The next second, a scorching light erupts, stopping the descending meteorite dead in its tracks. The huge meteorite begins to crack and splinter. It's Li Jian, using the sacred technique of Sagittarius, the sun god's ring. With a world-shaking explosion, Estrella is slammed into the ground. It turns out that just moments ago, all followers of Sagittarius received a command from their holy lord. Pray for Li Jian's victory. They all prayed to their holy god. With both the Sagittarius and Virgo holy orders praying for Ophiuchus, Li Jian's power surged to an entirely new level. I told you, you waste. There's more than just 1 or 2 people furious with you. It's not just the holy orders, but every single person in this city you've terrorized. Countless people are now praying for Ophiuchus, and divine power is building at an astonishing rate. The wrath of a mere 7 holy gods? I have tens of millions, even billions on my side. With that, Li Jian smashes a brutal punch straight into Estrella's face. The once lofty holy god is now covered in wounds. It's not over yet. Li Jian continues his relentless assault, blow after heavy blow. How many more hits can your face take? Get your hands off me. Estrella unleashes her divine power, and from within the swirling black shadows, she slices off Li Jian's right hand just as he was about to activate his super regeneration. A swarm of golden clones lunged at him, but in that instant, a crimson phantom burst forth, cutting them down one by one with vicious techniques. All of my split bodies. They've been destroyed. Before she could even finish her cry of despair, Li Jian's attack had already pierced straight through her. To finish you for good, I have to destroy the constellation seal, he declared. So let's start with that rotten Cancer one. This was an authority granted to him by the Scorpio saint, Haley. He then unleashed the judgment chains of Heaven's Duke in its poison arrow form. This is impossible, she shrieked. How did you find Cancer's core so easily? Li Jian just smirked. Alright, time to reel in a big one. As Li Jian yanked with all his might, the purple Cancer formation behind Estrella shattered into countless pieces. The constellation's energy began to bleed out, stripping her of the ability to use Cancer's full authority. Li Jian, I will kill you, she screamed as countless fragments of her split bodies surged wildly toward him. This was Capricorn's signature skill, World Destroyer. An explosion bloomed like a mushroom cloud, powerful enough to tear the world apart. Amid the chaos, Astra charged at Li Jian at blinding speed, screaming, "This planet belongs to us, holy gods." From the dome of the sky, a massive golden greatsword materialized. Astra had activated the combined power of Ares and Libra, forging the weapon of the Golden Rule. "How could you vermin possibly steal the planet that belongs to me?" she roared. The holy sword plunged down, but it was stopped cold by a dazzling blast of icy energy. That freezing air could only be Virgo's north wind. The sword of light was frozen completely solid. Then, in a flash of cyan light, Li Jian charged madly at Astra, and before she could even react, another punch slammed squarely into her face. The powerful strike sent her crashing to the ground once more. "You greedy creature," he yelled. "Who told you this planet was yours? I'm going to stomp that lying mouth of yours into the dirt right now." But just as he moved, Astra used Gemini's teleportation skill, transforming into a wisp of purple smoke and reappearing behind Li Jian. "Now I'm going to beat you to a pulp," she said smugly. "It's over." With that, she unleashed the combined attack of Capricorn and Taurus, the Horn Assault. But her position had already been locked on by Li Jian's Sagittarius skill. Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous explosion of energy. Despite her attack, Astra was the one who suffered heavy damage. She was in total disbelief. "Damn it," she thought. "I've already applied all the support skills from Taurus and Aquarius. How could?" Suddenly, it hit her. Scorpio's poison was reducing all of her ability stats. Before she could even let out a curse, a massive flame instantly swallowed her whole. "Damn you," she shrieked. "Do you think this is the end?" With her roar, 7 different types of holy power were forcibly fused together, pushing the strength of the 7 holy orders to its absolute limit. "Making your last stand, are you?" Li Jian taunted. "Well, I can't just let you have your way." He immediately flew forward, riding a black dragon, and charged directly at Astra. On her side, the forced fusion of 7 holy orders was creating a massive, unstable repulsion. Witnessing this catastrophic scene, the citizens all offered up prayers for S-City. In this apocalyptic situation, everyone felt utterly lost, but they held on to hope and prayed for their home. Even the Leo Holy Order began praying for Li Jian. "All Leo followers, hear my command," their leader announced. "As the proxy of the slumbering Leo Holy God, I order you all to pray for Li Jian in battle. Grant him the power of Leo." As their energy gathered and his divine rank increased, Li Jian pinpointed Astra's hiding place. "So you're hiding here, you waste." Li Jian struck down with a heavy blow, aiming right for Astra. But his attack was blocked by her condensed golden light, as several constellation seals formed a protective ring around her. "Haha," she taunted. "These constellation seals were bestowed upon me by the holy gods themselves. Not even you can break through them easily." But she had no idea that thanks to the citizens' prayers, all of Li Jian's constellation seals had been activated, unlocking his fighting god instinct. He charged his power again, his constellation seals glowing brightly in the air. "Disappear, all of you," he roared, unleashing a devastatingly heavy strike with his skill, severing the abyss. One constellation seal after another shattered into fragments. In the massive flash and subsequent explosion, Astra herself was obliterated, smashed like a statue among the ruins. Only Li Jian remained unharmed, his clothes barely even dusty. "Damn, what kind of benefit is worth causing such a huge mess?" he wondered. "She's been smashed to pieces. Looks like I can't get any answers now," he mused. "But you said it yourself earlier. Only the strong have the right to ask questions. I'm not letting you get away that easily." At this, Li Jian let out a sinister laugh. "No matter what, I'm going to dig out everything you know and devour it." Just then, a voice came from behind him. "Impressive. You actually managed to take down Libra." Li Jian took a closer look. It was a massive black bull, gleaming like armor, with a skull for a face. "And what in the world are you supposed to be? Me? I am the great pioneer general of the unknown civilization, one of the 13 barons sworn to the monarch. Helmet Baron. Over 30 years ago, an unknown race invaded Earth. All living beings on this planet, listen up, this world will be ruled by us. Any resistance is completely pointless. If you want to live, you will hand over all your freedom, resources, and rights to us." "Oh, so you're the guy who made such a big scene on the very first day. So, what are you doing here? Trying to avenge your underlings? The original plan was for Libra to eliminate you, and then we'd rebuild the Demon Tower on this continent, but we hit a little snag." "Rebuild the Demon Tower?" Li Jian was a bit taken aback. "Li Jian, you're different from those other ants. We're prepared to switch up our strategy just for you. Rebuilding the Demon Tower is on hold. First, I'll use the power granted by the monarch to deal with you personally, just as I thought. I knew you guys were behind Libra all along. You've shown up at the perfect time. I was just about to come looking for you anyway." With that, Li Jian activated all of his constellation seals. He powered up a massive strike, but Helmet Baron blocked it with ease. "No matter how strong you are, you're still just a constellation's holy god. Faced with the monarch's power, all you can do is be devoured." Li Jian felt his own power slowly draining away, a feeling that brought back some terrible memories for him. This feeling of being consumed. It's the exact same as that dagger that got me in the Demon Tower all those years ago. Is this what Haley meant by the monarch's power? Something that can actually threaten holy gods? A system alert suddenly rang in his ear. "Warning, an unknown force has isolated you from the original world." Li Jian found himself plunged into total darkness, feeling the power of the Holy Order growing incredibly weak. Could this be the same unknown space where Virgo was trapped? The system alert went off again. "Unknown force is eroding your body. All abilities have been weakened. Super regeneration is unavailable." Suddenly, he heard an incredibly familiar voice calling out his name. Li Jian spun around, completely in shock. The owner of the voice spoke again. "What are you doing here? Didn't we promise we'd get out of here together? How could you? Don't tell me you forgot." Li Jian was drenched in a cold sweat and began to shake. Right as he was about to respond, an attack shot straight through his chest from behind. A 100% successful hook. Anyone hit by this is left completely defenseless. It forces you to relive the memories you want to forget the most. The Holy God's power has been drained enough. Shall we proceed, Libra? At those words, the broken and incomplete form of Estrella emerged in a flash of golden light. Jian, you're the one who reduced me to this state. I'll admit, you're tough, but I'm not about to let this end so easily. So, I'm just going to take over your body and all of your power. You want to use my body as a vessel to bring yourself back? You're going to regret this. Is that all you've got for your last words? With that, she transformed into a blinding golden light and shot straight for Jian's head. The golden light vanished, and Jian's head slumped down as if all his strength had left him. By the way, this guy has the temper of a rabid monkey. I really didn't expect him to give up the fight so quickly. The scene then flashes back to when Jian first became the master of OPHIUCHUS, as a super regeneration panel appeared right in front of him. The complete body regeneration had sealed away more than half of his true power, and now, there was only 1 minute and 57 seconds left until his abilities were fully restored. A younger Jian was completely obsessed with the 12 holy seats. Look at them, the guardians of humanity. They're so magnificent. Their goal is to save every single person. With ideals like that, how could I not look up to them? Led by the 12 holy seats, they'll definitely defeat the monsters and kick those unknown forces right off of Earth. Haha, you stupid monsters. Humanity is going to win. Anyway, today is a great day. Let's go grab something good to eat. That is, until the day Jian watched his own companion get taken down by monsters. When he was at his most helpless, the Holy Knights did absolutely nothing. And yet, the news reported that the Holy Knights had successfully fought off the disaster with 0 casualties. The disaster was over before we even got here. We'll just act like we never saw this guy and go collect our pay. So, is this the reason? The reason you hate calamities and the Holy Knights? Haha, what a cliché story, Estrella mocked. Such cheap melodrama. So, because of this tiny little bit of anger, you were willing to pay any price? This is where it ends for you. You were controlled by your anger from the very beginning, and that's why you could only make it this far. After all, rage alone can't possibly break through my divine authority. This is it. This is the end of the line for you, you fool, Jian. Just let me devour you quietly. With that, she opened her maw, ready to consume his entire spiritual plane. But just then, a warning flashed. The power gap between Libra and OPHIUCHUS is too great. Devouring failed. Impossible. How could my divine authority be weaker than Jian's? She glanced up and saw the image of a colossal serpent coiled overhead. An unknown, mysterious power that surpasses my own. An immense divine authority. How could such a vast divine power even exist? A variant who just ascended to a holy god? How is that possible? OPHIUCHUS's punishment is almost over. Countdown. 27 seconds. You having fun snooping through someone else's memories? The orb in her hand started to crack. Are you ready for this, you piece of trash? Jian, how did you get your hands on this kind of power? Just as the countdown hit 0, Jian lunged at Estrella, fist clenched. Who knows? I've got the power to crush every last one of you. Outside, all Helmet Baron saw was a flash of blue light, as Jian ejected Estrella from his body with a single palm strike. At that very moment, OPHIUCHUS's punishment was over. All abilities were now usable. Jian's pupils flared blue as he took his first step as a true holy god. At the same time, the residents of S City watched the sky shift to an eerie blue. A massive, deep blue domain crashed down, landing in a deep crater. This was the unknown space that Perio had opened once before. Could Jian be trapped in there? But then a green light flickered, and the space itself began to fracture. Watching Jian shatter the restraints, Helmet Baron yelled out in disbelief. This is the nightmare space, created by the monarch's own authority. The blowback is stronger than I expected. It actually forced me to relive some pretty bad memories. So, now I've got a rough idea of what level those monarchs are on, to even name a skill after snooping. How shameless. Looks like the Tin Man's sick tastes are a perfect match for his masters. How dare you mock him? Helmet Baron launched a ferocious attack at Jian, but Jian stopped it with a single finger. You just keep running your mouth about your monarch. Here, let me give you a little present. And with that, he drove a blade straight into Helmet Baron's chest. A dagger. Infused with the monarch's power? Where did you get this? This is the same dagger that was used to ambush me back in the Demon Tower. Your beloved monarch had it made. OPHIUCHUS's power is now flowing through the dagger. Just take it like a good boy. This is impossible. A freshly awakened holy god. How can you possibly stand against the Holy Lord's power? Even Helmet Baron. Estrella tried to bolt in terror, but a blade pinned her to the ground. And just where do you think you're going? Jian slowly walked toward her. You foolish creature, driven by the most worthless sense of justice. Are you really going to stand against the monarchs and the holy gods for something like this? It's not impossible, but you've got one thing completely wrong. I'm not doing this for some noble sense of justice. Everything you all worked so hard to teach me is exactly what I'm about to teach you. My endless, built-up hatred for all of you. With that, Jian activated his gluttony skill to devour Libra's divine authority. This is the end of the road for your foolish choices, you waste. Estrella choked out. I can't just be taken out like this. I have to fulfill my contract with the monarch. As she screamed, the entire Libra palace began to crumble. Get crushed by millions of tons of the Libra palace, Jian just smirked. First, it was divine weapons and meteorites. Now you're dropping your own palace on me. It's just the Libra palace. I'll just devour the whole damn thing. The descent of Libra caused a massive explosion on the ground. As everyone watched in utter disbelief, Jian's aura started to spread across the Libra palace. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace underwent a complete transformation. A giant green serpent was now coiled around it. Libra's divine authority was completely devoured and absorbed. Li Jian had finally become a true holy god. The Ophiuchus constellation seal was now unlocked. So, this is the true power of a holy god? Is this what they've been so high and mighty about this whole time? You're all dead meat, you bastards. As Li Jian absorbed the power, he also gained access to Libra's memories. Helmet Baron turned around. We're all set on this end. I heard what happened. This time, we're taking out that Ophiuchus kid for good, right? Are we sure we can pull this off? The Baron asked. 20 years ago at the Demon Tower, you failed too. That guy took down another general before he even became a holy god. What if Ophiuchus's divine rank is actually higher than a general's? Estrella couldn't help but scoff. Is that even possible? Li Jian's divine rank being stronger than a general's? That's ridiculous. With that, she deployed 6 constellation seals. I, the Libra holy god, along with 6 other holy gods, will crush him. How could he possibly win? On top of that, I've already recovered the red eye from the depths of the sea. Compared to our power, Li Jian is nothing but a garden snake. In fact, Helmet Baron probably won't even have to show up. But don't get cocky. Don't forget that 20 years ago, Li Jian made it back alive from that, too. That smug attitude of yours is going to cause trouble eventually. At that moment, the scene cuts to a video message from Estrella's daughter, G. She explains, if I called, Mom would just chew me out forever. So, I'm just sending a video message instead. Look, I'm sorry about what happened to Xiu and Tao, but it is what it is. They racked up way too much bad karma. If they weren't family, I'd probably be cheering. Lately, I've been super impressed with Lord Li Jian's moves. But that sly fox, Lu, she's always clinging to him. She's pathetic, yet she somehow got to Lord Li Jian's side before I did. I can't stand it. So, I'm heading over to where Lord Li Jian is now, so don't even try to make me come back to Libra's side. This is the last message I'm ever sending you. You're going to fight Lord Li Jian eventually, Mom, and I don't want to be there to see it. But don't worry, I won't pick a side until it's all over. I believe we'll still have a chance to see each other again. Goodbye, Mom. And with that, the scene changes once more. A group of holy gods had gathered. One remarks, here we are again, just like 20 years ago. Seems none of us have changed our minds about getting rid of Li January. So, what about it, Libra? Think you can finish the job this time? Estrella shot back, absolutely. I guarantee it. In this invasion, Li Jian will die. But another god presses, we need a surefire plan. You said something pretty similar 20 years ago during that whole scheme. Estrella retorts, this time isn't an ambush. I'm going to crush Li Jian in a straight-up fight, and just to be safe, I've also formed an alliance with a general from the unknown civilization. If we borrow the monarch's power, it'll be a piece of cake. But another god questions, do we really need to bring the monarch's forces into this? So what if we do? We have to stop the 13th variant from becoming the god of disaster. We're all in agreement here. We eliminate Li Jian for good during this catastrophe. They declare, let Li Jian fall into an eternal death. Let Ophiuchus be wiped from existence. Li Jian realizes, so that's what this was all about. Those scumbags were trying to take me out. 20 years ago. Spirit bodies, constellation seals, even possession. They went to all that trouble just to kill me. And this is just from Libra's memory. And yet, I can feel their pure, unfiltered hatred with every fiber of my being. I'm going to crush every last one of those bastards. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Li Jian hears someone calling his name. He sees everyone gathered around him. What's happening? He asks. Someone explains. You were screaming and yelling all by yourself, then you just collapsed. Must be from using too much power so quickly. Don't worry about it. A few days pass, and we're at the second sanctuary of Ophiuchus, Li Jian Tower. Everyone is completely stunned. What? Li Jian, you've got to be kidding me, he replies grimly. Do I look like I'm joking? This invasion proved it. We're up against the monarchs and the holy gods who are gunning for us. They tried to get rid of me 20 years ago. But why are they targeting you? Why would they start scheming so far in the past? The reason they're after me? Li Jian trails off, lost in thought. With the punishment lifted, both of Ophiuchus's divine authorities are set to awaken. And depending on which authority is nurtured from here on out, Ophiuchus will become either the god of life or the god of termination. One god with 2 divine authorities. So that's what those guys were so scared of. It doesn't matter if I become the god of disaster or not. They're talking about a power that makes your enemies shake in their boots. I'll get my hands on it, no matter what it takes. Whoa, Li Jian, that look on your face is seriously evil. Anyway, everyone, listen up, Li Jian says. From this point forward, the threat level of our enemies is going through the roof. Once an all-out war for power begins, it won't just be about me beating them by myself. If we're not careful, we could easily get wiped out on other fronts. So, we have to bolster our forces. We've got a lot of work to do. Everyone, stay on your toes. The scene then cuts to a workshop, where Li Jian is starting to craft with new materials. He's planning to make full use of the Baron's remains. Maybe I'll start by using this guy's arm to make a prosthetic. Then I'll use his weapon to reinforce my gear. I'm definitely not letting a single piece of these remains go to waste. Afterward, Li Jian headed outside. The Demon Tower Helmet Baron mentioned wanting to rebuild it. According to Libra's memories, deep inside that Demon Tower, a certain figure is still being held captive by the monarch. Damn it, he thinks. If only she hadn't gotten away. He remembers that while he was busy with the Libra Palace, Estrella used the monarch's power to escape. Can't do anything about it now. No point crying over spilled milk. There's just too little information. I'll have to go to the Demon Tower myself. Of course, before I head out, I need to check on the situation with Ophiuchus's followers. The thing is, I can appoint one of them as Ophiuchus's saint. As long as the conditions are met, I can designate a saint pretty much whenever I want. Meanwhile, the Sagittarius kids started moving into the temporary sanctuary Li Jian had arranged. So, are we really going to live here from now on? Damn it, because our house got totally destroyed, we can only stay here for a little while. Wow, it's so awesome that the Sagittarius sanctuary was wrecked. Long live Lord Li Jian. I hope we can live here forever. No way, once the Sagittarius sanctuary is rebuilt, we have to go back. Hearing this, everyone's faces fell. Just then, Li Jian walked in, calling for Asta to come to Leo. I want to appoint Louis as my saint. So, that's all this is about? Hugo asked with a slight smile. Wait, hold on a second. He suddenly realized what was happening. Liu He is also joining Ophiuchus and becoming your saint? No freaking way. If that's the case, why don't you just make me your saint instead? The archer, holy god, Apollo, mocked. Don't say such ridiculous things. Alright, let's do it. Li Jian immediately began the appointment, a scene that left everyone completely stunned, and poof, the totem of Ophiuchus appeared right over Hugo's head. Damn it, I was just saying that. Seeing this unfold, Apollo dropped his bubble tea in shock. At this very moment, Ji also arrived at Li Jian's tower. I'm finally here. That must be Lord Li Jian's sanctuary. Wait for me, Lord Li Jian. I'll be by your side in no time. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Ominous purple-black cracks had appeared in the sky right next to Ophiuchus. Back inside, Apollo was grilling Hugo. Why did you transfer? Hugo looked pale as a ghost. I didn't think he'd actually make me one, Apollo yelled. If you're not happy about it, then speak up. Hugo began to sweat profusely. Do I have to start all over again as Li Jian's disciple? That's practically slavery. Apollo started trying to coax him, saying he never treated him like a slave. Apollo pleaded, just come back. I'll treat you well. Li Jian started complaining. You should have done that from the start. This is so tiresome. Suddenly, a shout erupted from outside. Where is the master of Ophiuchus? I know this is your sanctuary. Stop hiding and get out here. Flying dragons began circling in the sky. We are the direct subordinate force of the Helmet Baron. We're here to avenge our Lord Helmet Baron. What? Li Jian looked at them with disdain, but then an idea seemed to pop into his head as a wicked smirk spread across his face. He grabbed the sleeping Aries saint, Yangwei, who was nearby. Enjoying your nap, are we? Come on, you're going to help me with something. Li Jian hung him upside down in midair inside his workshop, flashing an uncontrollable, evil smile. I don't know what you're planning, but please stop right now. But Li Jian completely ignored his pleas, lost in his own twisted art, oblivious to everything else. Cries and wails echoed from the workshop. Outside, the Phantom Legion was getting extremely angry, seeing that only a few subordinates had come out. It seems the master of Ophiuchus isn't taking us seriously at all. He's completely ignoring us. I guess I'll have to force you out. If you don't come out, I'll kill all of your followers, starting with that idiot-looking guy right there. He began to charge up his weapon and hurled it straight at Hugo. The attack was incredibly powerful, and everyone scattered. But when the spear shot toward Hugo, it was blocked by the aura around him, and the weapon actually bent. As the temporary Saint Odas, he had received the protection of Ophiuchus, which gave him a completely different level of durability compared to his Sagittarius days. Hugo was utterly blown away by this overwhelming new benefit. Holy crap. The Phantom Legion was in shock. He actually blocked the Lord's throne spear with just his body. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Even the most elite legion was completely annihilated. Can we really do this? It should be fine, right? How could we possibly lose to humans? The commander must not have used his full strength. Meanwhile, the commander was sweating profusely. I just used my full strength. Even their subordinates are this powerful. However, the commotion wasn't over yet. A girl dressed in yellow came charging right at them. In an instant, more than half of the Phantom Legion was eliminated. Who are you? The commander was shocked and utterly confused. You're asking a question like that? Even if I told you, would you even know who I am? With that, she created multiple clones of herself. In just a few moments, she carved a bloody path through them and landed on the ground. Goutet saw her and was floored. Libra's Golly Collins. Hey Goutet. Long time no see. Thanks for the introduction. This is our first time meeting since the Leo Arena fight ended, right? I hope all those places I beat you up back then have healed by now, right? Galli is extremely powerful. She is undoubtedly the strongest among the 10 saints. The strength of the 10 saints is second only to the saints of each holy order. So, with the exception of the main saints, that girl, she's humanity's strongest warrior, one of Libra's 10 saints, Galli, and she's clearly Giselle's daughter. What in the world is she doing here? The skeleton commander was completely stunned. Hey girl, you claim to be from Libra, so why are you attacking us? We have a clear, non-aggression pact. Galli simply replied. You seem to have misunderstood something. I have nothing to do with them anymore. I've left Libra. Before anyone could even process the shock, she raised her weapon once more and declared, You're next. All of you from that unknown civilization are going down too, because no matter what it takes, I'm joining Ophiuchus today. You little brat, don't get cocky just because you took out a few of my soldiers. Everyone, attack. But just then, an immense pressure washed over them from behind. A voice boomed. What do you think you're doing on my turf? A powerful surge of divine energy erupted, stunning everyone present. A massive crack spiderwebbed across the skeleton commander's face. Ophiuchus, so you've finally shown yourself. Galli's eyes lit up with excitement. She was finally meeting him. The newcomer, Lord Li Jian, addressed the skeletons. You came all this way to avenge Helmet Baron and cause this whole mess. He'd be so touched to know how loyal you are. But if you keep stirring up trouble, certain people are going to be seriously annoyed. Is that something you really want? The skeletons were utterly confused as Li Jian casually opened a box. I'm in a pretty good mood today, so I'll let you off the hook just this once. Take this and get out of my sight. This move stunned friend and foe alike. What are you talking about? You're just letting Helmet Baron go? After we worked so hard to capture him? I have my own plan, Li Jian retorted. Just keep quiet. Meanwhile, the Phantom Legion grew restless. What's the plan? This isn't how we thought this would go down. Don't back down now. They're the ones who did this to Lord Helmet Baron. Yeah, but their commander took that hit without a scratch, and his divine pressure alone was enough to push us back. If we just do what Li Jian says, we'll lose all our dignity. but after a moment of hesitation, their commander decided to follow Li Jian's order and made a hasty retreat. Alright, now that Helmet Baron's crew has been dealt with, let's talk about you, Li Jian said, turning to Gali. You want to join OPHIUCHUS? Her eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Yes? No? Huh? But why? Li Jian explained. I've heard you're the strongest of the 10 saints, and I don't doubt your sincerity in wanting to join us. But you're going to need more trials than that. Taking out a few of Helmet Baron's leftover soldiers just isn't enough. Is it because I'm from Libra? She asked. I can't deny that's part of it. To be more precise, it's because you're Giselle's daughter. Giselle partnered with world-famous figures, using Libra's authority to produce numerous children and use them to expand her influence over humanity. With a background like that, it's pretty hard for your sworn enemies to trust you. Tell us the truth, Haley interjected, starting her own interrogation. Why would you leave Libra to join us? Hearing this, Gali began to stammer. Because, well, the truth is, I'm a huge fan of Lord Li Jian. Besides, Libra has done a lot of things that ticked people off, and I didn't want to join any of the other holy orders. So, I came here. I swear I'll do everything I can to prove myself. Please, just trust me. Oh, is that so? Li Jian activated his divine eye to check her out. He discovered her faith power towards OPHIUCHUS was at 200, while her faith in Libra was only 1. With a faith level that high, it was highly unlikely she would ever betray them. Plus, it indicated she possessed a power similar to OPHIUCHUS's own. All right, I'll give you a chance. Come with us, and prove your skills and your resolve. Okay, no problem at all. Gali was ecstatic. If it was too easy to get in, I'd just get bored anyway. An obstacle like this is nothing. Haha, you've certainly got a lot of spirit. Heh, I get that a lot. Asterisk, sigh asterisk. Someone from Libra was actually joining Li Jian's holy order. What a rare sight. Still, they seemed to be hitting it off surprisingly well. Haley, however, watched them with a mix of suspicion and anger, clearly unable to stomach a girl from Libra getting so close to Li Jian. Let's table the issue with that girl for now. Li Jian, what's your plan? You just let Helmet Baron go, the same guy you worked so hard to defeat. Oh, that. Don't worry about it. That's actually the fatty, isn't it? That's Yanggi. At this revelation, everyone's jaw hit the floor. What on earth did that ruthless Li Jian do to Lord Baron to leave him in such a terrible state? Inside Baron's body, Yanggi was crying like a 200-pound baby. Li Jian actually stuck me in this mess. Just that morning, Li Jian had told him, listen up, fatty. From now on, you're going to possess the body behind me and infiltrate the unknown civilization, and you're going to feed us useful intel. Are you insane? There's no way I can do that. If you pull it off, I'll put you back in your original body. I hear that Ares still has your body perfectly preserved, but I can't do it. This is just too crazy. But Li Jian wasn't about to listen to any of his excuses. Even as incompetent as you are, you're still a saint. As one of the 13 chosen representatives of humanity, you should have at least some grit, right? Thinking back on it, Yanggi felt, no matter what, he had to get his original body back first. Even though Li Jian is a despicable, shameless snake, he always keeps his promises, but his current predicament was way worse than he'd anticipated. The Phantom Legion was hauling him straight to the Demon Tower. I've got a question. Yang Wei couldn't stop himself from asking. Why are we heading to the Demon Tower? Because that's where the equipment to restore Lord Baron's body is, obviously. Equipment? He gulped. I thought all of that was destroyed. I can't believe stuff like that still exists. They finally reached the depths of the Demon Tower, where, bound by magical formations and heavy chains, a figure was imprisoned, covered from head to toe in iron spikes. This is the repair device that can restore the Demon Tower's internal systems. Even though this thing isn't working anymore, it still leaks a bit of kinetic energy. All we have to do is absorb that energy, and Lord Helmet Baron can be fully restored. Wait, I actually kind of like my current state. I want to stay in this box. Everyone, we need to hurry. The Baron seems to have lost his marbles. That damn Leon must have messed with his head. Suddenly, the monarch bristling with spikes sensed a power slowly awakening. That guy over there, he's not one of us. Why is he wearing Helmet Baron's skin? What? This guy can actually move? And he's saying Helmet Baron isn't on our side? You idiots can't even tell who you dragged in here. There's no point in talking to you fools. With that, dark red electricity shot from his palm, instantly paralyzing everyone. He then snatched Yang Wei up in his hand. Start talking. Who are you? And what's your real game? I'm actually the Ares Saint, Yang Wei. Nonsense. The power keeping your body going couldn't possibly be the Ares authority. I'll ask you one last time. Who is the one giving your body life? Who's the puppet master pulling your strings? Damn it. Things were spinning completely out of control. Asterisk. Should I just tell him everything? Asterisk. As he hesitated, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You got found out this fast? You're totally useless, Fatso. I was planning on greeting the monarchs anyway, but I didn't think I'd be meeting them this soon. Fatso, you really shouldn't try acting. Hey, wasn't it your power that got me caught in the first place? Well. What a surprise. You look like a newly awakened Holy Spirit, yet you're packing some serious power. You must be the 13th variant, right? That's what everyone's been saying. And you? You're the monarch they've got locked up in the Demon Tower? Oh, so, you actually know about me. Then you should know exactly what kind of hell I'm in. I've been locked up in here, constantly starving. This little saint of yours, I'm going to devour every last drop of his power. Li Jian, do something. At this rate, he's gonna suck me dry. Hey, you monarch. What kind of garbage are you spouting? Is Li Jian getting pissed off for my sake? How could a guy like this possibly be my saint? Now I'm really mad. So, you're mad about times that asterisk? No wonder you're nothing like the other holy spirits. How disappointing. I really thought there were no decent candidates left. Fatso, chill out. I've already got the next step planned. So, you had a plan all along? Then hurry up and save me. Thanks for all your hard work, Fatso. I won't forget your noble sacrifice. Didn't I just tell you I was planning on greeting the monarch? That's why I sent you over there. Don't worry. Whether it's you or the monarch, I can promise your ends will be a true work of art. Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive explosion ripped through the air. A giant mushroom cloud billowed up over the city. It was the Capricorn skill, World Destroyer. Ah, how magnificent. Good thing I managed to collect Capricorn's data while fighting Dosef. I'll take care of some other business first, then I can swing by and pick up the loot later. Just as he was about to check on Luhi's situation, he was suddenly taken aback. A brilliant golden light was flashing right in front of Luhi. The authority of the Leo Holy Spirit was pouring out of him. Luhi, you dare betray us to join another holy order? And the 13th variant, Holy Spirit's order? Of all things? Holy Lord, please, calm down. It's no use. That's not Holy Lord Stephen anymore. That's the Leo Holy Spirit, Narasima. Why has the Holy Land ended up like this? Why is Stephen missing both of his arms? And why are you trying to join another holy order? These soul-crushing questions left Luhi completely speechless. Well, whatever, Luhi sighed. You can just watch from the second half of episode 77 to episode 86, and so, Leo began to piece together the whole story. I see now. Every single one of you has done something to harm the Holy Order. Not only did the Order leader betray the Holy Order, but he also unleashed a catastrophe upon the Holy Land. And you, the Vice-Holy Lord, want to just jump ship to another order. This so-called saint couldn't do a thing and even lost his own arms. On top of that, he's been secretly funneling my power to that Jian character. It looks like it's time to whip this order back into shape. With that, he unleashed his divine power, causing golden lightning to rip across the sky. In that moment, a quest notification from OPHIUCHUS popped up for Luhe. The Leo Holy Spirit, Narasimha, stands in your way. Defeat him to claim what you desire. Taking on a Holy Spirit, that sounds like a suicide mission for anyone else. But if she ever wanted to join Uncle Lijian's holy order, she had to clear this quest. After a moment of hesitation, she resolutely drew her weapon. What do you think you're doing, Luhe? You have the nerve to point your weapon at me? Narasimha bellowed. Perfect. This is a great chance to teach you a lesson about that attitude of yours. With that, he unleashed Leo's skill, Lightning Rupture, which came crashing down on Luhe. Vice Holy Lord, it's dangerous. Dodge it. Quick. In that split second, right at the critical moment, she heard a familiar voice. You reckless fool. Plant your weapon in the ground, now. The moment she slammed her spear into the earth, a deep green shield materialized, blocking the attack. You actually managed to block it? Narasimha was genuinely surprised. Ophiuchus' skill, Snake Scale Shield, is protecting the temporary Saint Luhe, so this is Lijian's power. Let's just see how long you can keep that up. I'll rip that flimsy shield apart with my bare hands. But just as he moved, a foot emerged from the void and planted itself squarely on the Leo Holy Spirit's shoulder. Hey, you knucklehead captain. What do you think you're doing to my saint? With that, Lijian slammed Narasimha straight into the ground. You really had me worried there, Uncle Lijian. Luhe, that was way too reckless. You can't just pick a fight with a Holy Spirit, quest or no quest. But he started it first. You stupid little captain. What brings you down here? Weren't you supposed to be ignoring everything and leaving it all to that moron? Now get your foot off me, Narasimha roared, as he struggled out from under Lijian's boot. You jerk, you just show up out of nowhere and step on my head. And for the record, I didn't just descend. Stephen was the one who called me. So, when the Holy Spirit first ascended, Stephen had summoned him, and he was only just now showing up? The whole situation left both of them completely speechless. Anyway, I acted like I didn't know you were alive. I even lent you my power, and this is how you repay me? By trying to steal my saint? As he spoke, a brilliant golden holy power exploded from his body. New plan. I'm dealing with you first. You piece of trash. Lijian just sneered back dismissively. If you've got a problem, do something about it instead of just running your mouth. In an instant, a colossal lion materialized, standing proudly in the air. Luhe quickly reminded Lijian that his descent was powered by the Holy Order's experience points, meaning he couldn't stay on Earth for very long. He was on a timer. Excellent. I just got rid of my own limiters, too. This is the perfect chance to see just how strong I've really become. You arrogant fool. I'll crush you in a single blow. Narasimha roared, concentrating his divine power for a massive strike at Lijian. But Lijian casually caught it with just one hand. All that size and no muscle to back it up. Let me show you how to use real power. With that, Lijian kicked his arm aside, then leaped into the air, summoning heaven's judgment and bringing it crashing down. How long are you going to lay there? If you want to take a nap, go back to the divine realm and do it. I'd watch that showboating if I were you. People who show off like that tend to get struck by lightning. And sure enough, a second later, the heaven's punishment lotus slammed down hard on Li January. Haha, you've still got a long way to go. Narasimha laughed triumphantly. Lijian just gave a cold sneer as he unleashed the true power of Ophiuchus. With the release of the disaster lotus, crackling cyan lightning erupted all around him. How is that possible? Did you copy my skill when I wasn't looking? What do you mean, copy? The best things in life are meant to be shared, little kitty. But just as Lijian was powering up his attack, his own power started to disperse. The sheer force unleashed by Ophiuchus was too immense. Even heaven's judgment could barely contain its master's strength. The surrounding environment cannot handle the power of two holy spirits. Before the planet's tolerance limit is breached, please withdraw or regulate your power. Haha, you'd better be the one to back down, Narasimha said with a smirk. You wouldn't want this little planet to get shattered, would you? If we keep this up, who's gonna go first? Me getting sent back to the divine realm, or this planet breaking into pieces? Think it over carefully, Li January. Hearing that, Lijian just smiled faintly. So, all I have to do is adjust my power. I should have just done this from the get-go. With that, he pulled out a weapon and started absorbing all the excess divine power hanging in the air. Narasimha was completely floored. He's absorbing divine power? That characteristic. Could he be that reckless madman? A holy spirit using a weapon from some unknown place? Civilization. See? I told you it's good to share. This thing's power is a direct counter to holy spirits. It's perfect for neutralizing any power overflow. He taunted. Hey, Cat Captain. Your resources are running thin, aren't they? How much more can Leo possibly burn? And a closer look confirmed it. The Holy Order's reserves were almost completely gone. Taking advantage of that split second of distraction, Jian unleashed Heaven's judgment. With a sickening crack, one of Narasimha's fangs shattered and fell. But Jian didn't stop there, ripping off chunks of Narasimha's fur and mane. Narasimha couldn't believe it, he was already this strong. And now he's using weapons from some unknown civilization. You're basically a god of destruction. Damn it. Narasimha roared as he suddenly powered up, activating Victor's battlefield. Chains of lightning shot out, locking down Jian's arms and legs. Finally got you, you little pest. It's over, he bellowed, smashing down towards Jian. But facing this all-out assault, Jian just smirked. Keep dreaming. You get all worked up and lose your head, just like all the puppets I control, burning through your skills so recklessly. Just how much juice do you have left? Just then, a notification popped up. Forced return to the divine realm. Damn it all. I was just about to win, and it had to happen right now? As he faded, Jian just flipped him the bird. You weren't winning anything. You were just flailing around. Ah, Jian, let's go another round. Come to the divine realm. This time, I'll definitely. But before he could finish his threat, he vanished, leaving behind nothing but Jian, his middle finger still in the air, and a completely dumbfounded crowd. The saints started murmuring amongst themselves. Did Jian really just drive away our Leo Holy Spirit? How is that even possible? Hey Luhei. Jian called out. Looks like the emergency's over. Don't forget to take care of business. Got it. A little while later, Stephen slowly came to. You're awake, Luhei? He gave him a calm look, then took a moment before getting to his feet. The Leo Holy Spirit has finished its ascension and returned to the divine realm. So now, it's time to finish what I started. My quest to join Ophiuchus is to defeat you, Holy Lord. Stephen was completely floored. Luhei, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're actually serious. But his words were met with a deep bow from Luhei. I'm sorry, Holy Lord, and thank you for everything you've done for me. I need to become stronger than I am right now. Here in Leo, I've hit my ceiling. That's why I have to leave and go to Ophiuchus. I know this is a huge disappointment. I'm fully aware of everything you've done for me, Holy Lord, so please, I'm begging you. Let me transfer to another holy order. I understand. Then go, Stephen said slowly, closing his eyes. The saints around him were in an uproar. Wait, Holy Lord, you're just going to let the Vice Holy Lord walk away like that? Her mind is made up. There's no point in trying to stop her. Maybe I've been shackled to this holy order by my own past guilt, but I can't let my baggage hold you back. Go, and become as powerful as you possibly can. Use any means necessary to get stronger. That is the true way of Leo's banner. Make sure the master of Ophiuchus sees that for himself. Take care of yourself, Luhei. Holy Lord. Stephen. Luhei called out his name. Stephen's heart skipped a beat, filled with hope, thinking his whole noble act had finally gotten through to him. He thought to himself, man, I sounded so cool just now. Luhei is definitely going to reconsider. But just as he started to turn around, whack, he got smacked right on the head with a staff. And that completes the quest. Now I can finally join Uncle Jian's holy order. A few days later, however, when Luhei arrived at the Ophiuchus Holy Land, he ran into someone he definitely wasn't expecting to see. The two of them already had bad blood, and this meeting just threw gasoline on the fire. Spit it out. What are you really plotting? I'm not plotting anything. And why are you getting so bent out of shape? Lord Jian said he'd decide whether to accept me after an evaluation period. What's the matter? Worried that with your skills, I'm going to steal your spot as Lord Jian's personal guard. Let's take this outside, right now. I'll show you just how strong I've gotten. Luhei shot back, completely insulted. Feeling that confident, are we? Fine by me, I'm looking forward to it. Good, you can see what I'm made of, too. Shankai was itching for a fight. Luhei just complained, sister, I'm in the middle of a conversation here. Meanwhile, Stephen and the other saints were getting ready to hold a press conference. 20 years ago, on the day the demon tower was conquered, the one who truly defeated the demon's eye was Jian. And now, I'm finally announcing this truth to the entire world. Back at Ophiuchus, Jian returned only to hear the sounds of a battle raging just outside. It was Luhei and Gali, duking it out over the guard position. Your strength has definitely grown. I heard you went through a few life or death battles. A couple of death struggles, Gali. Did that help you out? I really hate that condescending tone of yours, like you're looking down on me from on high. Isn't that natural? Gali smirked. Cause even now, I'm still way stronger than you. So, that's why they're fighting to see who gets to be my personal guard. Yep, all three of them are really fired up. Wait, three? Jian glanced over at Shankai, who'd been taken out right at the start. Compared to those two, Shankai still has a lot of growing to do. Jian checked their stats. Only Shankai was a whole level behind the others. It looks like if I want everyone on the same playing field, I'm going to have to give Shankai a little push. Scorpion, get them all to sit right here. Haley then used her skill, binding the two fighters together. Even tied up, the two of them kept arguing until they heard Jian's voice and finally shut up. Knock it off. I have something to say. As Ophiuchus Saints, your very first assigned mission is. A little while later, Shankai woke up confused, realizing Jian was carrying him. I already heard that Gali and Luhei got the drop on you from the get-go. Shankai looked totally bummed out. I thought I'd gotten better, but I'm still miles behind my sisters. Jian comforted him. You have improved, just not enough. Don't get discouraged. This just means you have more room to get even stronger. Changing his tone, Li Jian asked him, "Do you want to become stronger?" "Of course, whatever it takes." Suddenly, it dawned on him. "Uncle, where are we going? Where else?" "To the demon tower, of course." And with that, Li Jian leaped from the sky with him in tow. "You said you wanted to get stronger by any means necessary, right? Well then, it's time for some intense, private training." At the same time, over at the Leo Holy Land, a reopening sign was being hung. The people packed into the press conference were all buzzing with chatter. Stephen remembered what Kevin and the others had told him just 2 days ago. "Full disclosure. Do you realize what the consequences will be? You might have to deal with condemnation from the entire world and complaints from the other saints. It's fine. At the very least, from now on, fixing our mistakes is a step we have to take. Then we're out of options. Let's both go and get ready." "What do you mean? You don't have to come. What are you talking about? A man with no arms dares to hold a press conference all by himself? What are you going to do when Libra and the others attack? Anyway, just hurry up and prepare your speech. We can at least protect the venue." The flashback ended. Back at the press conference, he cut right to the chase. Does everyone remember the press conference held by the Aquarius Saint? At that time, Sophia disclosed what really happened at the Demon Tower 20 years ago. But because of cancer's interference and other incidents, the whole thing was gradually swept under the rug. This time, I will announce that information once again. 20 years ago, it was indeed Jian who took down the Red Eye. Furthermore, the Red Eye that appeared in M country this time was also defeated by January. As the facts were laid bare, the reporters below erupted into a frenzy of discussion. At that very moment, outside the gate, Kevin drew his weapon. "I didn't think you'd actually show up, Louis Moran." "Of course, I had to. Stephen is out there slandering us saints. How could I just sit back and watch? You've got some serious nerve." "He's just stating the facts that were covered up." Louis smiled creepily. "In that case, is he also going to mention that you were the one who stabbed Leon in the back?" "That's a lie." Kevin was furious. "How is it a lie? This was all planned by me and Libra. I'm the one who knows the truth. Let me ask you a question. Can you remember anything at all from that time at the Demon Tower?" Kevin tried to recall, but his mind was a total blank. "Haha, Kevin, you poor thing. Let's have a little chat. I'll tell you what went down back then. Where should I start? Let's begin with you being terrified because you stood no chance against Li Jian. Damn it. My body won't listen to me. Cancer, what did you do to me?" "I didn't do anything. The one controlling your memories is you, all because of the guilt from ambushing Li Jian in the Demon Tower." "Shut up. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" "Oh, I'm not spouting nonsense. I'm going to make you remember, right now. Just in time to find my old teammate." With that, he pulled out a key stained with dark magic. As Kevin stared in utter disbelief, Louis jammed the key into his forehead. "Now, I'll help you unlock the memories you willingly buried deep in the abyss." Inside, the reporters started firing questions. "Are you saying the other saints made no significant contribution to defeating the Red Eye? And was Li Jian's imprisonment in the Demon Tower caused by a certain saint backstabbing him? Who exactly ambushed Li Jian?" "Unfortunately, although we have suspects, we don't have any hard evidence at this point." Just then, Kevin burst through the door, his eyes glowing blood red. "Oh my, seems I've come at a bad time, interrupting your important speech. In that case, let me continue. I'll tell you who ambushed Li Jian. It was truly a sight to behold. Facing the boss, even against the powerful Red Eye, Li Jian didn't back down and met it head-on. It was a savage fight. Just seeing them go at it was enough to crush my fighting spirit. In the end, Li Jian still managed to take down the Red Eye. That moment was seriously inspiring. His mind flashed back to that time, when Li Jian was already a mess of injuries. Li Jian couldn't help but grumble. "Those jerks just ditched me here, and took off." But before he could finish muttering to himself, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Before he even had a chance to react, a sharp blade ran him through. Taking down an exhausted and defenseless Li Jian was almost too easy. The feeling was just unreal. "I was so nervous, I was shaking. It felt ridiculous. You really should have seen the way Li Jian just collapsed." Hearing this, Hugo and Stephen were completely stunned. "Hey, what the hell are you talking about? What's the matter? Why the look of disbelief? Do I need to spell it out for you?" "It was me. I am Li Jian." At those words, divine power just exploded from Hugo. "Kevin, you better start explaining exactly what happened. Didn't you hear me the first time? What else is there to say? And unfortunately for you, this isn't exactly story time. If you've got something to say it to this." Just then, a black cube materialized in his hand, and suddenly, countless disasters started pouring out. Stephen cursed. Damn it. He ordered the Leo Saints to move up, telling them to form a line and cover the reporter's escape. Damn it. This has gone completely off the rails. So what's the plan? What do you think? We take out these disasters, grab that guy, and make him talk. However, as Kevin unleashed the disasters, a horde of grotesque monsters surged forward. Hugo and Stephen charged in to hold them back. The creatures they smashed apart started to writhe and squirm. In just a few moments, the pieces began to pull themselves back together, merging into a single entity that radiated an even more powerful, oppressive aura. Don't underestimate these disasters. They're a gift from the affluent monarch. The monster slammed its fist down, instantly pulverizing the ground below. Cough, cough. If this keeps up, the entire order is going to be wiped out. Looks like I'll have to end this in a single strike. With that, Stephen powered up for his ultra-speed slash. And even though the attack sliced the monster clean in two, its incredible healing ability immediately forced Stephen back on the defensive. Arg, why isn't my power doing any real damage? Hugo, this disaster is. And look at you, using Li Jian's power like it's your own. The Sagittarius Holy Spirit, Apollo, is probably crying in a corner somewhere. Damn it, don't just stand there gawking. Help me take this thing down, it's still moving. Just then, a wave of golden light blasted the monster back. Saved. Did something just fly past me? He took a closer look. A golden arm was giving him a thumbs up. From the looks of it, it's an arm? Wait, why is it flying right at me? Before he could even process his surprise, the sleek mechanical arm attached itself to his body. Just then, Lu came running up. Where did that thing fly off to? Huh? It already found its spot that fast? You'd better start explaining what this thing is. It just took off on its own, Lu explained. It's a special prosthetic Uncle Lian built. It was custom made just for you. The second she finished speaking, an immense power erupted from Stephen. Oh man. So Li Jian finally recognized my true worth and built me a weapon. It's a little late, but the main character always shows up at the last minute. Alright, everybody, get serious. From this day forward, the legend of Stephen Mark begins. The scene then cuts to Li Jian and Shanghai, who had already made their way inside the demon tower. Whoa, that was a pretty nasty explosion. Maybe I should have held back a bit. Uncle, why are we here anyway? Why else? It's because of him, of course, the monarch who's imprisoned in this demon tower. But it looks like he's already dead. Hearing that, Li Jian just smirked and yelled, "Hey, quit playing dead and get up." The monarch cracked a grin. So you knew I wasn't dead. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, 13th Holy Spirit. Should I say, that's just what I'd expect from a monarch? Surviving a blast of that size is no small feat. That's right. I'm a monarch, after all. You think I'd go down that easily? Anyway, Li Jian, that was one hell of a greeting. It certainly left an impression. So you actually know my name. I'm not just the power source for this tower, you know. I also act as its supervisor. You've been roaming around this tower for 20 years, haven't you? That's right. You know your stuff. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. Who was it that ambushed me? You know who it was, don't you? Of course, I do. But that information isn't free. In response, Li Jian summoned his weapon. You seem to be mistaken about the situation we're in. You don't actually think we're here to negotiate, do you? Just hear me out first. You have nothing to lose. I'll show you every single memory stored in this tower. All you have to do is let me out. What? That's it? That condition is way too simple. You think I'm scheming? Hey, take a good look at me. I used to be a monarch, and now I'm trapped here, getting my power siphoned off every single day. I'd pay any price just to get out. You're not wrong. I am plotting something. I want payback against the ones who threw me in here. And I figure if anyone gets it, Li Jian, it's you. Hearing this, Li Jian just let out a cold laugh. The guy was practically dripping with schemes, but that last part, it hit home. Alright, I'll take a gamble on you this one time, but you have to show me those memories. The monarch roared with laughter at his response. Haha, deal. As long as we're on the same page. Turning to his companion, Li Jian said, Shankai, I'm going to check out this guy's memories first. When I get back, your hellish training starts. Just chill out for now. And just like that, Li Jian started to absorb the monarch's memories. All sorts of memories from the demon tower started flashing through his mind, playing out like a comic book. He thought, man, seeing it like this is pretty wild, but now's not the time to get sentimental. Show me what happened 20 years ago, right before and after we took down the Red Eye. In an instant, the specific memories from the demon tower started to flood his consciousness. The past played out in vivid detail, the one who betrayed me back then. It was Cancer, Louis. The memory shifted to another place, where Louis was confronting Kevin. If you had just taken my deal back then, Louis taunted. Did you really need to make such a scene? The entire world is going to think you're the one who did it all, ambushing Li Jian and wrecking the event. Congratulations, Kevin. You're officially a traitor to humanity, and you'll be remembered that way forever. Meanwhile, before the press conference kicked off, Ji was getting ready to handle the mission Li Jian had assigned her. This is my first mission from OPHIUCHUS, she thought. I have to nail it. Li Jian's instructions were simple. All you have to do is deliver these 2 prosthetic limbs to the big guy and the kid with white hair. Even though it's just a delivery, this is a huge deal. You have to get it done right. Thinking about his words, Ji felt a surge of excitement. Don't you worry, Lord Li Jian. She vowed to herself. I'll get this mission done, no problem. Then, all of a sudden, her eyes lit up. She'd spotted Kevin. And he was with Louis. Did I really ambush Li Jian? Kevin asked in disbelief. That's right, Louis confirmed. Back then, you knew you couldn't beat Li Jian, so you crossed a line you shouldn't have. Didn't you even tell the Capricorn Zodiac that Li Jian was going to die? After you took care of Li Jian, you claimed the sky's radiance as your prize. But later, you were so racked with guilt that you begged me to help you seal that memory away. So now you get it. We've been in this together for 20 years. Now listen up, Kevin. You want to finally surpass Li Jian, right? I can make that happen for you. It's a totally different kind of power. But before he could say more, a swift kick landed right in his face. It was Guy, making a dazzling entrance with her eyes sparkling. She held out the prosthetic arm. Lord Li Jian asked me to give this to you, Lord Kevin. Now you can wield your sword with your right hand again. I don't deserve this, Kevin said. It's not about deserving it, Ji replied. You can take it, don't worry. Of course you can. It's because I wronged Li Jian. Just as he said that, Louis unleashed a blast of dark magic. Looks like Cancer just teleported us somewhere else. This place, it looks like a desert. I just changed the scenery so we could keep talking, Louis said smoothly. This might be the last chat we ever have. Right now, the entire world thinks you're the bad guy. You're the traitor of humanity. Soon, the news that you ambushed Li Jian will be everywhere. You've only got one way out of this. Work with me. Otherwise, Li Jian will never let you off the hook. It doesn't matter, Kevin said, slowly getting to his feet. If I really did ambush Li Jian 20 years ago, then I won't run from it. I'll face the consequences. I will never work with you. Louis scoffed, so stubborn. Then I guess there's no other choice. But before he could finish his thought, a sharp blade stabbed Kevin from behind. He whipped around in shock. It was G. Betrayed me? But then he realized, no, this isn't real. This has to be Cancer's splitting ability, combined with Pisces' transformation skill. Kevin had no time to process it before another blade pierced his chest. Back at the original location, the real Guy was completely stunned as the Ophiuchus shield had just blocked an attack meant for her. Those two just vanished, she thought, panicked. What do I do? Is Lord Kevin going to be okay? Elsewhere, Louis couldn't help but let out a sigh. How ridiculous. To think the wielder of the world's second holy seat, the man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Libra, just disappeared like that. Well, trying to recruit him was a bust, but at least this takes out one of Li Jian's right-hand men. It's a bit behind schedule, but now we can finally move forward with the original plan. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. My precious child, I can't just stand by and watch this time. I have to step in. A potent Holy Spirit force saturated the moonlit air. In a flash, a massive surge of holy power exploded from Kevin, roiling like a storm. You look pretty desperate, coming down here yourself. Did you really think I'd just sit back and watch? With those words, Louis lunged forward, unleashing the Cancer skill, crushing pincer, blossoming April. The Virgo skill activated, sending Louis flying backward. High on the iceberg, the Holy Spirit's form started to materialize. How dare you lay a hand on my precious follower? You're going to pay for that. The Virgo, Holy Spirit, Artemis, has manifested. Artemis descends, dead set on avenging her saint, no matter the cost. Vanish. She channels her divine power and unleashes it on Louis. But incredibly, Louis manages to block the devastating attack. Cancer skill, Black Star of the bottomless pit. Don't forget, I'm in a semi-divine state now. You won't take me down that easily. Artemis's face was a mask of indifference. Semi-divine? You think a pathetic semi-divine state can stand up to me? How arrogant. The holy deity attacked again. In an instant, countless ice spikes shot up, completely engulfing Louis. Damn it. He poured all his Cancer abilities into summoning his holy deity. That's right. If you want to live, call him down here. You're as disgusting as ever, Karinos. The Cancer holy deity, Karinos, descends. Artemis, stay out of my follower's way. Ha, what a joke. You're the one who touched my follower first. And with that, the two holy deities began to unleash their powers against each other. The very landscape started to crumble, unable to bear the sheer force of the two gods. The battle raged with incredible intensity when, out of nowhere, they heard a scream. Golly was being dragged by the prosthetic limb, hurtling straight for Louis. Everyone, get out of the way. Golly, wait. Hold on. But before anyone could react, the prosthetic limb slammed right into his head. As everyone watched in utter shock, Louis's head was completely obliterated. With Louis's clone destroyed, his holy deity was forcefully banished back to the divine realm. It finally stopped. I think I just hit something. The holy relic, the right arm of the Frost Sword Saint, has crushed the head of Cancer Louis's clone, acquiring a Cancer core fragment. Golly. Artemis called out to her. Ah, it's Lord Kevin. Something feels weird again. Let me just ask. Are you Lord Kevin? I was, but not right now. Artemis had descended into Kevin's body, making him appear as a female version of himself. Meanwhile, back at the Leo Saint Group headquarters, the three of them were working together and were about to finish off the disaster. The fake Kevin, hiding in the distance, was completely terrified. How is this possible? This disaster was created with a monarch's artifact. Each one is at least a black-level threat. How can they be so useless? Kevin, these things can't beat us. If you really want to fight, then use your own Saint Group's powers. Hearing this, the imposter started to tremble. What are you waiting for? Is there a problem? Since he won't come to us, we'll go to him. Louis gathered his power, activated divine speed, and charged straight at Kevin. The fake barely dodged the attack. Just as he tried to make a run for it, he was smacked by a thrown monster. At that exact moment, the Pisces transformation wore off. The imposter was revealed to be none other than Serbia, one of the 10 saints of Pisces. Didn't they say the current saint's powers wouldn't work on these disasters? That guy made a mess of my saint group. So annoying, just as I thought. Kevin was a fake. The real Kevin is way too arrogant to summon disasters instead of fighting with his own strength. That alone was suspicious. Not to mention he's using an artifact like this. Oh no, it's a monarch's artifact. But he had no time to dwell on that. I told you before, your acting is terrible. In any case, since you've made such a huge mess here, don't even think about leaving in one piece. I'm so screwed. Why isn't the Cancer Lord getting in touch with me? Meanwhile, back with Golly, the gender-bent Kevin had just landed and immediately started gagging. Suddenly, Kevin's own voice echoed out. Shut up. Get out of my body. Who told you to come down here on your own and change my gender? Go back right now. Oh my. Listen to you. I went through all this trouble to come down here and save your life. And instead of being grateful, you're blaming me. You already saved me. It was a success. Now hurry up and go back so you don't waste the Saint Group's resources. As the world's second-ranked Saint Group, what else are we supposed to use our saved-up resources on? And why do you get so mad every single time I descend? My dear follower, do you really think you only got a few scratches? That attack from Cancer gave you a fatal wound. If I release the descent right now, you'll die instantly. I have no choice but to wait here until the wound heals. Meanwhile, a bystander, Golly, starts snapping pictures like crazy. What are you doing? Kevin yells, totally embarrassed and annoyed. This is the perfect time to get more shots. Artemis plays along, striking different poses and completely ignoring Kevin's pleas. Are you finished yet? Yep, and the results are amazing. Anyway, thanks for your help. She gives his head a little pat. Thanks to you, I can avoid a conflict with Karinos and just head out. Back at my Saint Group, there are some people with ulterior motives, who will definitely make a move while Kevin is gone. I need to get back and defend my position. That said, please take this arm. It's the prosthetic limb, Master Li Jian, made for Lord Kevin. I can't take this arm. Kevin resists with everything he's got. If I accept this, he'll seriously cut me off. Once I've handled the situation with my Saint Group, I'll go explain everything to Li Jian myself. Also, please give my regards to him and thank him for watching over my follower. Wait, hold on. But before Gali can stop her, Artemis vanishes. She just left. That was the first task Master Li Jian ever gave me, and I blew it just like that. I can't face Master Li Jian now. How am I ever going to join OPHIUCHUS? The scene then shifts back to the Demon Tower, where Li Jian has just finished viewing the memories. So, did you find the memories you were looking for? Yeah, for the most part. But it's not enough. These memories are all confined to the Demon Tower. I need to see your memories, from when you were a monarch. I need intel on the other monarchs. That's going to be difficult. I've already held up my end of the bargain. This wasn't part of the deal. What kind of nonsense is that? Don't act like you're doing me a favor. You said we would synchronize our memories, which means you get to see mine, too. Well, it seems you're sharper than I gave you credit for. I thought I had you fooled, but you ended up playing me instead. I've got a ton of information to get from you, and I need to lay out the details of the situation before we can negotiate any further. You said you're desperate to get out of here, right? So now, show me what you're really bringing to the table. That's right. You want to see my memories as a monarch? Fine. But on one condition. We're not just synchronizing memories. You have to become one with me. What? Li Jian's brow furrows. I'll give you the chance to devour this world and awaken as a true monarch, Li Jian. The scene changes. Noticing that Li Jian hasn't moved in a long time, Shankai starts to worry. He hears the sound of monsters approaching from behind. How did the Demon Tower get this wrecked? No wonder the Lord Monarch sent us to check it out. The monsters spot Shankai. An intruder. A human. Who are you? How'd you get in here? Are you the one who made this mess? The monster seems a bit surprised. It looks like humans have made it deep inside the tower. Get lost. One of the monsters unleashes its power and lunges at Li Jian. Just as it's about to make contact, Shankai leaps forward to block the attack. He roars, "Don't you dare touch him. That line's mine." The tall, skinny monster raises its leg. In an instant, Shankai is sent flying from the kick. Just then, a protective shield materializes around him. If it weren't for Uncle Li Jian's power, I would have been toast in a single hit. I have no idea where these monsters came from, but they're the real deal. Uncle Li Jian is reading the monarch's memories, so he's completely defenseless right now. I have to protect him until he comes to. The power he's using is interesting. I'll take care of this human. You go deal with the other intruder. You bastard. I won't let you get past me. Shankai powers up and charges ahead. For a human, you've got some nerve. Ha, your spirit is impressive, but it's useless. I thought, you might actually entertain me for a bit. Is this all you've got? Shankai desperately cycles through OPHIUCHUS's combat techniques, searching for a way out. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Found it. Meanwhile, over at Leo headquarters, Serbia is beaten black and blue. So, are you ready to start talking now? Let's recap the situation. The real Kevin was snatched by cancer, and you took that as your chance to impersonate him, stir up trouble, and spread a bunch of lies. Where'd you get this thing? The cancer saint gave it to me. I don't know the details. Looks like our first stop is finding Kevin and cancer. Hey, any idea where they went? Hearing this, Serbia just starts laughing. It's all over. Even though I failed, cancer should have already taken care of Kevin and moved on to invade the Virgo sanctuary. Either way, our goal has been accomplished. He erupts into a fit of crazed laughter. You think that's so funny? A familiar voice calls out as the door is kicked clean off its hinges. Gali storms in, absolutely furious. Wait, are you telling me the prosthetic limb wasn't delivered? Don't mess with me right now. I'm pissed. Hey Serbia. What's the matter? Serbia gulps, a ruthless iron fist already flying at his face. I asked you if something was funny. Why aren't you answering me? Start talking with that mouth of yours, just like you were before. This is all your fault. I failed. Master Li Jian's very first assignment. Louis tells her to take it easy. She snaps back. Do I look calm to you? And what's this got to do with you, anyway? You're right. It's not my problem. After all, my mission is already done. Shankai completely snaps, screaming, I'm gonna end every last one of you. Just then, a panel materializes in front of Hugo. Skill, take the hit for me. You have been designated as the target. Initiator, Shankai. Before he can even process the words, Hugo's body vanishes. In the blink of an eye, he's been teleported to the Demon Tower. Just as the monster's attack is about to slam into Li Jian, Hugo's body materializes to intercept the blow for him. Success. Shankai's contribution has increased for ensuring the holy deity's safety. What succeeded? A bewildered Hugo stares at the display panel. As an OPHIUCHUS saint, you protected the holy deity with your humble body, blocking the disaster's attack with extraordinary endurance. The scene cuts to a space within the system. Li Jian demands, Monarch? What are you even talking about? This is no joke. Li January, I'm dead serious. I believe you have the potential to become a god of disaster. I've seen it within your memories. You shouldn't settle for being just a holy deity. Accept my offer, quickly. This is definitely a good deal for you. Suddenly, they both sense the chaos erupting outside. Their generals serving the Time Monarch. The Time Monarch is the master of this demon tower and the one who locked me away. And they're the ones who turned the other holy deities against you, convincing them to betray you. He continues to stir the pot. So, what's your move, Li Jian? They've already found us. You don't have a lot of time to think this over. Hey, I'm talking to you, Li January. What's the hesitation? Let's get our revenge together. What do you say? Let's crush those holy deities and monarchs together. If we merge into one and become a monarch ourselves, we can rule this entire world. My answer, of course, is no. Li Jian replies calmly. What? But why? The monarch is completely stunned. Li Jian shoots back. What? Can't your little revenge scheme move forward without me? You? What are you even saying? Your pathetic little tricks are childish. You can barely even manage to escape on your own. If merging with a weakling like you was the key to revenge, I wouldn't have wasted all this time suffering. You just want to hog all my power for yourself. Tell you what, you could get on your knees and beg me. Maybe then I'd consider helping you. Suddenly, Li Jian grabs him. Either way, I'm going to help you get your wish. Once you're inside my stomach, that counts as us merging into one, doesn't it? With that, Li Jian activates Ophiuchus's gluttony ability and begins to absorb his power. The monster generals are floored by what they're seeing. Those damn humans. What the hell is going on in there? Shanghai and the others are equally stunned. If we knew what was happening, we'd already be in there stopping it. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the two generals charge at them from different directions. Hugo intercepts one of them. I don't know what's going on, but I can't let you interfere with Li January. If you're going to stand in my way, then I'll just have to crush you. But before he can finish his threat, Hugo's demeanor turns serious. Flames erupt around his body. The searing heat stops the two generals dead in their tracks, preventing them from taking a single step forward. Seizing this opportunity, Shanghai activates the Colossus and snatches one of the generals. How dare you grab me? The general flies into a rage, kicking the Colossus away, but Hugo is already charging forward, simultaneously gathering the power of Sagittarius. The resulting attack is immensely powerful, blasting both of them back. This is getting more complicated than they expected. It's not that we underestimated them. The holy deity power these humans are wielding is incredibly strong. That one at the front can even use the power of more than one holy deity. We're left with no choice. Why did we have to run into a guy like this? He then pulls out a black and purple dial, a proxy for the great time monarch. I shall revert the time within the demon tower to a point in the past. As the magic takes hold, the shattered demon tower slowly begins to reconstruct itself. Even the disasters that were defeated begin to revive. Hugo suddenly remembers what Li Jian told him. The real problem isn't the red eye. It's the manager of the demon tower. That guy has the ability to bring back dead disasters. Just then, Li Jian's gluttony skill is interrupted as the demon tower falls under the monarch's control. I don't know what kind of trick you just pulled, but managing to actually block my skill. Not bad. Li Jian frowns slightly. This guy is really giving me a grand welcome at a time like this. Ding, a message pops up. Sender, the time monarch. Li Jian just dismisses the notification, thinking, let me finish my meal first. He carries on, activating his gluttony skill, shattering the monarch's hold over him. The monarch he's absorbing starts to plead. Wait, reconsider my offer, Li Jian. Ugh, here we go again. Just accept your fate, Li Jian tells him. As for your revenge, don't worry, I'll handle it for you. After a moment, Li Jian zeroes in on the core of the power. This one's the purest, time to dig in. But then, a ghostly voice echoes, that's not gonna happen. Li Jian feels a powerful assault from another monarch's energy. Ah, you bastard. Who do you think you are, just waltzing in here? The energy core is snatched away. This guy, he's the time monarch. Li Jian explodes with an immense amount of holy deity power. Time monarch, I've heard plenty about you. You're the reason I got backstabbed, and now you have the nerve to steal the meal I was about to eat? You're gonna regret this. This foolish wastelord can still be used as fuel for the demon tower. Obviously, I can't just hand him over to you. Shut up, Li Jian roars, summoning a gigantic python that lunges at the time monarch. But the powerful attack doesn't even scratch him. Impressive, the monarch notes. You've only just awakened, and yet you already wield this much power. Stop, Li January, you're not strong enough to fight a monarch. You'll just get absorbed. The time monarch chuckles. Wastelord, you have the luxury of worrying about someone else? Take a look at your own predicament. It seems my subordinates have already reversed time inside the tower. You know exactly what that means. Countless, shadowy arms start grabbing for the wastelord. No. If you use those powers, I'll be completely erased. If you need to keep the demon tower running, don't you still need my power? You seem to be misunderstanding something, the time monarch replies. I never had any intention of protecting the demon tower. I just want you to disappear. You ungrateful bastards, the wastelord screams. Not only did you steal my authority, but now you're going to humiliate me like this in the end, the time monarch says casually. With this, my short-term goal is complete. Li Jian glares, and the monarch adds, hey, don't look at me like that. It seems things between you monarchs are pretty complicated. Of course, it's the same wherever there's life. The great monarch's mental space is about to collapse. Looks like it's time for me to say goodbye. The demon tower will soon revert to its initial state. Once it does, you can do whatever you want with it. Consider it my apology for interrupting your meal. You think I'm just gonna let you walk away? Li Jian lunges at the monarch. No need to be in such a rush. We'll meet again, Li January. After the time monarch says his piece, Li Jian snaps out of the mental projection. He's pretty ticked off. Everything was going so smoothly until he got intercepted right at the end. He carefully scans his surroundings and realizes he's surrounded by disasters. Hey, you human. What did you do to the space-time great monarch? Why was he burned to a crisp? So, that wastelord was actually called the space-time great monarch. He's totally charred. Looks completely useless now. The monster general presses on. Are you ignoring me? Answer my question. Li Jian explodes with rage. An aura so intense it makes the two guys next to him bow their heads. A devastating wave of light erupts from him, instantly wiping out any monster in its path. Hey, Time Monarch's little minions. I'm in a really bad mood right now, thanks to your boss. That burnt to a crisp monarch over there? That was your boss's handiwork too. Got it? The lead general flies into a rage. How dare a mere human insult our monarch? I'll tear you to pieces with everything I've got. A massive horde of disasters rushes toward the three of them like a dark storm cloud. Shanghai can't help but be stunned. Every single one of these disasters is red level or higher. Uncle Lan fought things like this for 20 years. Li Jian just pats his shoulder. Remember when I told you we'd be doing some hellish training here? Well, before we start, let me give you a little demonstration. Watch carefully and see if you can follow along, okay? Yes, Shanghai nods eagerly. I've always wondered, how do you fight to survive in the demon tower for 20 years straight? What kind of mindset does it take to become as strong as Uncle? Sorry, Shanghai, Li Jian admits. Actually, the demonstration is just an excuse. The truth is, being able to smash this demon tower and then have it repair itself is just too much fun to pass up. The demon tower continues to explode violently all around them. Sigh. The tower's all busted again. So, do you guys still want to fight? The two generals can't believe their eyes. How is this possible? How can there be such a huge gap in our strength? Li Jian taunts them. Hey, are you guys really supposed to be generals? Hugo is completely amazed. This kid, Li January, he was strong before, but now that he's a holy deity, he's on a whole other level. It's simply impossible to gauge. Li Jian taunts them. You guys are even weaker than I thought. Any more like Helmet Baron around? Shut your mouth. He had the holy deity's power, and still lost. Don't you dare compare us to him. If we had that kind of power, taking you down would be a piece of cake. Ah, so that's how it is. Their dynamic is a lot like the holy deity and saint system within the saint groups. These disasters seem to have a similar monarch and general kind of relationship. So, that means, these guys can't just get a power-up like Helmet Baron did. So, you're saying it all comes down to a power imbalance, huh? Li Jian turns to look back at Shan Kai, who's still cheering him on from behind. How about you try fighting this guy? The question leaves both Shan Kai and the general completely stunned. The scene then cuts back to the OPHIUCHUS sanctuary. The two girls have returned. Oh, you're both back. Great work, everyone. Was the mission a success? Liu he grins. Of course it was. We nailed it. But what about Golly? All I can say is that the whole thing just left a bad taste in my mouth. Nothing to be done about it now. We'll just have to give the next one to white hair. So, what did Mark say when he got the prosthetic? He was ecstatic. If Leo didn't have other business to take care of, he probably would have followed us all the way back, begging for the right arm. But Dad, why the long face? Liu he, you need to listen. That kid, he. The scene then flashes over to the demon tower. Shan Kai, think of this as some hellish training. I want you to go and completely crush them. Who? Uncle, what are you talking about? This is insane. Hey, what's your deal? You're gonna make some little brat fight us? Didn't you just finish saying that if you had the monarch's power, taking me out would be no problem? Your whole argument is about a power imbalance, right? Well, having you fight my saint should make things perfectly balanced, don't you think? Besides, this kid is a candidate to be my right-hand man. Hearing this, Shan Kai is instantly fired up. I'm the right hand that Uncle personally chose. Hey, Li Jian, why is this the first I'm hearing about it, and his opponent is a general? Let me fight instead. Dad, you just take it easy. Leave this to the number one saint of Ophiuchus, Master Li Jian's right hand, Shan Kai. The scene snaps back to the present. So, that's why you're worried? Because you left Shan Kai back at the demon tower. But, Dad, you shouldn't underestimate Shan Kai so much. Liu he adds. That kid is a saint of Ophiuchus, after all. And since he's dead set on becoming Uncle Li Jian's right hand, he has to be ready to pay the price. Besides, let's be real, he's faced tons of danger before. Hasn't Shan Kai always managed to get out of it? I agree. And Hugo, you stay put. If anything goes wrong, you can head over there immediately. Where are you going? I have to get to the Virgo Sanctuary. Didn't they say that Rotten Crab has already started making his move? This time, I'm going to settle this for good. I'm sick and tired of playing this cat and mouse game with him. Meanwhile, over at the Virgo Sanctuary, Louis declares with a smirk, the Virgo forces are falling back. They can't win a war of attrition against us. Taurus, set the capture nets. Aquarius, heal the wounded. Capricorn and Aries, resupply the depleted holy relics. The combined forces of the saint groups march forward like an unstoppable tide, laying siege to the Virgo Sanctuary, closing in on them from all sides. The fall of the Virgo Sanctuary seems inevitable. A Virgo saint cries out, if they breach this point, the holy deity's palace is next. We absolutely cannot let them get any further. Everyone, fall back. I will take the lead, Artemis says with an icy resolve. She mounts a colossal ice spike, standing tall with her sword in hand, a truly magnificent sight. Saints of Virgo, do not be afraid. Your holy deity is here. Face the enemy with courage. Charge. Your holy deity fights with you. A stir runs through the Cancer troops. That's not a saint. That's a holy deity. How are we supposed to fight a holy deity? Well then, I suppose I have no choice but to make an appearance myself. Artemis unleashes the Virgo skill, Meteor of July, launching it at the Cancer forces. But the attack is intercepted and blocked by Cancer's shadowy black tentacles. He blocked a holy deity's skill. Don't tell me, he's here too? Before the saint can even finish his thought, the Cancer holy deity, Kairos, descends upon the battlefield. Well, this scene looks familiar. You know this isn't going to end well for you this time. Artemis, that's just fine with me. Allow me to put an end to this long and drawn-out conflict, once and for all. The two colossal powers collide, clashing with unbelievable force. The holy deities of Virgo and Cancer have descended and are now locked in battle. Seriously, look at these guys, Li Jian sighs. Holy deities just pop down to earth so casually these days. It's time I taught them a lesson. Wait, Golly says, stopping Li Jian. If you're going, please, take this with you. On the battlefield, the Virgo saints continue to desperately defend their sanctuary. Attack. Defend the sanctuary at all costs. This is Virgo's last stand. Break through their defenses. It has become a brutal war of attrition. Just like, Li Jian addresses Leo. Everyone, draw Virgo out and bleed them dry. Artemis scoffs. So, you think you can drain our resources? Don't you know we're the world's second-ranked divine seat? Do you think your resources are limitless? You've got a point. But we've rallied all the saint groups who lost their own saints. They've handed over every last one of their resources to us. Cancer adds, at the very least, we have more than enough to maintain the holy deity's descent. This was definitely not good news. In that case, let me just end you quickly. Artemis explodes with immense divine power. Unleashing her imperial skill, she freezes the entire sky solid. Extreme cold heaven. From the frozen heavens, a torrent of razor-sharp ice swords begins to rain down. The attack, easily powerful enough to obliterate them, descends, only to sink harmlessly into a murky quagmire. Haha. I bet you didn't expect the black star of the bottomless pit could be used like this, did you? True to its name, it's a dark abyss, capable of devouring anything and everything. The black quagmire lurches forward, rushing straight for the Virgo saints. Damn it! Artemis is suddenly hit with a wave of weakness. She stumbles to one knee, her body shaking uncontrollably. Heh, looks like it's finally kicking in. It took a while because you're in your holy deity descent state. It took a little while to break through a holy deity's mental barrier. Now, let me give you a taste of a monarch's holy deity descent skill. Could it be that binding skill from earlier is still in effect? Artemis instantly recognizes the terrible danger she's in. At that very moment, the Cancer Saints also begin to fall into the abyss. Oh, my. I am so sorry. My technique isn't quite refined enough to tell friend from foe. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. Please, just hang in there a little longer. Oh dear, it seems our people can't last much longer. Well, I guess I have no choice then. I was so looking forward to watching you suffer for a bit more. What a shame. He activates his skill, Armored Tomb, bringing it crashing down on the snow mountain inside the consciousness space. Kevin screams in a panic. Damn it. Cancel the holy deity descent and escape to the divine realm, now. I'll die here along with him, otherwise something catastrophic will happen. But Artemis fires back. What are you saying, ancestor? You want me to abandon you just to save my own skin? Artemis flatly refuses. I have my pride as a holy deity, you know. I will never abandon my saint and flee alone. Never. Besides, if I'm going to die, I'd rather die as my true self. While they're still arguing, a brilliant green light flashes across the sky. The light grows brighter and brighter until it shatters with a thunderous boom. Jian makes a spectacular entrance, wielding his axe. Without even waiting to land, he stomps his foot right down on top of Cartino's head. Luis roars. What the hell are you doing, Jian? Jian smirks. Can't you tell, pal? I'm just paying you back for what you did to me at the Demon Tower. Images from the Demon Tower flash through Jian's mind. So it was you disgusting crab. Luis sputters. What are you talking about? Don't you dare make false accusations, Jian. Playing dumb, are we? Good. That's just fine. Jian's smile turns predatory. The more you lie, the more satisfying it'll be to crush your spirit. Luis breaks out in a cold sweat. He had just incinerated the dark swamp with ease. The surrounding minions scrambled, shouting, Stop Jian. Protect Lord Luis. However, the ground beneath them suddenly buckled with a roar as an overwhelming energy erupted. A single red eye blazes to life, commanding everyone's attention. I'd advise you all to know your place. Meddle in this, and you die. He turns his gaze back to Luis. Now, where were we? Luis thought, his mind racing. This is insane. How can a guy like this exist? He burned away the dark swamp. There's no way I can win if this keeps up. And he knew everything when he got here. Jian sneers. Where do you think you're running off to, you little punk? But just as he's about to strike, he's blasted away by Carinos, who suddenly erupts from the ground. Carinos begins to mutate, roaring, How dare you step on me? I'll never forgive you for that. Jian brushes himself off. It was just one little step. Seriously, what's with the rage? Looks like I touched a nerve, reminding you of being someone's doormat in the past. Provoked by the memory of a past humiliation, the Cancer holy deity begins to go all out, no longer holding anything back. As his power surges once more, several divine seals of the holy deities appear, circling high in the sky. At the same time, the various saint groups under contract with the Cancer holy deity begin to transport their resources. But with horrified screams, many of those very saints are dragged into the swirling abyss. Why is this happening to us? Where did Lord Luis go? The dark star was indiscriminately devouring everything around it. Meanwhile, Artemis could barely stand, still weakened by the binding skill. Whose decision was this? She demands of the other holy deities. Carinos, you're consuming your own saints and their resources. But not a single one of them answers her. Their greed is absolutely sickening, she thought. So, you're all fine with this, as long as you take me and Li Jian down? In that case, I guess you've left me no other choice. Jian yells out, Lime. The tiny peach-like creature lands right on Artemis's head, its storm absorption ability kicking in. Instantly, the binding skill starts to weaken. Artemis, with Lime here, your restraints will be weaker for a bit. That should be enough for you to handle any emergencies, right? You hold this position and block anyone. Don't let any other holy deities get past you, and watch out for the red eye. It might try to interfere, too. Before she could even ask, Jian retracted OPHIUCHUS's power and plunged into Cancer's abyss. After all, the most important things are always hidden in dumps like this. Didn't they call it bottomless? This feels less like a swamp and more like a stinking sewer. Jian activates his 13th sense to hunt for Cancer's core. Just as expected, the best way to hide a tree is in a forest. But when Jian glances around, he's surrounded by countless cores. This is a few too many. Well, don't panic now, Carinos taunts. I'll admit you're brave. You actually dared to jump into the bottomless pit for my core, after all. But I've split it into so many copies. Do you really think you can find the real one? A smirk spreads across Jian's face as he pulls out a fragment of Cancer's core. How do you have a fragment of my core? It's a gift from our very capable new saint, of course. You want me to pick out the real core, you rotten crab? You said it yourself. You won't regret this, will you? This was the very item Gali told him to bring along. Alright, let me think of the best way to use this so everyone can see what a great job I'm doing. Yeah, that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, the core in his hand began to vibrate intensely, letting out a low rumble. Even in your hands, it's still my core fragment. How dare you pull that out inside my bottomless pit? You foolish Jian. Before he could even react, Jian crunched down, shattering the core in a single bite. What are you doing? Do you know what that is? How dare you eat it? Wow, that tastes absolutely awful. No wonder they call you rotten crab paste. Even the dirt I dug up in the demon tower tasted better than this. The power of cancer begins to corrupt Li Jian's body. Good. Just keep corroding my body like this. The more my body is eroded, the more I'll be assimilated by you. Rotten crab paste. Then, amidst the numerous cores, Li Jian suddenly activated his 13th sense. He immediately found the real one. Found it. Li Jian shot toward the real core. You bastard. Did you plan from the start to get assimilated just so you could swallow my core? Of course. Otherwise, I'd have to be crazy to eat something this disgusting. After complaining, Li Jian slammed a powerful attack into that core with all his might. However, Cancer's core repels the judgment power of heavenly justice, weakening his attack, and Li Jian had also absorbed the power of Helmet Baron's axe. This is tougher than I expected. My heavenly justice and the power from Helmet Baron's axe can't even put a dent in it. You think I'd just hand over the sacred core? Karinos attacked Li Jian from behind, only to be knocked back by a swing of Li Jian's axe. Shut up, you're noisy. Let me think. Suddenly, Li Jian's eyes lit up as he summoned the black dragon. A fireball shot in from outside the abyss, hitting Karinos directly and causing major damage. This is impossible. How can it lock onto my position in the bottomless pit from the outside? So, how should I deal with this core? I can't inject too much power into heavenly justice. It'll just break again like last time. The Baron's axe won't work either. Their powers will just repel each other. I've got it. A sudden idea hit Li Jian. You can't defeat me like this, Li Jian. Just as he finished shouting, Karinos noticed something glowing golden up ahead. You bastard, that can't be Leo's skill. Narasima's fang. Oh, you know about it. Li Jian started channeling power into the fang. It won't repel my power, and even if I break it, it's no big deal. How perfect is that? Let me give it a little test run first. Let you have a taste of its power. The resulting strike, bursting with golden light, was incredibly potent, making Karinos roar in agony. Wow, the effect is amazing. I guess that Captain Guy is useful for something after all. But Li Jian was shocked to find that even Narasima's fang was being devoured, leaving only half of it behind. Hey, rotten crab. You're not picky at all, are you? Look at what you've done. What makes you any different from a disaster? In that dark abyss were the remains of both humans and divine beings. Even countless disasters had been swallowed into its depths. So what? I just filled the vessel of my desires in my own way. I filled this bottomless pit. That's exactly why I can turn around and devour those who look down on me. You also use any means necessary to achieve your goals. How are you any different from me? What does that have to do with me? What's important here isn't your desires or what you've devoured. You could have used any means necessary, done whatever you wanted. But putting all that aside, the one thing you never should have done was stab me in the back. So today, both you and that rotten crab paste are going to die by my hand. First, I'm going to rip your core right out of this bottomless pit. Narima's traction lightning instantly latched onto the core, and the black dragon began to haul it out. I will never let you succeed, Karinos shrieked, desperately grabbing for the core as a cosmic tug of war began. A giant hand of ice then appeared to assist. Artemis descended in her true form, helping to wrench the core from the abyss. To everyone trapped in this abyss, I, Li Jian, declare you all free. The core has been extracted, and the torrent that was controlling you is gone. Stop. Stop it. Karinos raged helplessly as a disaster lotus skill bloomed across the sky, shattering Cancer's core into a million pieces. Before everyone's shocked eyes, Karinos' massive body began to rapidly crumble as the power he had stored up quickly dissipated. All the souls he had devoured, both human and divine, rained back down to the ground. See? I told you these so-called holy gods aren't such a big deal. It doesn't matter if you're monarchs or holy gods. All you bullies with fancy titles get real quiet after a proper beatdown. You look pretty pathetic without your core. Let me end this. Damn it, that was the power I've spent so long gathering. I never dreamed I'd lose it all so easily. Li Jian, even if I spare everyone else, don't you dare think you're walking away from this alive. I'll tear you to pieces, he roared, launching a barrage of spikes at Li Jian. Go on, Li Jian smirked. You're welcome to try. You damn. Karinos unleashed his final, desperate attack, but Li Jian dodged it with effortless agility. After just a few swings of his axe, Karinos' giant form was blown to smithereens. Well, so you were hiding in there. Beneath the magnificent wreckage of his giant body, Karinos' true form was nothing but a tiny crab. No, this can't be happening. Karinos panicked and tried to scuttle away. Looks like you gathered all that power just to hide this pathetic form, huh? So, what's your plan now? Your precious armor is completely shattered. Notification. Ophiuchus is expressing extreme disgust toward Karinos. You can now wield the power of the death divine essence. A massive sacred power began to converge in the heavens. I told you. Today you're getting crushed by me. Notification. Cancer's holy divine power is extremely weakened. You can now use the power of death to crush the opponent. Wait, Li Jian, are you really going to eliminate me? Do you have any idea what it means to destroy a zodiac seat? The holy gods are hostile to each other, but we always avoid completely wiping each other out. You'll make an enemy of every single zodiac seat. Li Jian replied, that's not something you need to worry about, because I plan on sending all your companions to join you on your journey. Li Jian's death power began to creep upward, greedily reaching for the resources the other holy gods were transmitting. In an instant, the holy gods unanimously severed the flow of resources to Karinos. They had officially abandoned him. Cancer's power source immediately dried up. You bastards. First you use me as a sacrificial pawn, and now you all run away. Once I get my hands on you, none of you will escape, you rotten crab paste. Don't think killing me is the end of it, Karinos shrieked. Someday, someone else will inherit my position and become the new holy god. And you'll end up just like me. With one final, massive explosion, Karinos was completely vaporized, not even leaving behind a speck of ash. Everyone was stunned into absolute silence. Li Jian had actually killed a holy god. You'd all better watch your necks and wait, Li Jian announced to the heavens. You're next in line to become rotten crab paste. The holy gods fell into a tense silence before one replied, we shall see. With that, they retreated back to the divine realm. Just then, Louise crawled out from the carnage. This is impossible, he gasped. Damn it, you even dare to kill the holy gods now. Li Jian snatched him up. You know, this look really suits you. Yes, you're right. Even holy gods are no match for you, Louise pleaded. Hate is just another form of love. Please, just hear my last words. You never shut up, do you? Just die already. With that, Li Jian hurled him through the air. As laughable as it is, I have to say, stabbing you in the back at the demon tower was the greatest pleasure of my life. Then die happy. With a single kick from Li Jian, Louise completely exploded into a shower of blood. The remaining followers from the Holy Regiment who witnessed this were scared out of their minds. He even kills holy gods. We don't stand a chance. Let's get out of here. The enemy is fleeing. We've won. Celebrations erupted from the ground below. Long live Lord Li Jian. Long live Virgo, a voice called out. Thank you, Li Jian. Thanks to you, we were able to defend the sanctuary. On behalf of all of Virgo, we offer our deepest gratitude. Let's not end things on such a heartwarming note, Li Jian interrupted. When I was looking through the Demon Tower's memories, I found something strange. I discovered that you, Libra and Cancer, you two spoke for a long time back then. It was the day we were getting ready to raid the Red Eye. Are you going to explain to me how things ended up this way? The story flashes back 20 years. Inside the Demon Tower, Li Jian and his crew were in a brutal fight, trying to wipe out the disasters. Damn it, these things aren't like cockroaches. Why do more of them keep showing up on every floor? It feels like we haven't even made a dent in their numbers. Are there still this many left alive? Can they regenerate, or are they being sent in from somewhere else? Li Jian, we're just about finished up here. Do we push onward? But Li Jian held him back. No, Sagittarius, I need you to head down to the base of the tower first. If any of those things are still alive, you have to stop them from getting out. I've got a bad feeling that the chances of them escaping are getting higher. I already have people stationed outside, but we need to beef up security, just in case. Sagittarius couldn't help but grumble. That Li Jian, always bossing me around whenever something goes down. But he was completely unaware of the shadow tailing him. What do you think you're doing, Pisces? Why are you following Sagittarius? You better have a good reason. You're not seriously trying to pull something on Sagittarius over a petty rivalry right now, are you? Well, I guess changing the order of things a little won't hurt. No, on second thought, I should deal with you first. But just then, Louis lunged at Kevin from behind with a knife. As he started to turn, he was instantly trapped by Libra's skill, the golden rule. How could that Pisces? Then, they used Pisces' borrowed skill, silent barrier. And in a flash, Louisi struck Kevin down and put him to sleep with magic. Inside the demon tower, a holy god's mental defenses are weaker, making them vulnerable to monarch erosion. Is now really the time for that? Your silent barrier almost blew the whole thing. It looks like Sagittarius didn't notice, though. My apologies. I'm still not very skilled with surprise attacks. The figure revealed her face. It was Libra's saint, Giselle. So, what's the plan for this unfortunate Virgo? Besides Li Jian and Sagittarius, he's the one we need to watch out for the most. Let's take him out. But just as Cancer moved in to finish Kevin off, Virgo's holy god materialized in front of her saint. Well, look who's here. The foolish holy god who's always coddling their saint. Artemis had appeared in her spirit form, but because they were inside the demon tower, her power was severely limited. Libra, what have you done to my precious follower? What does it look like? These followers of Li Jian are a thorn in our side. I'm just taking this chance to pluck them out. Don't you dare cross the line, Estra. I know you have the backing of most of the holy gods, and there's not much I can do about your agenda. But you will not interfere with the interests of our holy order. If you want to stop me, then descend and try. But the demon tower will leave you incredibly weak. Artemis gritted her teeth, completely powerless against them. You and I see things differently, so we can usually look the other way. But this time, most of the holy gods are on board with eliminating Li Jian. If you get in our way, you'll just be making things difficult. I'm feeling generous. I'll let this slide once and give you a choice. After all, I'd rather not make an enemy of a fellow holy god. So, what's it going to be, Artemis? Will you save your saint and stay quiet about this? Or will you descend and make enemies of the other holy gods, and the demon tower itself? After a moment of agonizing conflict, Artemis chose to look at the bigger picture. I understand. Just don't harm Kevin any further. All right, but just in case, it's always good to have some insurance. And with that, she planted a mental binding skill deep inside Kevin's mind. I saw the whole thing. I sensed Libra's strange power. That sinister aura was without a doubt the power of a monarch. After hearing the full story, Li Jian was furious. You knew all of this, and you still went along with them? What were you thinking? How could you possibly agree to that? I'm sorry. I truly had no other choice back then. I couldn't see any way to fight against both the holy gods and the monarchs. The problem started the moment you listened to a word, Libra said. So what if I died? Am I supposed to be grateful that I survived under those conditions? I had no other way to save you. All right, now, I think I have a clear picture of the overall situation. The main issue is that Libra was also using a monarch's power. That means we can assume the monarchs and Libra are in cahoots. That would also explain how Libra can use monarch skills, but something about it still doesn't add up. Ugh, I don't want to be the Virgo saint anymore. How can you be so heartless? Follower? Knock it off. I've heard enough from both of you. She knew what was happening the whole time and kept her mouth shut. Yeah, that's seriously frustrating. But when I was fighting that destiny, she did actually help out quite a bit. Let's just call it even. Anyway, you don't owe me anything anymore, Kevin. So what's your plan from here on out? Here, Lai, this is for you. This is the emblem of the Virgo Holy Regiment. I am transferring all of the Virgo Holy Regiment's battle rights to you. Saint Kevin of Virgo hereby applies to join the Ophiuchus faction. What are you saying? You want to leave our holy regiment? It's not like that, but a debt has to be paid. Looking at today alone, the only reason we saved the sanctuary was because of Jian, to say nothing of everything before. And you knew what happened in the demon tower but chose to stay quiet. I can understand your position, but you know I can't just let this slide, right? You are you, and I am me. I'm going to repay this debt in my own way. I will only kneel to you this one time. After saying this, Kevin got down on one knee before Jian. I, Kevin, the Saint of Virgo, once again express my gratitude to Ophiuchus on behalf of Virgo for aiding us. And from this day forward, Virgo transfers all of its holy regiment authority to Ophiuchus. This means we will now be under the Ophiuchus faction, and we will work for the prosperity of both our holy regiments. So, please, accept our request, Jian. In that case, I won't refuse. They're pledging their loyalty to me. Any objections? Artemis let out a sigh when she heard this. What objections could I possibly have? Everything he said is true. All right then, our holy regiment is in your hands from now on. Please take good care of us. From this moment on, Virgo belongs to Ophiuchus. All of Virgo's resources now belong to Ophiuchus. The divine essence of Ophiuchus is rising. The prestige of Ophiuchus is increasing. So, holy regiments can actually be absorbed into other factions. All of a sudden, I have so many more family members to be responsible for. Just then, an idea struck him. Wait a minute. That means there's one more thing I can incorporate. What a waste of time going around in circles. Meanwhile, Louis and Gali were waiting back at the sanctuary. It looks like today is the day we finally sort out all the things we've been putting off. Let's start with Louis' baptism. Elsewhere, Hugo was fuming outside the demon tower, trying to figure out how to find his son. Damn it, that Jian character said he was worried about Shinkai and told me to come check. But you locked the demon tower, so how am I supposed to get inside? It says only holy gods and saints can enter, but something feels off. Why can't I get in even though I'm a saint? A notification appeared. Because you are a temporary saint of Ophiuchus, you cannot enter or exit. If you were an official saint, you could enter and exit. Honestly, I'm still a little hesitant about joining Ophiuchus. No, wait a second. Wouldn't that just make me Jian's follower again? A flood of notifications popped up over Hugo's head. The holy god of Sagittarius begs you not to leave. The holy god of Sagittarius asks if you want to eat something. The holy god of Sagittarius offers to help you pay the interest on your home repair loan. At that exact moment, a brilliant light shot out from the Ophiuchus sanctuary. What is that? What's going on? Under the guidance of Ophiuchus's holy god, Jian, the holy disciple Lu Hai is undergoing her baptism. Oh no, Lu Hai, he can't do this. Jian, you bastard. Just as he was about to charge forward, Apollo grabbed him. The holy god of Sagittarius is restraining you, asking for an answer before you leave. Oh, come on, now is not the time for this. Lu Hai, wait for me, daddy's on his way. At that moment, as Lu Hai was undergoing her baptism, she witnessed a strange vision. A being called Disaster was being surrounded by everyone. Did this happen in the past? If so, whose memory am I even seeing? My dear citizens, rejoice. Tonight, the 13th saint has been born. Everyone, cheer for the newborn 13th saint. Long live the 13th saint. Long live the 13 zodiac seats. Long live humanity. Even though he looks younger, that person is definitely Uncle Jian. So, how was it? Jian asked how she felt. Lu Hai was ecstatic. I finally received my baptism, too. The holy disciple, Lu Hai, has received her baptism. Her baptismal name, Snake's Executioner. That's wonderful. Now, would you mind letting go of my hand? Should I ask my uncle about what I just saw? Nah, forget it. I'll just use this as an excuse to hold his hand a little longer. It was at that very moment that Hugo finally arrived. He activated his divine eye to see what was happening. The baptism is already over. You're too late. Arg, no. My daughter was just stolen right from under my nose. Cut the theatrics. You also need to make a final decision on whether you're going to become the Ophiuchus saint. I'm just not mentally prepared yet. I can't make that call just yet. No chance. Get over here. I'm about to sever that lingering attachment of yours and settle this once and for all. Just then, a massive pillar of fire erupted right in front of Jian. Tesk, what a shame. Still, I'm glad to see you. So loud. I guess I had to come down here myself in the end. You're a truly awful disaster god. It was Apollo, the holy god of Sagittarius, possessing his saint's body. Meanwhile, Gali was humming a little tune as she returned, clutching thick stacks of resumes. Jian had told her, if you want to be a holy disciple of Ophiuchus, you'll first have to write me 500 resumes, all by hand. Gali didn't get it, but she wrote all 500 anyway. Just as she was lost in a happy daydream about becoming a saint, a flash of fire seared past her. The resumes in her hands instantly turned to ash. Luckily, Leo grabbed her before she could charge straight at Apollo. Did you really have to call me out like this? Jian cut right to the chase. When I appointed Ors as the temporary saint, I stumbled upon something pretty interesting. I got my hands on a standard contract between a saint and their holy god. There's some weird phrasing in here. Apollo, you even put in stuff about lending power to save humanity. Turns out the saint's soul is the collateral. All 13 holy gods are doing this. So what if we are? Do you really think holy gods would just hand over power to earth for free? Holy gods aren't some noble, charitable beings. What? I'm floored by how self-righteous you sound right now. Apollo went on. The reverence people have for the holy order, the experience points from leveling up and fighting, the devotion they pour into the order, the offerings they make, and so on. You should already know about the various prices the holy disciples pay to the holy gods. Souls are just the priciest offering on the menu. What do you even use the souls for? Isn't that something only a bottom feeder would do? Are you guys just a bunch of calamities? They're generally used as fuel to maintain a holy god's immortality during the zodiac seat succession. How the others use them isn't my problem. Some holy gods cash in that price ahead of time. You mean like Estra? She forced her descent by devouring Giselle's soul. So, Apollo, are you planning to take Ors's soul one day too? Apollo answered coolly. I have no need to take Ors's soul. I've already collected my payment in advance. In his hand, Apollo held the glowing souls of Ors's parents. Li Jian's anger flared. Divine power erupted from his body. What are you planning to do with those? I'm not doing anything. My servant had just awakened as a saint when he was taken out by a disaster. I'm just holding on to these to save their souls. When we signed the contract, I conveniently listed these as payment to be collected later. Holy gods have to follow certain formalities, you know. Please try to understand. Anyway, I never planned on actually using these souls. Since we're face to face, I'll just give them to you. Your authority over souls is stronger than mine, after all. This is way too easy. Whatever you want, just spit it out. At this, Apollo gritted his teeth. Give me my follower back. Now, that Hugo kid is out of control. He's the saint of Sagittarius, and yet his faith in Ophiuchus is higher than in his own zodiac. Does that make any sense? That's all thanks to my charm. Charm? Whatever. Since you brought it up, why don't you guys think about how much I've helped you all this time? Who covered the shortfall when your funding was out of whack in the early days? 20 years ago, before you went into the demon tower, who was it that warned you about the danger, even though you just ignored me? You use my saint however you want on a daily basis. Even so, when you fought Libra, I didn't just sit back and watch. I gave you the zodiac seal, didn't I? I even gave you the souls from the contract. I've done everything I possibly could. Damn it. Haven't I given you everything? Apollo then started rolling around on the ground. What's wrong with you? Did you take a hit to the head or something? Let's be real here. Apollo and I actually get along pretty well. The other holy gods would love to see me crushed, but he's always been my biggest supporter. Hey, everyone, come and look. That disaster god over there is repaying my kindness with betrayal. Okay, maybe I pushed it a little too far. Hey, Apollo, let's talk this out like adults. I knew it. 20 years ago, when the other holy gods were laying curses on you, I should have hit you with a nasty one, too. But no, I wanted to spare your life. So I only cursed you to get uglier and for, one of your functions to stop working right. More lies. Apollo, realizing he'd said too much, quickly stood up, brushed himself off, and flashed a brilliant smile. Guess you'll be looking after me from now on, too, Li Jian. But Li Jian just slapped him right across the face. All this time, I thought I was getting exhausted so easily because I didn't have a divine patron, and now you're telling me it was all because of curses? Look, I can honestly say that while the other gods cursed your life force and abilities, I only cursed you with less charm, a worse appearance, and a decrease in your manly functions. That's the part that matters. I'm about to knock you into next week. Wait, if I give you another piece of juicy info, will you let me off the hook? My sister placed a surveillance curse on you. That means she's probably seen everything you've done. The deal I had with her is officially cancelled. You and her are both as good as dead. Ugh, whatever, just forget it. Sign this first. If you want to live, you'll sign it for me. It's the Ophiuchus Holy Regiment faction contract. You bastard. What do you take the great Apollo, Lord of Light, for? How could I ever stoop to joining your faction? I've genuinely helped you so much. I only placed that tiny little curse on you because I was being pressured by the other major gods. Before he could finish his sentence, another slap landed squarely on his face. A system notification chimed, announcing that Sagittarius had also joined the Ophiuchus faction. The 13th zodiac seat, Ophiuchus, is the chief position among all 13 zodiac seats. It holds the power to destroy the entire divine realm. So, from the other zodiac's perspective, your very existence is a threat that cannot be allowed. Do you understand now why most gods are so wary of you? It's because everyone is absolutely terrified of the power you hold, controlling life and death and all that. The name sounds pretty epic, but is it really that strong? Yes, it really is that powerful. You use that power to eliminate beings like Korinos. The zodiac seats are the highest positions, coveted by every single god. If one of them becomes vacant, it's guaranteed to set off a firestorm. You mean it'll spark a war over who gets the seat, right? Exactly. And you've already proven you have the power to eliminate holy gods. Now, countless beings will be coming after your life, or your power, Li Jian. And I'm not just talking about gods, but also monarchs and disasters from other civilizations, personified desires, and beings that exist beyond mortal comprehension. We have no way of measuring their limits. Regardless, now that Sagittarius has joined the Ophiuchus faction, your safety is my safety. So you'd better be prepared, Ophiuchus. A short time later, Li Jian arrived at the Ophiuchus palace. I need to prepare. Apollo was right. An enemy is an enemy, so the first order of business is to strengthen heavenly justice. First, let's go over the enhancement materials. Helmet Baron's axe needs some tweaking. The sun god's torch packs some serious heat, and I've also got Nursima's fang, and the body of the rotten crab paste, but that also needs to be modified. This is a bit tricky. Purification and dilution are Aquarius's specialty. Ordinary abilities won't be enough. What I really need is Aquarius's imperial skill, Goddess's Tears. It's a miraculous substance that can liquefy anything, purify corruption, and cure all sorts of diseases and injuries. Anyway, all I need to do is find her, right? I'll have Tar locate that pest for me. Oh, and speaking of people, that Hugo guy, did he go to the demon tower to look for Shangtai? Meanwhile, inside that very tower, Hugo thought, I finally got Li Jian's permission to be here, but what's going on? Why is nobody here? Shangtai, where are you? I can sense Ophiuchus's aura and see signs of a fight, but what exactly happened here? He activated his detection skill, trying to pinpoint Shangtai's location. The skill immediately locked onto a strange, dark domain, and the mysterious individual inside it clearly noticed the intrusion. Someone's peeping. What an unpleasant hobby. Back outside, Helmet Baron mustered his courage and asked Li Jian, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly clench your fist? Is that the Holy Regiment's detection skill? It seems they want their holy disciple back. In that case, let's not make them search too hard. We'll just send them a direct invitation. After those words were spoken, a dark explosion echoed across the sky. Li Jian's head was suddenly filled with a piercing sound, and he crumpled to the ground, paralyzed. It looks like Shanghai has been captured. That place. It's at least a black level zone. What did you just say? How could Shanghai possibly be in a black level zone? Before they could press for more answers, a giant black hole ripped open the sky above them. A disaster's face emerged from the void, and a voice boomed out. You uncivilized humans, and the Ophiuchus holy god hiding somewhere. We are the direct generals serving the great monarch. We have captured 2 humans as hostages. If you wish to save them, then come and meet us through the gateway we've opened in the sky. Ophiuchus, Luhe, and Gali also witnessed this event. How could Shanghai have been captured there? Your brother is really something else, didn't he? Didn't he say he was heading to the Demon Tower for some special training? And he got himself captured instead. You really think now's the time for sarcasm? But hey, doesn't that person tied up next to your brother look a little familiar? What is she doing here? It's Sophie, the Saint of Aquarius. Somebody, please, come save me. If anyone's coming, I really hope it's Hugo. Just then, the captive Shanghai slowly started to come around. This is so weird. I distinctly remember following Uncle Li Jay's orders and training inside the Demon Tower. The scene cuts back to earlier, when he was in the middle of a fierce battle with 2 generals. This kid's fighting with a completely different energy than he was just moments ago. Did he really get this strong, this fast? I'm Uncle Li Jay's right-hand man. With this kind of power, watch me take you both down at once. But just as he charged up his punch, the general vanished. Another disaster general appeared, hovering arrogantly in the air. What brings you here, Duke of Space? Spearhead General, Iron Fist General. Don't tell me the 2 of you are actually having trouble with this kid. They scrambled to explain. Our apologies, my Lord Duke. It's because we ran into that guy from Ophiuchus. Oh, Ophiuchus. So that energy flowing through him must be the Ophiuchus power the monarch mentioned. In the split second, Shanghai was stunned. The Duke of Space had already teleported right in front of him. You may still be a rookie, but with Ophiuchus backing you and an ability like that, you have the potential to be a real threat. Allow me to nip this budding threat in the bud. Just as Shanghai was about to be finished off, at the critical moment, Helmet Baron suddenly appeared. Hold on. Wait, just hear me out first. You're still alive? Helmet Baron. How is that possible? Could he have been revived when the Demon Tower was restored? That's not what's important right now. We should be thinking about how to best use this kid. He's one of Ophiuchus's subordinates. Just killing him outright would be a total waste. What if we capture him and force Ophiuchus to walk right into our trap? You mean use this kid as a hostage? Well, if it can lure out Ophiuchus, that's not a bad suggestion at all. We already happen to have another high-value hostage. If we add this kid to the collection, luring Ophiuchus out should be a piece of cake. Excellent. Let's return to headquarters. Then, a purple light glowed from the Duke's hand. And yeah, that's pretty much how it went down. It was all thanks to that resurrected guy's brilliant idea that I got brought here. After saying that, he kicked Yang Wei, who was tied up next to him. How could you pull a stunt like that with no backup plan? Hey, it's better than getting smoked right then and there. I had to buy you some time. Besides, if I had let you get taken out, Li Jian would have absolutely murdered me. So, what now? You got a plan? Nope. At that, the 2 of them started bickering even more fiercely. On top of all that, Sophie's constant wailing finally irritated one of the generals. You 3 are way too loud. Can't you see the Duke is addressing those humans? Helmet Baron, why are you messing around with these humans? Ever since you came back, you've lost that serious edge you used to have. So, Yang Wei tried to calm Sophie down, but she was completely convinced she was a goner, and just started crying even louder. Save me, Hugo, she screamed. But it seemed her desperate cry summoned an unexpected miracle. A powerful blast of flame slammed right into the disaster headquarters, and when the smoke cleared, not only was there a massive crater, but the hostages were gone. Shanghai, where are you? I'm here. Hearing Hugo's voice, Sophie couldn't believe it. She immediately rushed over and threw her arms around him. Aquarius, what are you doing? Let go of me. I knew you'd come for me, Hugo. Just as fate intended, it seems. Whoa, Yang Wei, you're actually alive, Hugo said, looking at him in total disbelief. Anyway, hurry up and get Aquarius off of me. Did this whole ordeal mess her up or something? What else could be the reason? She's into you, isn't she? She's totally into you. The words echoed through the black hole, stunning everyone who was watching. Li Jian, taking in the scene, let out a sinister laugh. Perfect. Now this is going to be entertaining.